东方神龙沉睡，雄狮称霸一方。炉石诞生伊始，在国内玩家还在摸索和探究玩法的时候，欧洲强者已比比皆是。来自乌克兰时年22岁的选手克兰托已经踏上职业竞技舞台。那时的他还未展现他巅峰时期的绝对统治力，在对抗 Kranich 的比赛中惜败，但少年眼狂，他计划要拿下12场大奖赛的冠军来安慰自己。
Toronto is your Kingdom for Charity Winter 2015 champion.
而另外一座大山 Heights 也在同年拿下了 DreamHack 布加勒斯特冠军。中国虽不乏有2014 HWC 世锦赛的亚军小于于大仙人这位强者，但面对国外人均制霸大包大揽的环境，也不过是匹夫汗数，杯水车薪。低谷蛰伏3秋，终将一鸣惊人。小鱼与大仙人的个人成就，给中国炉石之路带来了一丝曙光。接下来的3年，才算真刀真枪的实战。东方神龙逐渐苏醒，利爪开始展露锋芒。
旋风斩，旋风斩！哇，赢了，绝对赢了！绝对赢了！潮神的斩杀绝对是不会错过的，我们相信潮神绝对不会错过斩杀的男人。
潮神努力战封神，弱鸡力战欧洲群雄，为中国队捧回第1座世界级冠军奖杯。X-Hop 会师4狗包揽前2，世俱杯决战水立方 CL 夺冠的优异成绩，也在历史上写下了浓墨重彩的一笔。2018年炉石世界杯 ，Chalks、Yola、Omega Zero 4人合力，带回了4年来第1座暴雪官方标准模式世界赛的冠军，意味着中国炉石一个崭新的起点。我们能看到中国炉石传说选手不懈的努力，以及实实在在的进步。夺冠之路不易，中国炉石传说选手已经用成绩证明了，中国炉石已经具备了世界1流的水准。但在欢呼隐去、光环背后，现实仍然残酷，接连重挫的打击免不了被反复翻阅。2018中欧对抗赛，中方选手被打了0-8的惨烈开局。决赛，小 T 惜败太子，只有经历过，才知道过去的3年间，曾经陷入的低谷有多深。在他夺冠征程，书写全新篇章。2019，中国选手 Lai 夺得特级大师全球总决赛冠军。正如一声破晓，天际开，世人重新审视中国在炉石竞技的地位。在尝试到统计和博弈的最优解后，中国已经拥有了比肩世界的实力。在睽违1年之后，2020年世俱杯如约而至，豪强对抗被引燃，追寻自我的时机已到，英雄的名字将被铭记。望众突破困难，极尽距离，夺冠之路便是归途。
Hello， 亲爱的各位观众朋友们，大家好！欢迎大家来到我们的2020黄金世俱杯特别节目《他山之石》，我是主持人娇娇。今天也是邀请到了几位在我们的炉石选手以及我们的炉石观众朋友们大家都非常熟悉的嘉宾来到了现场，请几位和我们的观众朋友们来打个招呼。首先是
大家好，我叫 Ben。
大家好，我是师匠，我是这次节目的工地英语担当。
大家好，我是 Alan，就是个选手啊。就只是个普通的选手。
接下来要进入到我们节目当中的呢，就是我们的老朋友 Team Liquid。
And WTY Bill is going to take the grand finals
first of all, say hello to our Chinese audience.
大家好，我是
I'm Dead Drop.
Hello, I'm Jeffrey Brucey, aka Show.
Bunny Hopper.
Hello everyone, I'm Frozen.
Question goes to Frozen. For this year, we've been hearing a lot from you saying that you're copying decks from Bunny Hopper. It happened again in Master Tour. If it's because you pick up some bad habits from WTY Bill?
Well, mostly because in the past, my teammate used to be Dog and other slackers. So I generally had to do everything. And but now I have like hard workers on my team. So I can just copy and then talk to them and make decisions. Whereas in the past, my teammates just always ask me for stuff, so I kind of have to do everything. But now, like I'm happy to have a Dead Draw and Bunny Hopper now, so I can just relax and.
I want to ask Bunny and Frozen. So, did you guys regret letting WTYBO play in the last week of the first half season of the Gold Team Championship?
Before the last days, Bunny asked me if this is really a good choice, because Bunny really wanted to play because he wanted to win badly. But I put a lot of trust in Bill. I told him it's okay. You know, Bill's got this. And at that point, honestly, I had the worst record out of all the players for Team Liquid. So you know.
I mean, I think it's totally alright. I had to play BG one week, and that didn't go super well. Get like double 6th place and then I mean for Bill to step up and I mean he didn't get crushed, right? He lost pretty close series. There's just a few things could have gone differently and he would have won. So for him to step up and still, even though he plays Battlegrounds most of the time and then do well and constructed, even if it wasn't, you know, this little bit extra enough.
Is it a reason why Dead Draw is here now? You will be substituting WTYBO in the constructed mood in the gold in this competition. So do you think you can do better?
I can try my best, and that's all I can do. I didn't see his games, so I don't really know.
He lost the boss of his 2 match.
So there's no way you're doing worse than him.
Everyone loses sometimes, right? So.
Yeah, it's okay. You would do definitely better than me. Just say it. It's fine.
Okay. Sure.
To Show and Bill, a lot of the fans call you guys boomers. Do you guys have any comment to that?
So I'm probably the oldest guy here. I've been in esports for many years. I think I've been in esports since 2005, I believe. I'm pretty much a boomer in the esports scene.
Yeah, I think I have enough APM for like the double category thing, transitioning in the games. But I tried it in the tournament. It was like really laggy, and I barely did it. But I think I still successfully done it in one game and got the chicken dinner, got the first place. So I think I'm okay with it, as long as I don't like talk too much when I play. I will be good, I think.
Who is your best known Chinese player? What do you think of him?
So from what I heard, it's IG the Ding.
Okay. Do you know WE Netwalk? Netwalk.
Nightwalk.
Nightwalk. I think we played in the
he
other
is
team
WE1
before, but I haven't seen his point of view of playing, so I can't really say. But I'm very interested now to see how it is.
I also think the thing is both Show and me heard from Frozen, right? Frozen said that like. 我听说 IG 的 Ding 是国服最强选手。
How has the preparation been, and who will be the carry and who will be the free rider?
I've only recently joined, so I haven't really caught up on that yet. But I don't think there's any free riders in our team. I think we're all going to contribute, I hope, and Yeah, I think we can work together.
Well, we signed Dedra for a reason, so now we have 2 carries that I can free ride off of. But obviously, I'll try my best. Bunny Hopper, you're muted.
Dedro, mate, I have bad news for you. You're gonna have to carry this one. No, I'll of course try hard, but I think Dedro is an excellent deck builder. It's nice to be able to have like lots of ideas that you can bounce off other people, and they have ideas too, and then just come together. So no slackers on this team, right?
Which team do you guys think is gonna be the champion of this tournament?
I also, we will be the champion for sure.
Team Liquid, of course. Who else, right?
Yeah, and Team Liquid. Team Liquid is a house, so of course we're gonna win.
So you don't worry about your partner.
No, I trust Bill. If I have a bad day, Bill will carry. We have shown that in the Team League series that like we basically win. If I don't win, Bill wins, and if Bill doesn't win, I win. So.
Okay, that's for. Thank you for your time and thank you for joining us. Hope you get luck in GCWC. Thank you. Bye.
然后最不想碰到的话，可能是 WE 吧。他们经常下战旗的两个队员，确实叶吹和斯巴克林实力都非常强。
最不想碰到的还是 WE 的流浪爱队和 RNG 队长李神吧，好像感觉遇到他们就很少赢。
说实话，我没看我们的分组，因为我觉得分谁都一样吧，都差不多。
Nigel, okay. Let's see. May the best streamer win, and then afterwards, the trash talk is the best, I think, because then you can like make some fun.
我们组的像走夜路这种刚过万分的呀，包括像太子这种1万分出头一点的呀，我觉得都不对我们构成威胁啊。
我没有不想碰到的事，我都想碰一碰。没有什么让我觉得很厉害我不敢碰到的对手，没有，不存在的。国外战队的实力就很普通吧，我觉得他们对我应该构不成任何威胁吧。
I haven't really been Hearthstone in a year. I only started again recently, but honestly, I think they're quite still like leagues better than all the Chinese players.
巴萨不知道在不在我组，如果不在我们组，那我们就希望能决赛跟巴萨碰一碰，因为巴萨不是踢球的嘛，是他的腿硬还是我的头硬？
众所周知，我踢球水平还可以的。
I will try to do my best to beat them.
吹宝啊！现在你在战队排行第1，看我市区杯怎么样把你打到第8吧。
方丈他打吗？我对上他的话胜算很大，因为我这个赛季打了2场赢了1场，他打了2场全都没赢。
我觉得我战旗成绩比他好得多了。
那我觉得世俱杯最可能夺冠的战队是 T1 吧。因为包扛处选手是我这次特级大师赛看下来表现最出色的。
Clearly, I think that T1 is going to win the tournament. We have some of the best constructed players, and we have some of the best PG players.
我觉得 IG 的夺冠希望最大，在真正的实力面前，毒奶是没有意义的。
标准模式的话，那可能没有我们队，那我肯定是觉得王师傅的 IG 是最有可能夺冠的呀。那战旗模式，我肯定是觉得我们队最有可能夺冠。
战旗夺冠的话，我肯定看好我们自己了，因为如果我们没有自信来打这个比赛，我们还不如回家养猪了，来打比赛干嘛？
我们战旗肯定能夺冠，我这版本超强。
我最看好打这种夺冠，那肯定是我们队啊！我觉得他们都是来打酱油走个过场的，就是来目送我们夺冠的。
统领血缘万古长，我发源远流淌。我们传承闪耀荣光，愿你永远地绽放。所有能魔法
也挺多的。
全都欢迎你参加，学会了升起了吧，问天成就两开花。
跟着玩几组，不要到处乱逛，
光在原上会让你长大。
开玩笑的，别当真。
力量整这城市永远不服软，动力血燃烧我的家。嘿，嘿，我爱他。
万众瞩目，巨势无双，欢迎大家来到2020年的黄金世俱杯比赛现场。大家好。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Hearthstone Gold Club World Cup, a very unique event where we will be having teams from China and across the world compete in Constructed and Battlegrounds. My name is Gia, and I'm happy to be bringing you the first round of action alongside America's Grandmaster Language Hacker. How are you doing, my friend?
Pretty good. It's a little early, but I'm excited to see some Hearthstone from some teams I'm very familiar with and some teams I'm less familiar with.
That's right. It is one of those rare occasions where we get to see what's actually going on in the Chinese esports scene for Hearthstone, because we are very used to seeing grandmasters across our regions, but they have a very, very competitive and lively ecosystem over there. What are you most excited to see for today, Hacker?
Honestly, I haven't seen too many Battlegrounds tournaments, and I've been dabbling a little bit myself since Grandmasters last season has ended, and I'm excited to be able to see some competitive play from the players that we've been seeing.
That's right. You and I feel like, have queued into each other a fair amount throughout the past few. What's your MMR looking to be at right now?
My peak on Americas has been 11.7K, I think, and then various other lower ranks on the other two servers I've been trying as well. How about you?
I'm hovering around 10K very recently. that thing to be really proud of when we compare our MMR over to the Chinese scene. We saw a breakdown of just how hard these guys have been grinding. And of course, in an international scene as well, we have a lot of very talented players. I'm excited to see just how the strategy is going to be working for that. Because for Battlegrounds, as you mentioned, so far we've only seen invitationals and more of promotional events so far. And now we get to see it elevated to an actual esport, and every single lobby will be featuring 4 different teams.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. And we're going to have quite a few lobbies involving each of the 4 team matchups we have. So we get to see their performance over a large sample size and actually see how they perform, hopefully with a bunch of different strategies instead of forcing Murlocs every game like Crip. And I'm also looking forward to seeing the 10 class format that we have for Constructed as well, and a little bit of a shakeup from what we've normally been having. And as well, we'll be seeing last year's standing compared to what we've been seeing as Conquest in the Americas and Europe scene for quite some time.
It's true. In the Masters Tours, we always have Conquest usually, and despite us having some Chinese players over there, it's not necessarily their native or most used to format, because it has been last hero standing throughout almost the Chinese events so far. And now you're going to have to see how the rest of the world adapts to their playing field. And it's going to be really cool because, as you mentioned, it's all 10 classes available, and then they go through a ban phase. After 4 bans have been conducted, it'll be the 6 classes left that the teams can choose to play. And there's a lot of mind games going on there in every single level. So no matter where I look in our program, there's something that I'm looking forward to seeing. But we are going to be starting with Battlegrounds. And which of these teams do you think you would put as your favorite, Hacker?
There's a lot of people I know on Team Liquid who I know have been practicing a lot over the last couple of weeks preparing for this. I'm going to have to put Team Liquid as my my favorite going. Actually, before I answer that, do you mean Battlegrounds, Constructed, or both? If you mean Battlegrounds, I'm looking towards Team Liquid. I've seen that they have WTY Bill and Show, both players that I've been watching for a very long time. And just like I've been running into you, I've been running a lot into WTY Bill when I've been practicing, and he's been winning a lot of lobbies. So he looks like he's going to be very strong coming into this tournament.
Yeah, both Bill and Show, very popular streamers in their own right. And we have to, of course, give due credit to the Chinese players. I've been hearing a lot of praise for particularly Nightwalk, who is, I think, a 14.6k MMR player at the moment, who is very famous for his APM, doesn't need to use the disconnect exploit to, go for a full transition into Murlocs. And it's worth noting, though, for the rules that in Battlegrounds, they are not allowed to disconnect any point on purpose. And also communication between the players, even the same team, is forbidden. So it's going to be a little bit different from what you've seen in the invitationals previously if you've been watching the events held over in the global scene. I'm also very interested in this particular rule of how the points are a lot, comparing to the invitational as well, where there weren't any points awarded to the bottom 4. In the Gold Club World Cup, we have points awarded to every single person, no matter where they finish in the lobby. But it's just the opposite of where you actually finish. So for 8th place, 1 point, 7th place, 2 point, going up all the way to 1st place, which is actually 9 points instead of 8. But the rest would happen according to how you might expect. So there's a little incentive to go for first here. For Battlegrounds, though, I feel that Hacker and I were discussing before the podcast started that just getting into top 4 is the biggest achievement in and of itself. So if a person is able to get top 1 on top of that, it would be extremely impressive. And so far, because the tournament leading up to GCWC is the tournament leading up to GCWC, the performances there also had a lot of people, I think, to watch out for. I think Nightwalk indeed lived up to his MMR and was performing very, very well there. And so we will be going to the Chinese broadcast very quickly while we fix some issues. Don't go anywhere, guys.
我们的比赛选手们在今天比赛正式开始之前，还是一起来看一下我们这次黄金世俱杯的赛程赛制。
2020黄金世俱杯将涵盖炉石传说标准模式和酒馆战旗模式，每个模式都将会4支中国俱乐部与海外俱乐部参与，分别通过抽签分到 A、B 两组，进行为期7天的激烈对抗，决出2个模式最终的冠军俱乐部。标准模式比赛将全程采用10班4 QF BO5赛制，对战双方按照顺序搬掉对手4个职业，在剩余的6个职业中，率先赢得3个职业的一方获得胜利。标准模式赛将分为小组赛和淘汰赛2个阶段。小组赛阶段，每组4支俱乐部将通过双败淘汰赛产生2支俱乐部晋级半决赛。淘汰赛阶段，对阵双方将通过3场 QF 决出胜者。率先取得2场 QF 胜利的俱乐部将赢得当场比赛，直至决出黄金世俱杯标准模式冠军。酒馆战旗比赛将全程采用团队积分赛制，每支俱乐部将派出2名选手出战，进行8人酒馆战旗模式对抗。最终根据当局名次自高到低获得9分、7分、6分、5分、4分、3分、2分、1分。每场比赛结束后，每支俱乐部获得出战2名选手的积分之和。6轮小组赛后，每组积分前2名的俱乐部晋级最终决赛。决赛将进行3局比赛，将根据3局决赛的积分总和，决出黄金世俱杯酒馆战旗模式比赛冠军。
好的，那么我们也是看完了赛制，知道我们这一次是有2大模式的比赛啊，一个是标准模式，另外一个呢就是最近非常火热的战旗模式。当然了，这个2个模式的比赛也是和我们国内的一个黄金战队联赛的这个比赛是相同的，都是有2个模式的比赛，就是而且我们这一次也是要比满7天嘛，我相信对于很多一个炉石的观众来说，应该是一场非常。就是可以说是盛宴了，就这7天，每天晚上回到家里面都可以来打开我们的暴雪频道来观看我们这一次的世俱杯的比赛。
对啊，有点像即将要打的这个欧冠，是吧？对吧？
对，
欧冠现在这个剩下的比赛说都要集中起来打，
对，
咱们中超也是集中起来
打了，
是吧？所以这个7天，我相信对于所有的电竞的爱好者来说，这是一场盛宴。
没错，
那当然了，我们也是刚才看到的是分成了2个组别嘛，分别是 A 组和 B 组。首先我们也是来看一下战旗模式的一个分组情况。可以看到我们的战旗模式的2个组别8支战队 ，A 组的4支战队呢，分别是 FCB、VKTL 以及 LP 战队。之后看到 B 组的4支战队是 T1、苏宁、G2 和 WE。那今天将要进行的呢，就是 A 组的比赛，将会看到的前4支战队来给我们带来精彩的表现。首先来看一下 FCB 战队他们的出战。
And we are back, guys. It's very good to know, though, that the team breakdown has actually been presented already, because for Battlegrounds in particular, every lobby will be having 4 teams available, 2 from the Chinese scene and 2 from the international scene. Of our international teams, who do you think has the leg up here, Hacker?
Today, I think it's Team Liquid. As I pointed out a little bit earlier when you asked me who my favorite team was going into this as well, the players they have brought, WTY, Bill, and Show, I think are pretty big powerhouses, at least from what I've seen in the Americas server, and I think they've been playing on all the other servers as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they have to bring.
That's right. And if we looked at briefly, we caught a glance there of the roster for FCB, which is a very newly formed team, I would say, in the esports scene at least. Zim there being signed and also brought on with Swizz and Blizes, who are very, very powerhouse players in Constructed, but we don't necessarily see them play in Battlegrounds. For a bunch of the other teams, they have specific players, like you said, Show and WTY built for Battlegrounds, and then they have a different roster for Constructed. Do you think that if you're having to grapple with 2 different game modes, that's going to be a disadvantage?
I think with how much practice these teams have been putting into Constructed, I think that's going to be a little bit easier for them to get into, even though it is a new format. I'm curious to see how well-versed they are in Battlegrounds. I'm sure they've been playing some games, obviously, to prep for this, but I'm curious how much experience they've had compared to some of the other teams who have brought their players specifically from the Battleground scene.
That's true. And the very first round will be with Liquid and FCB versus VK and LP, two teams from China. And of course, I think everybody is now familiar with VK ever since Lion put them on the map with her win at the Global Championship last year. But for Battlegrounds in particular, their lineup is, I have to say, players that I'm not necessarily familiar with. But if we look at the MMR, I think it's very impressive across the board here.
Yeah, we got a snippet of seeing what the MMR of all these Chinese players are, and I've got to say, my peak is nowhere near any of these. Even the lowest ones on the list they've sent us are just incredible. All of them are consistently 13, 14K MMR, which is incredible to say the least. On any server that we can see on Americas, Europe, or the Asia server, that will easily get you into top 50, if not even top 20, from what we can see. That's incredible that all these players have such high rankings.
Yeah, over in VK, the two players that they have for Battlegrounds are Diana and Kimmy. And VK Diana is actually a player that's been very active and constructive as well. We've seen him participate in Masters recently and have a pretty good performance. If you manage to get on stream in the later part of the day, it just means you have a positive win rate at the very least. VK Diana rocking that 13.5K MMR and Kimmy with the 14,000. Both of those, as you said, if you get to that rank, that's already pretty much in the upper echelons of any other region. And if we look over at LP, this is a team that features Trunks and PF. And Trunks is a player that I've heard of from many years prior, not necessarily in Constructed, but it seems that a lot of the players have been making the move to Battlegrounds recently. Do you have any opinion on how Battlegrounds and Constructed have been taking up your own time as a pro player in Constructed?
Battlegrounds is probably a bit of a trap if you're trying to compete in Masters and stuff, because it doesn't quite help you prepare for anything. I think it's good to, and the way I've been using it is to kind of de-stress and relax, take a break from Constructed and Standard, because it still is a very challenging game mode. And even though it's easy to pick up, there is a lot to learn and master, and there's a lot of finesse and intricacies you can learn only by playing over and over and over again. I think it's still going to be pretty cool to see as a competitive mode, as opposed to how I've been playing it recreationally. And I'm sure these players have been taking a much more serious tone to it, in contrast to maybe streaming it for a casual audience.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of streaming, though, I think recently the numbers have been showing Battlegrounds has been pulling in a great audience no matter where you are in the world. And some of the top streamers over in the Chinese scene include Nightwalk, that we mentioned a while ago. I'm really, really looking forward to seeing how he does, because it seems even if you ask the players in the international scene who they're looking out for, I've heard Nightwalk's name be thrown around here and there. Over in the international teams, we will not be featuring everybody today because it is Group A, particularly for today, and tomorrow we'll be heading into Group B, and two lobbies today will be featuring the same teams that you'll see in the first round. And so I think that it also plays a little bit into your mindset if you don't have to play every single day. Do you prefer, like, as a pro player, like if a tournament has all of your work done in the first half and then you have to come back for the finals, or would you rather play a little bit every single day?
I think personally, I prefer a bit more of a break, but I find that I get fatigued after too long. After competing for too long, my brain just gets tired, and maybe that's something I need to work on. But I'm sure some of these players would enjoy a little bit of a break in between, and this way they also get to scope out who they might be facing if they make it to the finals, because on their off day they can watch the other 4 teams in Group B and seeing how they're performing, what kind of strategies they're using, and getting reads on what they might be doing in the finals if they get there.
Very true. And speaking of reads, I think that there's also a lot of experience that comes into play here, because prior to this tournament, there was a tournament called GTC, or the Gold Team Championship, where Team Liquid was already a participant, but they were the only one outside of the Chinese region to feature, foreign players. And because they have that experience with playing in a very different setting, I would say more media coverage than you might see from the general Grandmaster scene, that might give them a leg up. And I think across the casters board, we also predicted them to do the best. But I'm particularly looking at T1 to kind of prove me wrong as well, because they have Sixo in their roster, who is perhaps one of the best Battlegrounds players outside of China.
Yeah, Sixo has been taking a bit of a break from competitive Hearthstone from quite a long time ago, but I've seen him kind of resurface and make some posts on Twitter about how he's grinding up Battlegrounds now, and I think he's been sporting some pretty high rankings as well across some of the servers. I think I saw him talking about being 14K, which is, like you said, in the upper echelon. It's very, very high up there, easily the top 0. whatever percentage. So I'm curious to see, and I haven't been able to catch any of his streams, so I'm curious to see how he's going to impress us this tournament.
Yeah. I myself haven't caught his streams very often too, but I do see him lurking, or not really lurking, but around in Twitch chat of a bunch of other top Battleground streamers. And I think for the BG community, it has been growing very, very actively for the past few months now. And the top players are still very welcoming to learning new things from different people. And I think the fact that we are combining now the Chinese scene, which is rather insular, with the global scene, I wonder if we'll start to pick up on new techniques. Is there a better way to do your transitions? Can we learn something by watching Night? I wonder if they'll be able to adapt on the fly as the week goes along, because yet another unique thing about GCWC is that we are having an entire week of competition, whereas the Masters Tours, they go on 3 days max.
Yeah, specifically about Nightwalk, I've heard that we should keep an eye out on his Murloc transitions. For players in Battlegrounds who know about what a Murloc transition is, it requires a full turn or two to set up and gather some cards, and then completely change your entire board to a board of Murlocs where you try to adapt them and make them super strong. And it's kind of difficult to do when you're streaming normally or playing casually, but we'll see if they can pull it off under a stressful environment.
Yeah, and it looks like we're about ready to get into our first game. So without further ado, let's hop. That we're very used to seeing heroes. What do you think of the first selections?
I actually just missed some of them, but I think I saw someone pick Patchwork, which isn't picked up that frequently. It used to be very popular before his hero power got changed. I believe it used to give an extra 5 or 10 health, but since the nerf, we haven't really seen too much of it. People have been favoring sort of tempo-oriented heroes where you can use your hero power to buff the board early on, which will help you get to the mid to late game a lot more consistently.
And if we're talking about tempo-oriented, the Kael'thas pick there for Bill was definitely one of the best heroes to get for the early to mid game, but also his teammates show on arguably the most powerful hero right now after the nerf to Captain Hooktusk. It already looks like Liquid has the great pick of the early heroes, but of course, that's just the first piece of the puzzle. Beast is the banned tribe for this lobby, so we're not going to be seeing, say, early Rat Pack runaways with Kael'thas, which is, I think, one of the best things you can do when beasts are available.
Interesting. Patrick did not have a minion on turn 1. I wonder if they've been rolling to try to find a very specific start, maybe looking for a Wrathweaver to get a very aggressive big demon start.
Yeah, and that is, I guess, a strategy you can go for with Patchwork with that additional health. But we do see the Patchwork, who was played by Zim, I believe, decided to level there. But we are just going to stick with LPPF here, and I'm very glad because this is a player that we're not all too familiar with. Never mind, it is Zim who has picked up a Swabby on the 4 gold turn. So it looked like his turn was pick up Swabby into level Swabby.
Oh,
That's
so he held
did.
the minion. Right.
Mm-hmm.
That makes a lot more sense than rolling. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
The Yogg turn was SPPF on Yogg. What you see sometimes people doing on turn 2 when they have 4 gold and there's a token available in the shop, they can buy the token generator. In this case, it was a Murloc Tidehunter. Sell the token and then hero power to make their board stronger a turn earlier instead of leveling on turn 2 and then hero power buying on turn 3.
And we will move over to Kimmy, who is on the Millhouse, one of the heroes that plays most differently in terms of economy, but this looks to be a simple 3-buy turn if he wants it, or he could just hold on to that Micro Machine there. Yeah, nothing great in terms of the stats. Always feel a ghoul that early, but for Millhouse, it's all about running away with the early start so you can power level later on and hopefully get into Dragons. But it's Diana who's on the Dragons right now. On Pyramid, it's not the most intuitive build to go for, but that 211 might lose its value pretty soon.
Yeah, getting a lot of health on the early minions is very powerful because you end up winning a lot of the early rounds, and as we can see, Paramad's health was at 40. However, the dragons can't really scale too much within themselves until you get maybe some Battlecry buffs later for it, whereas people normally pick up something like Murlocs or Wrathweavers where you can buff those and then they also scale after the fact of having their early health. But the dragons, as you mentioned, might have only 2 attack for a very long time until they get a chance to upgrade their board.
Show gets
oh
his
my God.
first dig, and it's Salty Looter that is absolutely huge. One of the best scaling minions. I'd put it up there with getting, crowd favorite very early on. And doesn't quite get the gold grubber to go along with it, but I think you're perfectly happy with that if you're Show. As Eudora, you tend to take anywhere within the realm of 8 to 12 damage in the first few turns, assuming you dig leading up to that 6 gold turn. And I think the debate has been settled that you do dig on the 3 gold turn. And don't delay it any longer.
Yeah, definitely. It gets you online a lot faster. Your board is a little bit weaker because you don't have that first minion, but some stats have recently come out that show that digging on 1 tends to correlate to a higher win percentage.
And that's really quick because I think just a few weeks ago, Show was saying that people who dig on 1 should be sent to Siberia or something. But Sixo was one of the earliest proponents for saying dig on 1 is always correct. And it seems that has become the gospel truth now. We move on to PF, who of course, as Yogg, maintains a pretty healthy life total. Yogg is all about making sure that the early stats and cheap minions you get in the early game can lead you into a smooth level into around the 5-star point, where the hero power then becomes not so useful.
We see Zim not really going in a particular direction just yet, but he picks up a Salty Looter this turn. He was kind of mishy-mashy in terms of what minions he's been offered, but it looks like he might be starting to lean towards Pirates with the Salty Looter pickup.
Yep. For Blaze, though, sticking to the Murlocs, which is something you can do on Brand, stay on 2 for a while, try to get those triples, and it's looking like he will want to level up to 3, though, to start getting the Felfin Navigator and the Cold Light Seer to buff the entire board.
Yeah, recently Bran has been reworked and brought back into the Tavern, where his hero power for 1 mana refreshes the Tavern and offers only Battlecry minions. And when you're Murlocs, there are 2 very important Murlocs on 3, like you said, the Navigator and the Seer, which allow you to scale your board before having to level up to 4 and 5, where as Murlocs, you'll be wanting to find Bran, King Bagurgle, and some Primalfin Lookouts to further progress your board. So it gives you a good chance to bridge to that late game gap, bridge the gap to late game with the Murlocs.
Pretty cool to see the teammates side by side featured here. Kimmy, with his somewhat mishmash build here, is going to take minimal damage from the Bran. I think it's not a big deal. But it's funny to see that it's the Pyramid that has the Dragon build, whereas Millhouse doesn't have that. And Millhouse, he keeps saying, is one of the best builds to go for that is Dragons, because once you build up to the Caligos turn, it's much cheaper to buy all of those battle cries and buff the entire board, whereas Refreshing has, of course, less value with Millhouse.
Yeah. One thing to note that in this tournament, team members are not allowed to communicate with each other. They're only allowed to send emotes if they really want to. So it's interesting to see if they are going to change up their positioning against teammates and try to do less damage if they do have a friendly match-off like we had just seen there.
And we are going to head into Bill versus Blizes for this next round. And already Blizes' board looks a bit more resilient, having hit 2 golden minions. Spawn of Nazal, it's always a great early minion to have. But the Cannon is also the other premier, neutrally good, no matter what comp you have, minion to have on the 2-star Tavern. And paired with the leftmost minion gets the 2 shots immediately.
Yeah, the Scallywag has come out right around when the cannon did, when the pirate patch came out, and it's a very, very good combo. It does a lot of damage early, especially when there aren't as many stats on the board. Getting a guaranteed, 7 damage early from 1 attack, and from 1 hit, ends up being really powerful.
And Show hasn't taken any damage since he got that golden Salty Looter, and I have to say I'm not too surprised about it. I think his priority will be Aegizing until he can get to Hogger and maybe transition. Well, not transition, but just go all in into the APM build. One of my favorites in Battlegrounds.
Yeah, I've lost a lot of MMR trying to make APM Pirates work. It's just so fun and incredible to watch. I really hope if he gets to that point, we get to see him highlight the APM abilities that he might have.
We are sticking on show for now. Leveling is looking pretty juicy to me here. On the 9 gold turn, I think his dig is
3 out of 4 perhaps?
1 away from completion, right?
Yep, I think so.
So as long as he's able to make some room, it's also interesting if you want to level immediately. I think because there's a possibility of getting that immediate high roll of the golden hogger, you definitely want to be on 5 stars when you get the second dig online. So I fully expect Show to level this turn and next.
I wonder if he's considering getting the golden only on Tavern Tier 4 so that he may get the chance to get Hoggar and start the Pirates rolling. Normally you want to level to 5, Tavern Tier 5, and that way you get a Tavern Tier 6 minion. But with the setup that Cho currently has, maybe he's thinking that it's better to go for the Tavern Tier 4 golden or lower, and then the Tavern Tier 5 reward.
Yeah, the Discover could give him that. But wow, he can also just hit the triple Dex Wobby right now. Discover
He's
the
gonna have to go
Hogger
quick.
right now. Yeah.
Oh, he's holding, or is he holding it?
He's facing Kael'thas, a teammate, so he's holding, I believe.
Oh, we're seeing 2 different matches here, I see. Okay.
Yeah. It is a little bit disorienting, but you know what? I love it, Hacker. There is so much action going on here. 8 different players in Battlegrounds, if anyone isn't familiar. As long as you make top 4, it's generally considered a win. But of course, the higher you place, the more points. And the team with the most points after 6 lobbies are played, advancing into the top 4 played out on the last 2 days of this week.
It looks like Zim also has some a bit of a pirate setup. Not quite as powerful as Show's. Obviously, Show with a Salty Looter. The golden Salty Looter is going to be able to scale quite a bit more. So Show does level to Tavern Tier 5 before the dig. It looks like he's looking for a Tavern Tier 6 minion here.
Yeah.
With 2 goldens as well. Oh my god.
Liza would be premier here. Not quite what he's looking for. Probably just end up taking the Imp Mama as a tempo option here. For PF, they also see him discovering by a triple. This is on the 5 gold though. Only has 1 Murloc to work with, but the Primal Fin at least is a good economic choice. It lets him sell back 2 minions.
Definitely. We see Show picking up a Caligos and an Amalgadon. So with the Dragon pickup, the Amalgadon gets 1 extra adapt.
Alright, he actually did go for Caligos. You know, it's a fair thing. If you get Caligos early enough, even if the rest of your board is pirates, you can think about partially transitioning into dragons. But I think the looter is big enough that it's not very well incentivized for Show. He's just trying to get a very good roll on the Amalgadon. Hits Divine Shield, but not poison.
The Divine Shield Wind Fury can be pretty powerful. Yeah, like you said, Divine Shield can't be added as easily. I guess in Amalgadon it's fine because you can still get the Annoy module. Yeah. But like you said, a Toxfin will round that out quite nicely. We see Zim hitting a triple here as well, just freezing it for next turn.
Yep. He has a very pair gaming board of Pyre, and he looks like very similar to what Show is doing, but perhaps a little bit slower overall because he hasn't had that much time to level due to the slow start. It does look like he would end up taking a loss against this board. That replicating Menace would be very annoying for him. Sorry, the Security Rover.
Yeah. Eudora just being able to level ahead and get these powerful units seems to just be overwhelming Zim, I believe, on Patchwork. Yes.
The Amalgadon sticking does end up spelling doom for Zim there. While the players are not allowed to communicate directly, they can use emotes. So I wonder if that's an opportunity to kind of set up any communications with their teammates. We'll find out a bit later though. But Blythe for now has hit the brand. He has Murlocs, so now it's all about looking for those Begurgles, those Primal Fins. But he still is on Tavern 4.
I think I'm curious if he stayed on 2 and 3 a little bit too long. Generally, the way I've been playing it and how I've seen some of the other streamers been playing is staying on maybe Tavern Tier 3, picking up some pairs, and once you get some triples available, you Tavern up to 4, turn in those triples, get the reward for 5, and then level to 5 right after when you have that power spike from the upgrades. But it looks like he has not been leveling Tavern tiering up that often.
And he did end up just taking a tempo option there with the Bronze Ward and buff combo. And it looks like with a powerful board like this from Show, that could just be Blythe taken out at 7th place next to Zim if he's not careful, because he's at just 6 health now at this point. For Bill, though, this looks like a Murloc board that has a lot more potential for success. He himself is not on Tavern 5 just yet, but he's developed strong minions alongside some of those Murlocs.
Finds a Deflectobot. He seems to be selling off his Murlocs and going for more of the mech route.
Yeah, it looks like this is a type of board for Bill that could very well still go Menagerie even. If he picks up a Lifetime, he's got a Demon, Dragon, Murloc, and Mech. But it all kind of depends on what Bob decides to give you once specific turn 5 rolls around. That's usually the decision point where you have to commit to a comp because that's where most of the carry cards can be found.
Yep, a lot of the game-defining minions you won't be finding until the higher Tavern tiers. Looks like X-Flies was taken out by Show. It's not a great start for FCB.
Both of our FCB players just picking up a total of 3 points after that. Double gold grubbers is something I usually love to see, but Bill is not the Eudora here. He doesn't have any way to capitalize.
I mean, he's thinking about it. He has 34 health, but I think he deemed it a little too expensive to pick up on the off chance that there's a triple.
Right.
Yeah, we seem completely in the mech mindset now. Bolvar
does look very much like he is transitioning a little bit more into mech. So yeah, Bolvar is a great option to pair with the Deflectobot and the 3/6 Dragon, which gets buffed every time a Divine Shield is procced. It's just a bit unfortunate that he couldn't time the Kael'thas hero power ideally to get the buff onto Bolvar, but as long as he stays with good tempo, I think it's a pretty good strategy for this lobby, which has been playing a bit more mech-oriented, which I would say is a conservative build. It kind of allows you to steadily get to top 4, but is usually not a winning comp.
Yeah, it's hard to scale mechs after a certain point. You have some cards like Iron Sensei, and the Dragon Enforcer scales a little bit within the match, but it has trouble keeping up with Menagerie builds and Murlocs once Battlecry start coming on over and over, turn after turn. Eventually, the opposing minion types can get so many stats that the mechs can't actually do enough damage to keep up. But like you said, it scales faster until they get those more important Tavern Tier 5 and Tavern Tier 6 minions.
Well, we are now going into the LP team, one of the 2 Chinese teams featured for this lobby. Both of them with pretty powerful builds, I would say. The Divine Shield comp is also something PF has been going for right now, but Trunks in particular is facing off against a Dragon build that has Razorgore online and Nadina. Luckily though, buffs the Nadina, kills off the Nadina relatively late, so I think he has a good chance to still take this lobby, this particular match. And so it takes a very convincing win against the Pyramid. One of the first losses for Pyramid, probably the first major one now that it took away half of his health. For PF here, probably looking to triple this Bolvar or the Murlocs here.
Okay.
And now he has a decision point. If he levels here, he can pick up a carry for the rest of the game though. Looking on 6 stars though, it doesn't look like a board that you necessarily want Kangor for. I feel like Baron would be a bit more enticing here.
Yeah, I think I would agree, especially with the Selfless Hero already picked up. When you're playing mechs, there's not as many powerful units on Tavern Tier 6 that you really want. Like you said, Kangor's Apprentice is an option, but with only 2 eggs, it doesn't seem as powerful of an option compared to some of the other stuff you might be looking for, like you said, Baron, which is why generally on mechs you stay on Tavern Tier 4, unless you're looking for some very specific tech cards, like perhaps a Zap if you want to snipe an opponent's Baron Rivendare.
Did end up taking a brand there, so now he'll be looking to find as many Metal Tooth Leapers as possible, and also Strong Shell Scavengers later on, because he did have 2 taunt minions available. Speaking of another mech build though, Trunks himself has set up that very good mid-game Divine Shield build though, but it's pretty funny how many people have hit Deflectobots here, which is not one of the most high-demand minions, I would say, when mechs are generally not the first place comp, but it might be that the Chinese players have decided that the strategy here in this team tournament is not necessarily to go for feast or famine and get the win often, but just consistently place in the top 4, and I think Mex have put himself in a good place to do that. For Bill over here on the right side though, his dragons have been faltering a little bit. It tends to happen that the Bolvars in the mid game can catch you off guard if you have invested just into 1 or 2 big minions. Sometimes the Divine Shields can mess with that very easily.
Still looks like he's able to get there with the Deflectobot reset.
Yeah, I didn't quite notice how many microbots were in there, but that completely farms the Yogg's board. And Bill, despite being at a pretty low health total, I think has a good shot of still making it in top 4. But Show here, leading the pack, of course, ever since that Salty Looter came into play, has still not found...
he just sold it off.
Yeah, he didn't find Hogger, but he did find Dragons, so he's committing into the Kalagos build now.
Without more Hoggers, it is a little difficult to scale in terms of an economic standpoint. So I believe switching to Dragons means that any battle cry just buffing the entire board makes a bit more sense than trying to keep the Salty Loot around.
That's right. The last time we checked in on Show, he was still at that crossroads where the Kalagos was his only dragon. I didn't think he would pick it in the first place, but Show realized that Kalagos is one of those tier 6 minions that actually gives you a chance to finish top 1 or top 2. Depending on whether there are Murlocs at the end game. And despite it not being congruent with the board he currently have, he realized that he was so far ahead that he had the time to transition into Dragons, and it's paying huge dividends for him right now. The board has many battle cries that he can use here, looking at the Argus to further buff his 2 already taunted minions, or possibly put taunt on the Divine Shield as well.
Yeah. One thing you can also do in-game within the lobby, you can mouse over the opponent portraits where you can see their hero, and it can tell you what kind of setup they have, if they have mechs or murlocs. And I believe if Show takes a look at what else is in the game, there's a couple of mech builds available, and he probably believes that having more stats across everything will help him more against these mech builds.
And Show with the big stats is hoping he can get there against the Divine Shield. That golden dragon is looking a bit problematic, but it managed to get sniped pretty early on in the combat, so now Diana has to rely on some Divine Shields to get there, but I think the dragons easily get there. And we could be looking at the end of the Deathwing here, because Amalgadon is very likely to stick at the end of this. The amount of damage though dealt by that particular trade, I think, has saved the Deathwing from immediate death.
Definitely. Close fight for Show, but still coming out on top. And the thing is, he's only going to gain more and more health as he bounces more battle cries. And like we mentioned a bit earlier, it'll be hard for Deathwing to scale more with the mechs he has available.
Second Amalgadon is available for Show if he wants it. Doesn't look like there's quite too much space, but at the very least it is a battle cry, so he could have that option of holding onto it for a triple later on if he wants. And I wouldn't normally recommend tripling Amalgadons, but he hasn't hit the poisonous on the first one.
Yep. It can serve as a more expensive toxin if you really need to. And getting some extra adapts doesn't hurt either. If there's some mechs left in the lobby, getting some plants can help.
And for WTY Bill, I think he's put himself in a decent position to get into top 4, but not quite win here. He is facing off against teammate Show, so I guess Show is holding on to all of these resources to make his board the least threatening possible, but it doesn't feel like he can quite get there to not knock his teammate out here. An unfortunate side effect of how Battlegrounds works sometimes in the team formats.
Yeah, definitely. We are down to our top 4 for the first lobby. We see Trunks in 4th place right now with 3 health, Diana with 7 health, WTY Bill with 13, and Show quite in the lead with 23 health. He probably has 1 or 2 losses left in him if he happens to manage to lose a fight, but I believe he's in quite a leading position.
And Trunks there did pass up the triple on the Deflectobot, which is something that you would often recommend to do, because having the 2 Divine Shield resets is often a lot more attack power actually gained, as long as both of the Deflectobots have a decent amount of attack to begin with, but they're not quite going to get there against the size of these dragons from the Pyramid. The 50+ health Razor Gore particularly is farming this board, even if Nadina doesn't immediately die.
I believe that's Diana's board, and now that I'm looking at it and comparing it to Show's, I think Diana might have bigger dragons. And I think Diana also has a Nadina as well, Nadina the Red.
Right.
which means that even in the Dragon Mirror, if you happen to get Divine Shields on your big dragons, they will trade a lot more favorably.
Yes, I think Nadine, and well, of course, even if Sho does get his own Nadina, the fact that the dragons each can get probably 2 value trades off of Sho's before they die is going to make things very difficult for Sho. He'll probably have to rely on the Amalgadons that he picked up to carry.
Yeah. The major factor here is Diana having 2 Caligoses, meaning that every battle cry will give +2/+2 to every dragon, whereas I believe Sho only had 1 Caligos.
Yeah. So right now we are looking at Diana off against WTY Bill, whereas Sho gets the Ghost for now. I don't think I see a way out of this, even though he has the Divine Shield on some pretty high attack minions. The stats just aren't there to beat 40 plus health on a bunch of these dragons.
I wouldn't be surprised if this was a 100% guaranteed win for Diana in this round. We'll
So
see if
for
Sho... Yeah, go ahead.
He has to think about how he can actually beat this. I know that the teammates can't necessarily communicate, but I think Sho has to know by this point, having faced Diana prior, that the dragons are out of range for how he can naturally scale. So he has to pick up tools to transition, if not fully, but partially into Murlocs. And you can see him going for that right here. He has Megasaurs, he has the
Oh my
Amalgams, he has
God.
Gurgle. Can
He
Sho
got a
pull this
golden
off?
Murzond.
Yeah. It's huge.
This is incredible. So this is a very big buff to his board, but it still looks like the dragons might not be big enough. I think he was hoping to find a Nadina the Red, or maybe even a second Caligos to try and catch up in scaling, but it looks like he might be still a little short. Fortunately, he's against the Ghost this round.
Could still have one more turn to pick up a partial or full transition. That's going to be a sacrifice from the teammate WTY Bill to give Sho a little bit more time, because it looks like Diana's dragons cannot be stopped at the moment. So the most that Bill could probably do here, if all the stars align, is put Divine Shield Poison on maybe 2 additional Murlocs on the board, because he has the Bagurgle and the Amalgam. So if he picks up a second Megasaur and Murlocs in the opening board, that's probably the dream.
Right.
But even so, will that be enough?
It's hard to tell. He does have a few big dragons himself, but it just doesn't quite line up. The Caligoses and Diana's boards seem to be small enough to where they might get value traded, but I'm not even sure if that's the case after this turn.
Sho does look like he has 4 dragons that look a decent amount of attack on them, but the 1620 and the 814 look like they're not going to help at all there. There's a second Megasaur, so Sho now has a decision point if he thinks that just buffing this board consistently can stack up. He won't know exactly how big Diana's dragons are, but he does pass up the Megasaur. Just gonna try and get this first one to give poison to the Amalgam.
I'm not even sure if he knows about the Nadina the Red. I'm not sure if that was around the last time he faced Diana.
Yeah, quite possibly. And so he's probably fishing for a Nadina of his own. There's a little bit of gold left. One more roll available if
He does get
wants
the
it.
poisonous on the Amalgadon. The thing about the Amalgadon is it's kind of big enough to contest all the dragons already, so it feels a little superfluous.
Mhm.
But I guess it will let it kill the Razorgore now. Not that he can quite see Diana's board. Obviously, we have caster vision here.
Right. He doesn't hit the Nadina, and unfortunately, I think that's going to be a pretty easy win for Diana, despite that Amalgadon being kind of a house, to use a Shoism.
And with this win for Diana in this round, I believe it will be lethal damage, depending on... maybe not, actually. The Amalgadon... No, that's well over.
Yeah. That was
Okay.
an explosive first lobby. No Murlocs in the endgame there. It ended up being a mirror of dragons, even though Sho had an option to go for pirates very early on, didn't quite hit it, and that was very decisive from Sho there. But ultimately, Diana's double Caligos was too much scaling to get through.
Yeah. VK looking like they're taking out the first place in the lobby so far, but Team Liquid still had a pretty strong start. I believe WTY Bill and Sho placed 3rd and 2nd respectively. So in the standings so far, I believe Liquid's going to be a bit higher up.
Yeah, it is a bit worrisome for FCB, though we did point out at the beginning that we're much more used to seeing Zim and Blyzus and Swids just kill it in Constructed, but we don't necessarily know how much experience they have in Battlegrounds. You could also blame it on the pick of the hero. If Patchwork was the best that Zim was offered, sometimes you just can't really knock that, whereas Eudora and Kael'Thas is definitely a bit more confidence to begin with, but they're going to have to pick it up for the second lobby, which will be coming up pretty soon because it is 2 lobbies a day for the same.
Yeah, and I believe over the course of the week before we get into finals, we will have 6 lobbies for each of the groups. So we'll have plenty more opportunities to see these players show us what they've got and see how they can battle it out for the standings.
Right. And so those particular lobby that we watched a while ago, I have to say that I'm surprised of the amount of mechs that we saw. I think it was 3 different people that were double Deflectabots plus eggs plus Bolvars, which is something that I don't necessarily see people sticking on for very long to on ladder.
Yeah, it tends to be more of a, like you said, top 4 comp if you can try to push it that far, because it gives you an earlier spike, and the spike isn't quite as large as what some of the other minion type comps can give you, but it gives you a bit of an edge to hopefully try and knock some people out before you get to the top 3, top 2 sort of finalists. So I wouldn't be surprised to see people going for mechs, especially when we see that the point distribution is weighted from 1st all the way down to 8th. So you still get some pretty decent points for finishing 4th or 3rd. Even 5th gets you some more points than obviously 6th, 7th, or 8th. So maybe we'll be seeing these players go for top 4 builds more often than first places, depending on how risky they need to play, how the other lobbies have been panning out, and so on.
Yeah, it's a great point you bring up, because I think prior to this, the global audience is most used to seeing competitive Battlegrounds from the invitational events, where the most recent one held, there were no points for 8th place and was very heavily weighted for going for 1st. So a lot of people, you would see them actively picking Flurgle, actively going for Murlocs, even though it's a very feast or famine comp, because that type of meta rewarded going for the riskier comps a lot more. And now it's a struggle to say that there's a competitive Battlegrounds meta to begin with when the game is still in beta, when there's hardly any private lobbies, but now we're thrown into a whole other region style of doing it. So it's going to be a big adjustment for everybody playing Battlegrounds as a team for the first time.
Definitely. Even seeing how the strategies are going to change from lobby to lobby based on what's excluded is going to be quite interesting. One of the, I think, more fun lobbies is when Murlocs are out, because then a lot of other archetypes can kind of pop up and give you breathing room. Generally, Murlocs, if they survive to late game, will end up being the top 1, top 2 sort of comp. So I hope we get to see at least a couple of Murloc-less lobbies and see what kind of reigns on top. But I mean, even in this lobby, we saw that Murlocs got knocked out quite a bit early, and Dragons ended up reigning supreme. So we'll see what happens.
I'm also particularly excited to see the Rafams and Tessas come out, because we are in a team format. So despite there not being any direct communication allowed, sometimes if you're on Rafam and you know you're facing your teammates, sometimes you can just feed them a nice Murloc Tidehunter first in line and give them the token. Or if you're Tess and you see your opponents going for Murlocs, that's a very easy way to get Murlocs for yourself. But we are in the second lobby now. Zim on a much more powerful hero, Nosdarmu, and Blyzus with the Kael'Thas. For Kimmy, it is a mystery, because it's still a Finley, and over for Trunks, Eudora.
Pretty powerful lobbies, no surprise there. Picking what is probably the most consistent and powerful heroes to try and get an edge.
Yeah.
Ooh, we see Flurgle available, which tells us... Oh, actually, Nosdarmu's available as well.
Yeah, I'd chicken out and take the Nosdarmu here every single time. It is so consistent. And I have to say that on the 5 gold turn, when you're around 2 stars, it's actually so crucial to make sure that you end up with 1 or 2 2-star minions and fight against your opponent, because I don't underestimate the amount of health that can be lost before you're even building a comp.
Yeah, definitely. Pirates being out this lobby, so we won't be seeing any salty looters this time around.
Nor gold grubbers, which is a very common character as well.
Yeah, especially for Eudora. So we know that Eudora will have at least 1 less high roll available.
Okay. Good pickup for Zim here. Nosdarmu is one of those heroes that allows you to, on the 7 gold turn, immediately level and then roll for a 3-star minion. There's not that many great ones in the pool, but if you can pick up Bronze Warden a turn earlier than everyone else, that can be huge as well, because that's one of the prime minions to buff.
WTY build considering going off curve and deciding if he wants to take this Dragon Spawn Lieutenant pair.
With Edwin, there's a small incentive also to go off curve and fit in the little buff, but I think he decides that it's not worth it in the end, wants to get better 2-star minions and find a nice Divine Shield for Edwin to start buffing.
Again, we see LPPF on Yogg going for a turn 2 token pickup and to sell hero power instead of leveling. It's something I've experimented with a bit myself, but haven't done so much recently. I've kind of been following the curve where you hero power on 1, level on 2, and then on turn 3 you get the hero power in with a buy. But it looks like these players are favoring the powerful start.
Yeah, the aggro curve with Yogg actually works out pretty well with the gold if you hit a token early on, because on the 7 gold turn, even if you leveled 1 turn later than everyone, you can still level for 5 gold and use the hero power to buy something, end up with a full board still, and maybe a little bit of less health lost there. For Diana though, he's on Maiev, which is also one of the top tier heroes right now, and something I recently learned also from Sixo and from Lee, one of my good friends and a top rated America's BG player, is that hero power on 1 with Maiev is very valid as well.
WTY Bill against Sho, where Sho is playing Deathwing and holds the Rat Pack knowing that it will do a lot of damage to his teammate. He takes some damage in return, but I think between the two of them, they would rather have Sho take 3 health than WTY Bill take 5 or 6 there.
Completely agreed. Edwin is a lot more vulnerable to losing in the early game before he can really buy a lot of minions in 1 turn and take advantage of the hero power. Whereas with Deathwing, as long as you hit the rat, you're kind of rolling and chilling for the first few turns. And I think you need to take the advantage from that early game power spike to roll into 5 or 6 tier and hit the Mama Bear for the Beast comp, which is what Deathwing tends to go for.
We see Trunks on Eudora getting a Houndmaster from the digs and then discovering a Security Rover. Not the best start in terms of what you can be offered, but with Gold Grubber being out, honestly, a Houndmaster as an 8/6 this early is still pretty good.
Yeah, and the Rover, might I add, because he was facing Deathwing, could easily farm Sho a little bit. This looks like it's going to be in favor of PF as long as he gets 1 good trade onto those more powerful minions. Finley going to be taking its first set of damage here. A bit too early to say we're going in terms of direction, but now people are going to be leveling up to Tavern 3.
Yep, and now we might be seeing some actual direction pop up. Generally, early on, you want to pick up the minions that are just good and powerful to help you kind of chug along until you see something powerful that will let you transition to some sort of late game build.
Zim picks up the pair there for the Sorolisk instead of rolling and then buying. And in my experience, picking up the Sorolisk is a little bit of a bait. I think the Death Rattle buff build is very, very slow because unlike Battle Cries, you get immediate benefit from buying and selling. With Death Rattle, the only benefit you get for your net 2 gold lost is +2 case. So if anything, I expect Zim to just hold on to those temporarily, unless he gets a triple.
Yep. Early Sorolists, just holding them around so you get a little bit of a power spike early is still decent, I think, but like you said, it's hard to transition into a much later game comp, especially if you are looking for Goldrin, which is now a Tavern Tier 6 minion after the most recent patch, so it's even harder to make that comp work.
I do miss Goldrin and the Macaws and Baron. That was just the easiest comp to build, I think, in terms of it's not very flexible.
Yeah, definitely. And you have Macaw early on in a build where you can also just pick up Spawn Azoth or Selfless Heroes and kind of get a little more powerful like that before you even find the Goldrin, which ends up being pretty strong. But now with Goldrin on 6, it's hard to transition to that because you need to Tavern Tier a little higher than you used to.
And Bill there got a very clutch trade, his Rat Pack actually trading up at the end there. And Rat Pack, if you buff it early enough, can deal so much damage that is uncalled for in the early game when you get the last, or get it to be the last minion in the trade. But Bill is gonna hit a nice triple here, gets another Death Rattle buff, and High Main looks like it fits in pretty well with the build he has currently.
Yep, he's got quite a bit of a beast build going on. Mekaru, not normally the minion you see tripled because its upgraded value isn't that powerful, but just finding any triple is still pretty decent to get an upgrade on your board with the Discover option from the next Tavern Tier.
Yeah, on tier 4, there's a lot of great tempo options, high main and egg being the prime ones that come to mind. Whereas when you discover leading into tier 5, that's kind of signaling that you're ready to find a direction. But I think it's still early enough that if you just find good enough guys to minimize the damage you take while building up to tier 5, it's completely fine here. For Kimmy, also a bit of beast going on here. There's a lot of people going for Soralisks this early.
Yeah, it seems like they missed it last round when beasts weren't available in the lobby, and they're trying to make up for it. I mean, Macaw is very powerful.
And I have to say, Maiev is one of the heroes that I think favors a Murloc build as well, because the pair gaming in hand allows you to time your triples very, very well. And for Murlocs, timing the triples to go into either tier 5 or tier 6 is absolutely key, whether it's looking for Bran, for Bagurgle, or for, of course, Megasaur.
Yep. Ooh. With the finished servant buff going on Deathwing's Rat Pack at the end, and it looks like Diana's going to take a lot more damage than he would have liked.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Kimmy manages to get a clean trade. No one takes damage there.
Diana, who was the winner of the last lobby, is now struggling to get a good start with Maiev. But if you're on Murlocs really early, it kind of relies on saving health, because there's going to be a painful point guaranteed when you have to level to 5. And you do have to level to 5 with Murlocs to start finding the Primal Fins and Bagurgles very consistently.
Yeah, definitely. I noticed a little earlier when Diana was going through the early turns, he wasn't actually able to get too many pairs with his hero power just from what he was offered. Maybe that's one of the reasons why he's struggling right now, because he doesn't have the option to Tavern tier up and turn in a triple.
Could very well be. For this Eudora, it's not very much direction I can see as well. He does pick up a crowd favorite pair, which there is a build that's a bit difficult to pull off, but if you can get golden crowd favorite and just some selfless heroes and Baron, it ends up being very similar to Wrathweaver builds. It's hard to say that that can be a direction this early on though. For Zim, he's very committed to beasts at the moment. He's picked up a Macaw, but not quite any Death Rattle that you want to necessarily get with Macaw. I think it's great to pair it with a guaranteed spawn of N'Zoth in the early game, but with Rat Pack at the very least can additionally buff his hyenas.
The reason why the Macaw beast build has fallen off to some extent is because, like we mentioned, Goldrun being on 6 is incredibly, it doesn't sound like that much, but it's a lot later than being on 5, just because of the strength of the board you can make by that point. And we can see Zim's board right now, even though he does have quite a bit of a beast setup, it's difficult to scale well because you don't have any cards that kind of synergize until you get the Goldrun Baron stuff going on. Looks like he will be fine against Diana's Murlocs though.
Yeah, barely pulls together a tie and could give him some time to look for a triple. If he hits triple on the Soralisk and the Hyena, that could help Zim give the signal to level to 5 so he can try and pull Mama Bear.
Now we see Trunks on Eudora, getting the second dig. Gets Replicating
Golden
Menace. Yeah, it's not bad. He has to consider now.
He can
Yeah, go.
latch it onto the Deflecto immediately or onto a different mech that he wants to keep. The Security Rover, if there's no space on board, actually doesn't end up summoning anything, so that's also a decent target for the Menace.
None of these options help too much. There's not a lot of dragons that Trunks has available, not a lot of beasts either. He might be going for an Imp Mama just for some tempo.
Yeah,
looks
like it. It's quite awkward for Trunks.
Diana found a Bran, got some Murlocs on hand.
Ooh.
Big power turn here. I think he just Tavern tiered to
Yeah.
4 the turn before.
And I think he took a lot of damage in the early game, but this could be very well the turning point now. He has across the board very well statted Murlocs, freezes another Seer, and it looks like he has bought himself the time to get to tier 5. So this could be a Murloc come from behind win from Diana, as long as he doesn't get blown out in the mid game. But when Pirates are banned, there's a lot less chance of that happening, because I find that Pirates is one of those builds where if you're not prepared, you're saying, okay, I'm going to take a loss this turn while I level, and then suddenly your opponent just has a bunch of Hoggers already on board. They can deal so much additional damage, especially with Nat Pago.
Yeah, with the buffs from Ripsnarl captains or an early Admiral Eliza, you'll end up walking the plank real quick. Sorry.
It's a good pun, don't worry. Okay, well, the superior Murlocs in this case is the Maiev. Hitting the Brand Cold Lights here there was absolutely huge for Diana. I find it hard to believe Diana can be stopped in the mid game for now, especially since he's going to pick up another full board buff. But we are going on to Bill's board at the moment. With this Edwin Van Cleef, he's still not really hit anything that he wants to keep hero power buffing.
Yeah, the Rat Pack early on, like you said, is really good to get you started, but later on it ends up falling off because it's not as a powerful unit. A bunch of 1/1s after as a death rattle are much less useful now than they were 5 turns ago. Nice to note that everyone in the lobby is still alive, even though some people are taking quite a bit more damage.
Bill has no pairs at the moment, but if I had to guess, ideally what he would want for tier 5 is Baron, with both the N'Zoth and the Kaboom bot on board. He can transition to selling off some of the beasts there and try to get a lot of bombs going off, but it does really rely on him, I think, finding a triple. So he's just going to roll a bit here and look for something good to pair, even if it's an Argus.
Yeah, he does find an Argus pair. With only one pair, he does need to find some way to kind of improve. He has 35 health though, so he does have some time. I don't think we've seen many pirates right now they're not in the lobby. So I don't think he'll be taking too much damage from anyone, even if he is losing the fights. Looks like Zim also found a triple.
Yeah, and he does get his Baron. Not necessarily the greatest with Rat Packs, but with the Ghast Coiler that can also pull out additional damage where nobody's necessarily expecting it. He's facing off against the bottom player in the lobby, so that's a chance to actually knock someone out if he commits the Baron plus Ghast Coiler this early on.
And he's a little low himself, and his board is congested with the 2 Rat Packs, so it's possible that if the Ghast Coiler gets sniped before a bunch of other minions die off, that the full death rattle won't happen.
Yeah, it's very awkward. There's a lot of snipeable targets here. Ghast Coiler, Pack Leader, and Baron. If any of those die at the inappropriate times, that can significantly weaken Zim's board. But for now... Oh, Baron.
Yeah, but there is enough... If Ghast Coiler doesn't get sniped right now, which it does not... Oh my god, that Murloc hitting the large hyena at the end was not good for Zim.
That was very painful. Now Zim has to rely on some pretty good death rattles. I've seen more than a couple boats come off of these, but that will be good enough for
Looks
Zim
like Zim
to
gets
take
it.
this.
Yeah, and with the high main surviving at the end, it looks like PF will be knocked out.
And that's going to be pretty painful because LP didn't quite have as good a performance as VK in the first lobby as well. Moving over to Kimmy now, though. He's hit the golden spawn of N'Zoth and has a Macaw, but there are a couple of death rattles here that interfere with the Macaw guaranteed hitting the spawn of N'Zoth. So the ordering is not the most intuitive thing here.
Kimmy is also on 6, so he can find Goldrins and perhaps switch off of these other Death Rattle beasts just to guarantee the buff from the Goldrin coming in with a Baron Rivendare. Meanwhile, oh my goodness, Diana with the brand discovered a Megasaur after a triple and found both Divine Shield and Poisonous, which is exactly what you want as the Murloc build. This is what makes it so powerful late game.
If you hit that trifecta of finding the Megasaur into finding the 2 ideal adapts, there's very little that can be done to defeat Murlocs from this point. I would say Murloc mirrors are the only way to beat this, aside from some very tricky dragon ordering if you have big dragons plus Nadina plus unstable ghoul and everything goes right. But Diana's looking unstoppable here. I wouldn't be surprised to see him take back-to-back first places in the lobbies.
Yeah. We see Kimmy did find a Goldrin on 6. Had to sell a couple units to be able to find it. I believe he just found a triple with his Sorless, which allowed him to discover the Goldrin. And he's freezing for Macaw for next turn.
He had to sell off his first Macaw to keep the rolling going, but that's always a bit painful to do. But since he wasn't sure he was going to commit to just the spawn of N'Zoth and Goldrin, he did sell it off there. And he's going to rebuy it and figure out a pretty more straightforward, old school beasts type.
Kimmy's round here is looking close. Diane is looking a little less close than that with the Murlocs. Might not be able to deliver lethal damage though.
Yeah. The Unstable Ghouls did quite a lot of work for cleaning up Divine Shields and those last little bits of health on the Murloc. So the Nozdormu, who is Zim, I believe, lives to see another day, but I think Diana is completely chilling now. I don't think anybody is at risk of out Murlocking him at the moment, or even making a partial transition.
Malgadon picked up by Kimmy.
Nice.
Oof, Death Rattle I don't
Ooh.
think is what he wanted there.
Yep. The worst one because
yeah.
it doesn't guarantee that the Macaw will trigger Goldrin, which is I'm sure where Kimmy wants to end up at the end of this. Because the Gas Coiler is still a good tempo option for him, and the Spawn of Nazathi won't necessarily go for Macaw right now until he hits triples, for example. Over on Blyze's side, he has also put together a pretty threatening Murloc comp. Not the Divine Shield across everything, but he has hit Poisonous, which is going to be powerful to finish off any non-Divine Shielded comps.
Yep. He's looking, I believe, now just to dodge Diana. He may not know that there's Divine Shield Poisonous Murlocs, but that would be a pretty strong counter without him having any way to protect his Poisonous Murlocs and the Myexna.
Last we saw of Deathwing was a Beast comp, I believe, so that's also not necessarily going to be a win for the Murlocs if the health are too low, because a lot of tokens, despite there being Poisonous on the Murloc, can get there.
Mm-hmm. Kimmy might be able to survive quite a bit in this lobby with some possible Gas Coiler boat shenanigans and Baron. You can actually end up getting enough stats to be able to contest some of the Murloc builds before they get too far ahead with health. Right now the Divine Shield Poisonous is very strong, but against heavy Death Rattle builds where lots of stuff is spawning, especially with a Baron on the board that doesn't get sniped, it can go the Death Rattle player's way.
And
Also,
the
there
Divine
is
Shields and spawns for Blyzes manages to save him for one spot here, but the Kale... Sorry, for the Deathwing, but Blyze is not completely out yet. He has some time to hit Megasaur of his own, find those Divine Shields, but he's still going to be outscaled by Diana should they face off at the very top.
It's
There'll
like
be a lot of damage on this Eudora.
Yeah. I believe these came from Gas Coiler, right? The Void Lord and the Sneed Shredder. Very unfortunate pops. That's a lot of damage. Still not enough to knock out Trunks, but it's definitely a big hit.
And for Zim now, he has hit a Baron of his own, has been digging for Goldrin, still has not been able to find it quite yet though.
Without Macaw, he can consider picking up the Amalgadon. He doesn't mind if the Death Rattle pops up, and he might also be considering the Myexna based on what else is in the lobby.
At this point, the pack leader looks to have outlived its use, so I am definitely looking at picking up either one of those two that you suggested.
The good thing about rolling...
Probably leaning towards Myexna.
No, I think, yeah, actually, as Zim, with the amount of health he has available, I don't think he's too concerned about dealing with the Murloc players. I think he just wants to focus on surviving the next couple rounds and eking out as high of a rank as possible before he gets knocked out. I don't think he'll be able to take out the Murlocs. Even with an unstable ghoul, I believe with the amount of turns that they've had with Bran on the board, they'll just have too much health to be able to be dealt with.
I would have to agree. Bill here on another Divine Shield comp, also looking to just survive for as long as possible. It's funny that I say that because he is in first place in terms of health, but that's because he's gone for a very mid-game oriented build, which tends to do well while people are still deciding on what their comp will be. But the problem with the Divine Shield build is that it caps out around here at Tavern 4. There's not much to be done to improve it. Even if he hits some triples, he wasn't looking to necessarily even triple the Bolvar because more Divine Shield on board. This is actually a quantity beats quality type.
Yep. One of the ways to beat a sort of early game Murlocs as well is the Divine Shield comp until they scale their health out. The Divine Shield's letting you trade over Murloc, even if they have Poisonous, is very powerful. I don't think that's going to be the case in this game unless WTY Bill faces against X-Plies, who didn't have Divine Shields on his Murlocs last time we checked. But if he does run into Diana, I think it'll be lights out.
It's also looking like lights out for Zim here. I don't think even with the Rat Pack buffs from the pack leader that there will quite be enough attack to actually beat all the health on the Dragons and the Bolvars. And so that's also going to be a pretty unfortunate finish for Zim here. Diana very easily edging his way to the top here.
Kimmy holding on to dear life with 1 health, still alive. Trunks here we see is facing the Ghost, so he has a bit of breathing room before the next round. Might be able to get out a top 4 or 3 now if someone else gets knocked out this round.
I have to say that's a pretty good dig for the build he's been going for. Another Divine Shield Dragon. Hits Caligos if he wants to scale somehow with the dragons that he already has. Can go for a partial scale and still keep some of the mechs, but at this point, it's not looking very hopeful for Trunks. He is facing a Ghost though, so that could give him some time.
Yep. Kangors is a way to kind of try to eke out some extra percentages if you want to try to roll the dice and get more Deflectobot resets, but with just a Creator Rover being around, I don't think it's going to be as impactful as perhaps an Amalgadon, especially if he's able to get Poisonous on it. He may also be looking to switch. He does have 2 turns. Maybe if he gets, rolls into a Brand and hits a Megastore on some triple, he's able to swap to Murlocs.
Yeah, with his pick of the Murazon there and holding onto this Primal Fin for so long, I think Trunks is making that decision where his current comp can beat the Ghost. He doesn't need to make it any stronger. And so he would rather focus on putting together the tools to beat some of the Murlocs later on, or at least survive against the ones who aren't Murlocs. And over on Kimmy's side, he has managed to hit the Golden Macaw, looking like the very pre-nerf Death Rattle build, which was favored way more than the Mama Bear build because of how consistent it could get the beast up to, 30 stats or higher.
Yeah. Sho saw what he was up against and started nodding his head, understanding that this is probably where he's going to step out this lobby.
Yeah, with the trade of that Boulevard, just a little bit of health surviving on his Divine Shield minion makes it so that Sho is going to get knocked out for now here. VK Kimmy looking very strong, but the second he lines up into Merle, very worried for him.
Yep, W2I Bill hanging on with 1 health, while his teammate Sho does fall in 5th place. Still pretty close. A lot of people low health. Diana obviously in the lead with the Murlocs that he has and the 16 health compared to the 6-1-1 of the other 3 people in the lobby.
At this point for Trunks, you said a while ago that he's looking for Brand to make a partial or full transition, but it's not looking like he's going to have the time. For Trunks, though, I have to say, job well done for making it this far and recognizing that this is the type of lobby where there's going to be a few people that will pull very, very far ahead, and if you didn't get the Murloc start as early as them, there's just nothing you can do to beat, so might as well focus on beating the rest of the field, and I think Trunks has accomplished that admirably. For now, though, not going to be very much he can do against Murlocs. He is going to face off against the Beast comp first, though, and I would think there's not much he can do if they all get 20, 30 health also.
So normally you don't want to triple Deflectobots because having the 2 separated Divine Shields ends up being very powerful, but I think Trunks is looking here for exactly that Megastore if he wants to switch the Murlocs like we've been talking about. He's made top 4 now. I believe he thinks that to get any farther in this lobby, he does need to make some sort of transition at some point, and he's trying to figure out how to do that now. He finds a Brand. He's running a little bit out of time, but he should have enough time to squeeze in this Megastore on the 3 Murlocs he has available. Doesn't find Poisonous on the first hit. He gets it on the second. Okay. Yeah. Now he's against W2I Bill. Wait, hold on. No, he's against who's Sir Finley?
The Beasts. And the Poison gives him a lot more game against the Beast here, but this Hydra and the fact that there are 2 taunts here could mean that it snipes 2 high priority minions at once. One did have Divine Shield though.
I think Trunks needed that to hit the
non-poison taunt. Yeah.
It might still be enough actually. With Trunks' transition and getting the Poisonous, I think he's actually able to take at least 3rd place, maybe 2nd place here, because of the fact that he realized he was up against Beast and needed a few more Poisonous. And this way he has a chance against Diana. It might not be very high because Diana has a full board of Divine Shield Poisonous Murlocs, but he's definitely secured himself top 2 in this lobby.
Yeah, it is non-zero if he finds immediately another Megastore and can hit Divine Shield on the non-Divine Shield minions with poison and also a lot of plants. We see here that Diana has not hit the Megastore for Death Rattle yet, which is kind of the final one you need for the Murloc Mirror so that you can spawn plants to pop the Divine Shields on the other side.
Yep. Diana actually a little bit shy of getting triple Brand as well. Generally a bit of a luxury, but I believe with how far ahead he was this game, he thought he might be able to hold on to another Brand.
But no Megastore available for Trunks, and not enough rolls as well. I think that's going to spell his end here. But that was very admirably fought by Trunks there. going for mechs for the majority of the game and then transitioning to just enough Murlocs to beat beasts and outlast the other Murloc in the lobby, I think was very good recognition.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said earlier, it's pretty impossible to win every single lobby. So if you're able to find an opportunity to just sneak up a couple of ranks here at the end to finish a bit higher is definitely going to help quite a lot, especially in these team standings when you're trying to match with your teammate and get a score together.
And Diana, with the Maiev plays early on, I think I recall you saying that he didn't hit very many pairs, and that's often a way to spell doom if you commit to Murlocs too early and don't actually hit the triples. But I think right in the nick of time, Diana found the Bran, he found the complete board buffs, and from there, I don't think he's lost a single combat.
Yep, he's been coasting. One thing that Trunks could have done here is perhaps look for an unstable ghoul. I'm not sure if he's faced Diana in a while, because if he has, I think he might have died earlier, so he might not know that Diana has Divine Shields. An unstable ghoul still might not have won him the game here, but it might have helped a bit against all the Divine Shields, even though he himself has Divine Shields.
Gotten to the point though where even if you lose by a little bit at 6 health, that is going to be lethal damage because Diana has leveled to a high enough point by now. And that's going to be 2 lobbies that VK Diana finishes first in. That's an absolute beast right there.
18 points just from Diana alone for VK is an incredible start. We still have quite a few lobbies to go over the next 6 days or so, but this is an incredibly powerful start from VK.
Especially since I know him primarily as a constructed player, and to see him be put in the Battlegrounds roster and kill it there as well is doubly impressive. So for anybody who's just tuning in now, the Battlegrounds portion will be played as the first 2 rounds of every day for the upcoming week. So we have 6 more days of Battlegrounds action. Tomorrow we're going to be seeing from Group B, and the day after you're going to be seeing from the same guys we just watched again. But that is it for the Battlegrounds portion of the day.
Yep. A couple of things to note. In that second lobby, Team Liquid with Stro and W2I Bill still performed pretty well after their second and third finish in the first lobby. I think they finished a bit lower this time. FCB also had a bit of a poor showing in the past 2 rounds, but I think it's kind of hard to say just from 2 rounds how their experience kind of lines up against other players. So looking forward to see what they bring back to the table in a couple of days as well.
It is worth noting, though, that we did not see Swids at all for both of those lobbies, so it seems like he's assigned to completely just constructed, and he'll have to, I guess, carry the weight a little bit more there, as we also could likely see Zim and Blazes play constructed later on today and throughout the week. And so based on what we've seen, I think I can pretty confidently say VK is on the top here, followed by Liquid, followed by LP, and with FCB at the bottom, and that's the story A. But for Group B, there's a lot of big names on those teams that you could be hearing from. T1 in particular and G2 are the international teams, and with players like Sixo and RDU who have been grinding Battlegrounds day in and day out, I think it's going to be very strong competition.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to watching that tomorrow. It's going to be pretty exciting, honestly. And I think so far I've been pretty happy with what we've been seeing from these lobbies. It's generally more how should I put this? It's a lot easier to watch from a single player perspective when someone's streaming, but there's so much action going on in a player lobby when you get to bounce around and see what everyone's doing. It's a lot more interesting having the full view, the caster view, instead of just the first person perspective.
Yeah, I think even how to present Battlegrounds as an esport is still an evolving science, but so far it's been a complete blast. Tomorrow, I'm particularly looking forward to hearing from Nightwalk, who is praised as probably the best Battlegrounds player in China, or at least one of the most popular, and also see him face off against the best that Europe has to offer in RDU and Sixo. For Team Liquid, though, I have to say, I didn't quite expect them to not get first, because across our caster predictions, we thought that they would be some of the best, at least in constructed.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've still been performing pretty well. And like I said, that we have 6 lobbies, I think, for each of the groups before we actually move on to the finals for Battlegrounds anyways. So there's still a lot of time and a lot of lobbies to be able to figure out who's going to end up on top. I'm curious to see how tomorrow's standings kind of line up with what we've had today, if there's going to be a bit more close proximity between the players, if all the points added up are going to be a lot more close, or if there's going to be disparity and we have some teams clearly pulling far ahead, like we've seen today with Team Liquid and VK.
Yeah, as far as the previous Battlegrounds tournament held in China, GTC, went, I think there did end up being a very huge disparity between first and second place. I think Nightwalk had 200 points plus earned for his team, whereas the next highest player had 180. So Nightwalk definitely seemed like the MVP there, but as early as now, VK Diana is looking like a front runner to just be the MVP for Battlegrounds, no matter what team we're looking at. But that is going to be the end of Battlegrounds for today, and we're going to move on to our constructed portion. And for anyone joining us right now, all of the teams have players assigned to Battlegrounds or constructed, or both if you're FCB. And we are going to be seeing how this particular new format is going to play out. All 10 classes involved, with a complex ban phase leading to ultimately 6 decks available for a last hero standing best of 5. What do you think would be the strategy that comes to mind for playing that, Hacker?
There's a couple different ways you can take it. The first thing you need to look at is kind of what are the strong classes, because those are most likely going to be banned, regardless of the archetype. If, for example, Control Demon Hunter and Aggro Demon Hunter are both very viable, so you probably just want to knock out all the strong classes, and then based on what's left, you can try to tailor all of your decks to be favored against the general archetypes you'll be able to see in the remaining 6 decks. Now, in last year's standing, it's still a bit more complicated because you still need a variety of archetypes to be able to knock out any one deck that happens to power through some of your decks. It's going to be interesting. I think from the deck list we've seen earlier, and which will be coming up shortly in the constructed portion, it's going to be interesting to see which of the strategies kind of take precedence, because I've seen a lot of different archetypes in some of the classes, whereas for other classes like Shaman and Paladin, I think we've seen almost a consensus on what kind of decks people are bringing. For example, Murloc Paladin was very popular across all the submitted deck lists.
Yeah. If we're going to take a leaf out of the book of MT APAC, though, there was actually one of the top players from China had Shaman in his lineup, which is a deck that, honestly, every time we see it on stream, it seems lackluster, but it puts in the work somehow in the Swiss portion and definitely got him all the way to top 8. So I wonder if the Chinese players have been putting a little bit more time into how to build these less popular archetypes, these less popular classes, and they could pull out an ace in the hole in these more unusual formats. And it's also worth noting that the 6 remaining decks, not all of them will actually be picked towards the end of this, because you have a pool of 6 after the bans are used to actually choose which one you're going to be queuing out. So there's a whole layer of mind games involved, and there's also a very more difficult environment to go for any targeting strategies.
Yeah, definitely. It's very dangerous to target a very specific deck or two, because your opponent, if they catch on to this, they would just not play that deck, and then all of your strategies are kind of lacking a little bit. And there's definitely an edge to be gained in this format, because if you can find, like you said, an ace in the hole in one of these more uncommon classes that are played, that we don't see played as often in some of the different formats we've seen, and that can catch your opponent off guard, maybe you could just able to sneak a win with something like Shaman, like you said, which still performs pretty well even in the other formats we've been seeing. So perhaps some of the other well-known classes, maybe Paladin, for example, it can become more of a powerhouse in this format.
Yeah, Shaman in particular can prey on some popular decks like Druid, and we were hearing from our resident CN expert Tony that Druid is actually one of the most popular classes in the Chinese scene. I think this was before the nerf to Fungal Fortune, so that may have changed, but I was hearing that in that previous meta, it would sometimes draw bans even before Warrior, which over in the Grandmasters ecosystem is probably unheard of.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I think in some matches we still saw the odd Druid ban in Grandmasters, but it was still kind of uncommon. Banning Warrior was by far the most popular strategy, at least from our perspective. It'll be interesting to see how the Druids are going to perform, and probably going to be banned, but I don't know. It's we didn't actually prepare the 10-deck format ourselves, so we'll see what strategies they ended up going for.
Yeah. So off the top of your head, you mentioned that Demon Hunter was going to be seeing universal bans, right? If you're given 4 classes to ban, it has to be one that's up there. What would you most likely expect for the other 3?
Warrior's probably going to be very up there as well. I would say Druid based on what we've heard about the Chinese scene and Druid being very popular. And even among the Grandmasters, even though Druid wasn't the primary ban, this is a 4-ban format. So you do have a little bit more leeway. You don't have to ban, I mean, you can't only ban Demon Hunter, you have to ban something else. So I believe Demon Hunter, Warrior, Druid, and then a fourth could be perhaps Hunter. Highlander Hunter has been very popular lately after the most recent wave of nerfs, just having a pretty good spread across the board. So if you want to try to knock out just the 4 standalone power level classes, I think those are the 4 I would look at.
I would also agree that for the vanilla types of bans, but of course, after the first ban is actually learned by the opposing team, then you get to convene with your team and figure out which are the next 2. So it's a first ban and then discuss, come back, ban the next 2 classes, discuss, come back, and then ban that 4th one. So there's a lot of mind games that can be going on between each and every single phase here, but we're going to hear a little bit more about that after this break. Thank you so much for joining us, Hacker. We're going to get into Constructed after this.
这个拉玛西亚亲信名啊，说这2位巴萨的选手在参加，问题就来了，格里兹曼和登贝莱有没有在边上看，是吧？
对，巴蛇是吧？
哎，是啊，你说这个格里兹曼，尤其登贝莱，一边看一边还各种吃东西，是吧？什么薯片啊，什么炸鸡啊，是吧？这味儿出来之后，有没有影响到选手？
就是我们传说中的 VIP 喷味啊！
对，是啊，格里兹曼还说呢，你这牌太丑了。有没有可能出现这种情况，影响他们的状态？
而且大家要注意时差的问题，对吧？就我们比赛的时间，其实，在西班牙当地刚好应该是吃午饭的时间就是我们有7个小时的时差，所以会不会是对啊？这种香味影响到了选手？哎呀，满脑子想的都是我一会儿要吃点什么呀那种感觉，
然后就想不到要去吃鸡了，是吧？
是，确实西班牙人这个生活作息是。他睡觉睡得非常晚，
对，
起床也起得晚，
夜生活那种
啊。通常他们是这个足球运动员训练下午3点开始，哎呦，这小风吹的特别舒服，你不想踢球也想去踢球，所以我觉得时差，哎，这个路遥讲的非常有道理。
请我们停止去替他们找理由，期待他们后面的表现了，对，因为我们今天的比赛还没有结束嘛，后面还有他们的这个卢宗组的比赛，哎，非常期待他们在卢宗组能不能够大杀四方，但是 RNG 也不是吃闲饭的，那我们也是可以来期待一下下面的比赛了。当然了，我们来回顾一下今天的我们棋综比赛结束之后的一个战队排名的情况。看到 A 组的战棋模式结束之后，取得最高分数的是 VK 战队是26分，而看到 TL 战队虽然是位列第2啊，但是他们的分数其实是非常接近的，仅只比 VK 战队是低了2分。然后看到第3位的 LT 战队是17分，然后 FCB 战队目前是8分。我说完8分，3位这么
说实话，
这么安静，
如果是我，
现场突然变得非常的尴尬，
我可能就把棋综这件事先忘了，我专心打好我的特长，就是构筑，就是卢宗的事儿。对，然后咱们应该是一个小组的前2晋级，对吧？
对。
那其实第3和第2目前2局过后的分差应该是在7分、6分这样，6、7分的样子。
对，
这个其实我觉得还是蛮有机会去追的，2、3之间的竞争。第1名的领先其实也没有特别大，
所以我们已经 pass 掉一支战队了。
是吗？这个我可不同意了。这个赛季，这个足球赛季，我说的是啊，西甲第1轮是吧？巴塞罗那上来对这个比尔巴鄂竞技这个老将阿杜里斯啊，一个世界波来了一记闷棍，是吧？但是至少在这个停摆之前，巴塞罗那是排名榜首的球队。
是。
只不过这个重启之后，突然说哎状态没了啊，最后是皇马逆转拿到了联赛冠军。所以我觉得尽管说啊这个棋综啊可能是这个涉世未深啊，下棋太少。边上2俱乐部队友不停的干扰，但是呢，比赛还没有结束，巴塞罗那不要放弃啊！
那当然了，除了我们刚才说到的巴塞罗那俱乐部可能需要后续的多多努力以外，我们要着重的夸一下今天的 VK 俱乐部，然后也是我们的 VK 俱乐部的戴安娜取得了非常非常好的个人成绩。接下来呢，我们把画面交给我们的采访主持人 Alan 来进行一个赛后采访。
大家好，这里是赛后采访环节，我是主持人 Alan 啊。那也是经过这个第一局的比赛，两局比赛都是 VK 战队吃鸡，同时都是同一名选手戴安娜。我们来连线一下他们的2名选手，来看一下他们今天对自己的胜利感觉如何。哎 ，Hello， 啊，恭喜啊，戴安娜，哎，这边先问到戴安娜，你在这个战队联赛的时候，棋综组第1周也是派出你出场，同时也是一上来就连吃2级，今天复制了当年的壮举，你现在感觉怎么样？
就希望后面不要拉垮嘛，因为战队联赛的时候就第1天吃了2级，后面成绩都一般般，就希望这次不要又是 复刻上次的情况。
也是调整过后，也是希望说自己不要像之前那个样子，一上来手很热，结果后面就开始疯狂打铁，是吧？
没错。
那好，那 KK 的话对自己对，虽然自己没有拿到连续2把都没有拿到说最棒的那一档的英雄啊，第一把是米尔豪斯，第2把的话是通过这个分立爵士变了一个时光龙，那都没有拿到很好的英雄情况下，成绩也就一般般，对自己的表现满意吗？
还不错，其实今天还不错，大部分的血都是给戴安娜打的。也值了
就是配合嘛，对吧？反正就是让他去吧啊。那这个经历了这么多 ，VK 其实从这个战队联赛到现在，其中组是除了 KK 你自己以外是变过一些人的嘛，就是你换过队友的。那现在重新迎来了戴安娜，他连吃2击，怎么说算是抬了你一手吧？你想不想他？
他肯定想了，我们是父子上阵，然后我这次带戴安娜来打，非常有信心。我这儿子还挺强的
就是负责喊666是吧？暂时是。
对。
但我们也看到，其实之前的话 ，Kimi 的表现也是有非常好过，也有我没记错的话是连吃2击的一个周末的。那也是之后加油，然后呢保持住自己的表现。那再次恭喜你们获得这个两连胜的一个开头，那
谢谢，
祝之后好运。好，欢迎你们来到我们的采访。好，那也是再次恭喜 VK 他们今天为VK， 尤其是他们的队长戴安娜为我们带来的精彩的表现。那我们现在把这个画面交给评论席。
传承闪耀荣光，愿你永远地绽放。所有的魔法都会快快变化，你要好好学习它。许多社团
教派对也挺多的，
全都欢迎你参加。学会神奇的魔法，会变成小亮开花。
跟着玩具足不要到处乱逛，
我的园长会让你长大。
开玩笑的，别当真。
你要正直诚实，永远不负光，统领学院是我的家。嘿，我爱他。
然后最不想碰到的话，可能是 WE 吧。他们经常下战旗的两个队员，确实叶吹和斯巴克林实力都非常强。
最不想碰到的还是 WE 的 ULA 爱队和 RNG 队长李神吧，好像感觉遇到他们就很少赢。
说实话，我没看我们的分组，因为我觉得分谁都一样吧，都差不多。
Nice. Okay. Let's see. May the best streamer win, and then afterwards, the trash talk is the best, I think, because then you can like make some fun.
我们组的像走夜路这种刚过万分的呀，包括像太子这种1万分出头一点的呀，我觉得都不对我们构成威胁啊。
我没有不想碰到的事，我都想碰一碰。没有什么让我觉得很厉害我不敢碰到的对手，没有，不存在的。国外战队的实力就很普通吧，我觉得他们对我应该构不成任何威胁吧。
I haven't really been Hearthstone in a year. I only started again recently, but honestly, I think Fairpoint still like leagues better than all the Chinese players.
巴萨不知道在不在我组，如果不在我们组，那我们就希望能决赛跟巴萨碰一碰嘛，因为巴萨不是踢球的嘛，是他的腿硬还是我的头硬？
众所周知，我踢球水平还可以的。
I will try to do my best with them.
吹宝啊！现在你在战队排行第1，看我世区杯怎么样把你打到第8吧。
让他打吗？我对上他的话胜算很大，因为我这个赛季打了2场赢了1场，他打了2场全都没赢。
我觉得我战旗成绩比他好得多了。
那我觉得世俱杯最可能夺冠的战队是 T1 吧。因为包扛处选手是我这次特级大师赛看下来表现最出色的选手。
Clearly, I think that T1 is going to win the tournament. We have some of the best constructed players, and we have some of the best PG players.
我觉得 IG 的夺冠希望最大。在真正的实力面前，毒奶是没有意义的。
标准模式的话，那可能没有我们队，那我肯定是觉得王师傅的 IG 是最有可能夺冠的呀。那战旗模式，我肯定是觉得我们队最有可能夺冠。
战旗夺冠的话，我肯定看好我们自己了，因为如果我们没有自信来打这个比赛，我们还不如回家养猪的，来打比赛干嘛？
我们战旗肯定能夺冠，我这版本超强。
我最看好哪支队伍夺冠，那肯定是我们队啊！我觉得他们都是来打酱油走个过场的，就是来目送我们夺冠的。
万众瞩目，巨势无双。大家好，欢迎大家来到2020年黄金世俱杯的比赛现场，我是主持人娇娇，
我是金向凯，
我是路遥。
Welcome back, everybody, to the Gold Cup World Championships. This is Gia and Nayara Sylvester. Thank you so much for joining us, Nay. How are you feeling today? We're going to cast some Constructed.
I'm so excited to be here with you, Gia. Well, we already saw an amazing games of Battlegrounds, so let's go into the Constructed now.
Yes, for our teams for Constructed Day 1, it is going to be RNG, FCB, and Liquid and Team IG. For the very first match, it's going to be FCB versus RNG. From the FC Barcelona team, Nay, who do you think is your favorite player?
Well, we follow Swedes for a while now from the Grandmaster, but I'm looking forward to see Blaze. Like, I only saw him on the Masters Tour, and he breaks through Masters Tour, like winning 2 in a row. That's absurd. So I'm looking forward to see how he is going to play. If he's going to play like on that style, like super fast, or if he will chill down to listen to the fellows of his team. What do you think?
From X-Blizes, you bring up a good point that we've seen him absolutely kill it in the Masters Tours, right? But outside of that, we don't hear very much from Blaze. He hasn't had the chance to play in GM just yet because his season hasn't started, but he will be an upcoming European Grandmaster. So outside of the Masters Tour ecosystem, this is going to be a big test to see if Blaze can really hold up to that reputation. Of course, alongside Swids and Jim, who are already European Grandmasters. That's a team that I think among the internationals, though, we still look at FC Barcelona as a relatively underdog compared to Team Liquid. We did some predictions as casters before this tournament started. Who among the international teams did you say is the best, Nate?
Yeah, I will go with Team Liquid for sure. Like we have amazing names for constructed and battlegrounds, and we didn't saw this with the Barcelona team on battlegrounds. They didn't went so well, so I don't know.
Yeah. Just for today, at least, though. But we cannot, of course, skip talking about the Chinese teams because RNG in particular, they have a very strong player in Liu who is, he recently had a great performance in MT APAC and has been active in the scene for many, many years. Now that we're switching to a format that the Chinese players are a lot more familiar with LHS, do you think that our players that we know a little bit better, do you think they can hold up?
Yeah, they will have to go ahead and try it because I remember when we had LTS on Grandmaster, the players kind of struggle with the format because they are not used to. So I think is the time for Chinese players show us how to do it.
Yeah, for sure. They are playing on their home turf and with the advantage in knowing how this very complicated format works. So, for anybody who's just joining us now, we have just finished the Battlegrounds portion of the day, and we're now heading into the first match of Constructed between FC Barcelona and Team RNG. And the format is going to be all 10 classes need to be submitted, a single deck list by each team, and then first of all, each team will ban one class away from the other team. They'll come back and reconvene, discuss, and then ban another 2 classes, same thing, and then ban a 4th class. And after that, 6 classes will remain on either side. And from there, you can actually pick any into a best of LHS. So there's actually going to be some decks that don't need to be played at all to get the win here. So starting off, what archetypes are going to be the strongest? Nate, what would be your number 1 ban priority here?
I think Warrior or maybe Highlander Hunter, like all of the teams bring Highlander Hunter, and we have a variation and between the warriors, right? Because there's the enrage, there's the egg one, the bomb one, the control one, and we will see it all. So I think we will depend on the strategy of the things, but mainly on the Highlander Hunter that after the nerfs got really, really strong.
Yes, Highlander Hunter, we saw it perform very well in Masters Tour APAC, or perhaps not have the highest win rate, but it was so universally brought that you had to have it in mind that at some point you're going to face off against Hunter. But that is not necessarily true for this format, where the most popular classes are likely to get banned out. Now, do you expect that we're going to be seeing less popular classes like Shaman or Paladin get picked?
I don't know because I think will depend which classes will stand, right? I don't think they will start with Paladin like never, but maybe if they left like Druid open or even Shaman open, I don't know, they can match on these matchups that will be favorable. But it has a team that have I call it a meta breaker paladin. That wasn't pure paladin. It wasn't Murloc paladin. It was the librarian paladin. So I don't know if they tested it and like it more than the Murloc one that we are used to, and we hope to see Murloc Pala. So let's see.
Meta Breaker Libram Paladin. I remember seeing a little bit of that in Masters Tour APAC with the crazy combo you can do with the Mount Sellers after all the Librams hit 0 mana. But looking at the deck list right now, it looks like both FCB and RNG have defaulted to Murloc Paladin for their lists. What do you think about this crazy tech I'm seeing here in FCB, Crazed Alchemist?
Yes, they are more like aggro ones. They doesn't have any consecration. They have hungry crabs, and so they are going through the aggro thing. And it's different than the RNG that they have a more standard list, right?
Yes, I'm not seeing hungry crabs there, so they're not necessarily expecting the mirror. And I'm also not sure what exactly the Crazed Alchemist is trying to hit. But do you think that because they're including hungry crab, that they will only use the paladin if they can queue it into a mirror?
Yes, probably right. Because it's not bad you eat some of your murlocs if it's a little one, but not what you're looking for, right?
Yeah, it's not the ideal situation. And because we are in last hero standing where after you lose with the deck, your opponent has to stick on the one that they're playing, unlike Conquest where they can switch around, it is very possible to go for counter queue strategies very head on here. And if I'm looking at any archetypes that can be used for counter queue in particular, I'd think of there has to be a very strong control deck on either of these lineups. But I'm looking at the Demon Hunters on both sides, and they're both tempo. Do you think it's a bit weird that nobody decided to go for a control Demon Hunter?
Yeah, I think the Tempo Demon Hunter is the right choice because you can kill and like it's strong even after the nerfs, right? So I think the right call for the last hero standing format. But I don't know if they will let the Demon Hunter open. It's kinda you can do like 3-0 with Demon Hunter nowadays.
It's true. That is a deck that's very likely to sweep. So even Language Hacker said the same thing. That's probably priority number 1 for banning. Although you said Warrior, I think those two are in the 1 and 2 slots. I think after the bans are done, I can see potential for classes like Rogue to still get a sweep. If Rogue manages to stay up, I think this is one of the classes that even after the nerfs has been very, very powerful. For Rogue, do you prefer the version that has the stealth package or the secret package?
Yeah, this weekend I played some open cups and I used the stealth package, but because I was expecting more aggro lineups, so the stealth one is better. But when you are expecting like priests and mages and something like that, I think the secret package is better for sure.
You brought up mage and priest, so I'm going to ask you again. For priest in particular, most people are going for Galakron priest, for example. But if we look at resurrect priest, that's probably one of the strongest options for a control deck. Where in last hero standing, you want to have decks that are more polarizing in order to get a good matchup. So, do you think that the Galakron priest is the ideal archetype for this tournament, or something else?
Yeah, I'm not used to play as priest. I hate priest very much. So, but what surprised me was we didn't see as much QB priest as I was expecting to see. But yeah, the priest guys, they say that the Galakron is really good, like the better archetype for sure.
Priest guys, I think I know who you're talking about. It's Zanananan Moya and that whole crew of priest mains. You mentioned Cube Priest. That's actually what I meant by Resurrect Priest, but I haven't changed my mind yet on how to actually refer to it because now it has the whole tempo package and everything like that. For this tournament compared to Masters Tour Asia Pacific, though, it's just a few weeks ahead, but there's also a big change that now Transfer Student is legal to be played in all of these decks. I'm sure you've done a lot of testing yourself with this card. Do you like it, Nai? What kind of list do you expect to see Transfer Student be played in?
I think Transfer Student, it has a good place on Highlander Hunter. And we are seeing it on some Highlander mages, but I think on Highlander Hunter is very fine, and it's a really good card when you get a good map. But again, I don't expect to see Hunters on the tournament, so.
But I'm interested that in the Rogue of RNG, they're actually playing one of Transfer Student, and this is not Highlander Rogue. It's the somewhat stealth package version, but they have a lot of one-ofs here. There is one of Devoted Maniac, one of Umbral Skulker, one of Questing Adventure, one of Faceless Corruptor. It might as well be a Highlander deck. What do you think about this Rogue, Nai?
Yeah, it's. I was analyzing it yesterday, and I was like shocked because they are using Devoted Maniac that we don't get to see him at all on those times, and they could put a Zephyrus on that deck.
Yes.
Because it has so few copies of duplicated cards, so yeah.
Yeah, I'm counting it right now. Seems to be only 7 cards that have 2 ofs here, and then the rest is 16 one-ofs. So I really don't know where their head is at for this particular deck, but I would be interested to see if maybe FC Barcelona will leave Rogue up because they feel a little less threatened by that. The other thing I wanted to about is Druid in particular. I learned from our resident Chinese helpful guy, Tony Liu, who is that Druid is one of the classes which has been so popular in the Chinese scene before the nerfs, but after the nerf to Fungal Fortunes, we could see some change in it. Do you like the version that has dragons that we've been seeing for a long time, or do you prefer the newer version that has the Malygos or even Onyxia at the top end?
Yes, we are not seeing the dragon package like the Onyxia and Malygos, as you said, but we are seeing the hybrid one with the Emerald Explorer. And I feel like this is the best version for now for Druid. The Fungal Fortunes got really strong in nerfs considerations. Like I bring up to the Master Tour on the APEC Master Tour, and I regretted so much.
Yeah.
Because we didn't have the time to test it. So when we play it, it felt really strong. I bring up the spell Druid, not the hybrid one, but it went really strong. But like Language Hacker said, the Chinese players love Druid, so I will not be surprised to see Druid being banned on the ban phase.
All right. Thank you for answering all of my incessant questions about these deck lists, Nay. It looks like we're ready to hop into the pick and ban phase, so we'll throw you So it turns out we only had a very brief glimpse of the bans here. I'm going to ask for a screenshot real quick from our lovely production crew, but it was nice that we saw the achievement list for some of the players right there. In particular, Zim is one of the newest grandmasters and perhaps one of the GMs that we know the least about, but he has definitely proven himself and had a very, very close run in with relegation, but managed to defeat Hunter Ace at the last hurdle. Do you expect Zim to be a performer in this tournament, Nai?
Yes, Zing, he came as an underdog, right? So I feel like he has a lot to prove to everyone. So I think he will manage to go pretty well on this one to show everyone that he has this spot because he deserves it.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny that we can call Zim an underdog because he's actually the first one to be on FC Barcelona, whereas his teammates joined a little bit later. For a lot of the international teams, there's actually some temporary people joining on Team Liquid. There's Dead Draw, and for T1, they have Zixo for the constructed portion. But we are going to be seeing for game 1 already, Zim is queuing up his Druid versus the Stealth Galakron Rogue from RNG Kylin. So this is actually seems to be a 50-50 matchup, which I'm a bit surprised about now. Do you think that it's actually a coin flip in terms of favor?
Yes, it's a coin flip, definitely. It's really even, this matchup. It will depend how Rogue will open, if he can put the early minions on the board and make some pressure on the Druid boards, and if Druid can get the ramps, right?
And the fact that Zim gets to play his Druid at all is very, very telling, I think, of how different the Chinese players see Druid now that we've had the bans go through. Because previously, they were sometimes banning Druid before Warrior, but now they've left it up even with 4 different bans. So they must have a good strategy to deal with it. But I'm so excited to see this strange rogue that we were talking about, the one of cards. We can see Transfer Student already. And oh my gosh, my board knowledge is being tested because I can't read the Chinese text.
Yes, we can see the lists here. Let me open, and we actually got the bans from our lovely production.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yes, and from the Barcelona side, we will not see Demon Hunter, Warlock, and Warrior. And from the RNG side, we are not getting see Priest, Druid, Warrior, and Warlock.
Okay. The priest ban is something I didn't necessarily expect, but maybe they have a plan for which they have a deck that they really don't want priest to run up against. But getting into this particular game, Kylan had that Spy Mistress start, always a good way to get the pressure rolling. And for Zim, though, he's hit the double overgrowths, but no card draw for now.
Yes, no card draw, but the Emerald Explorer will help with the fluid turns because he will ramp, and then make the Emerald. So, yeah.
Yes. For transfers, I'm still trying to figure out what this game board is, but it looks like the most natural play for Kylan is going to be that, because if he coins Miscreant, the rest of the curve becomes a little bit awkward. He does generate a lackey, though, because this is the Rise of Shadows board, and it's essentially like a mini Miscreant. And maybe the possibility for generating lackeys is another reason for including Transfer Student in Rogue, because it synergizes well with the rest of the lackey generation. For Zim, though, he could start removing this. Do you think the Transfer Student is threatening enough to warrant a claw?
Yes, it is, but for other side, he draws the Innervate, so he can decide to ramp now. But he will to 5, so I don't know if there's a point on that, and I think he is going to.
Yeah, even though the curve isn't completely smooth, I think Zim wants to get both of the ramp cards online before Kylan has time to develop a big threat. But that is a huge draw right now. He can play the questing and coin Praise Galakrond if he wants to put it up to a relatively healthy 4 life. Do you think that's too much of a use of resources?
No, I think it's really fine because it's the way you can get a win against Druid on the early game. He will go with it and will do a 4/4, so it's too hard to deal with that. And Zing doesn't have a way to do with that, actually.
One of the side effects of running the Dragon package is that you don't have as much removal. But instead of the Praise Galakrond, he's actually going for the Witchy Lackey, which I suppose makes more sense if he wants to get more health onto the board here. Doesn't actually improve any stats, though.
Yeah. Well, now he can remove it if he wants to, but it's not a really nice way. Like he can claw and Moonfire hero power, but a lot of mana, and he doesn't develop anything. Like he can't ramp or do the Emerald Explorer. So yeah.
Yeah, it's a very tough dilemma for Zim, but I think because you mentioned the only way to remove questing would make him float 3 mana. Personally, I'm leaning towards the Emerald Explorer, but Zim is going to go for the removal option instead. Do you agree with this?
Yes, because he can easily snowball and you can't get it. So I think it's the right call here. And for killing is not that bad because now he can combo the Miscreant and already generate the lackeys. He got a lot of tempo with this play.
Yeah. Not so much additional attack on the board, but it's enough to be annoying for Druid, right? Which is all you can ask for. But the Mount Seller for Zim enters the hand. Only 1 card to combo with it, though. Because it's only having 1 proc, I'm a little bit inclined to delay it. And you can see Zim weighing the options here. What do you think is the benefit if he goes for Emerald Explorer here before Mount Seller?
Yeah, the Mount Seller would be good because we are not on the flick curve yet, but since he has only one spell to combo with, I don't think it's good because it would usually die for the board, right? So yeah, and he could get a really good dragon against Rogue. It's one of the best to get it.
Yeah, Twin Tyrant is a great curve, and it also gives something to do for Zim later on if he still feels like he doesn't have enough spells with his Mount Seller. But for this turn, for Killen, he has the Faceless Corruptor to deal with the Emerald Explorer. It seems like it's gonna be... it feels bad to trade 2 4/4s into that. The prefers using something like Eviscerate.
I would go with the Faceless, I think, because it's a really good trade, but seems like he's going to value with the spell lackey. So let's see, but it's not a really good choice, right?
I guess the Deadly Poison is what I'm looking at because Daring Escape feels like too much negative tempo for Killen here. Unfortunately, he doesn't have enough mana to dagger up Poison and go for the Eviscerate, so he still has to trade some of his board, but he ends up still with a decent amount of damage. Oh, the dagger here instead of a lackey means that Twin Tyrant has some better targets here.
Yes, and here, I don't know, but I like it to use the Cobalt Lackey to generate the damage and be with more board, but he didn't want to, so yes, now the Tyrant will be rough for killings.
But Zim also has the option again to go for Mount Seller now because he has 2 spells available. Do you like being patient with it again?
Yes, I think so. Mainly because now you have the option to have a flick on board, right? So you can wait to generate more things. And 410 is really tough for Rogue to get in.
Point that if Zim is thinking if Killen has Flick, Sky Shiv to deal with a minion, he might bait it out onto the Twin Tyrant and maybe create a safe path for the Mount Seller. So he also doesn't lose very much by waiting with the Mount Seller because he can still pull out a victory later on as long as he stays at a pretty healthy life total. For Killen though, there's an option to go for Faceless once again alongside a Lackey. Do you like just going for the full clear with the Kobold and Faceless?
Yes, I think it would be not the right play, but it would be a nice play, but this is terrible. Yeah. But it's too responsive, right? And you don't want that.
Yeah. I think from Killen's perspective, he's trying to be aggressive because Zim is below 15 health now, and Killen has to expect at some point there's going to be an overflow or a Mount Seller coming down, doesn't have that much time. But with Killen's terrible evolve outcome, doesn't get any Death Rattle because it didn't have the battle cry to begin with, he's now forced to go on the aggressive. Okay, it's go time for Zim.
Yes, and this is a really nice draw for Zim. Like, he can make 3 spells and buff it all the rabbit, no. And I think he has to taunt the Tyrant, right?
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense to taunt the minion that is threatening, but not the Mount Seller, so that Killen has to choose between, or he has to go through a shield before he can actually get rid of the most scary minion there. But 2 Desert Hares summoned, maybe that's a little bit of RNG to balance out Killen's bad evolve summon.
Yeah. Another taunt to protect it, but I don't think it's enough for Killing to go through this board. Unless he draws some Eviscerate and generate another Cobalt Lackey. It's possible. But has a lot of damage already on the board. I don't know. I think this is it, Gia.
It really does look like it. Zim gets an additional card draw with his Overgrowth, even if it's not a Savage Roar for lethal. Killen has to put together a lot of damage to deal with this board. Maybe the Kronk's AoE can help him a little bit, but the nerf to Galakrond also is playing a big part in how much mana that Killen is able to cheat out on the following turn.
Yes, and this is it. He doesn't have the Savage... Oh, he has now. But he doesn't have mana, but like you said, the only option here is to draw Kronks and survive another turn, but this way the Mount Seller would be alive anyway, so I don't think it will be possible.
So Zim here actually had an interesting decision whether he wanted to commit the second Iron Bark there, because he wouldn't get immediate minion value because his board was full. And he could be saying, if I get board swept, maybe you can save the Iron Bark for the second Mount Seller. Do you like that he goes all in with it this turn?
Yes, I think so. You almost can't get a lose from here, right? But yeah, this will do it, Gia.
Yeah. Yeah, the Kronks and the Shadow Step. Oh yeah, you're right. The top deck actually means that Keelan is able to take the win from almost nowhere. I thought Zim had that win, but we were not paying that much attention, I guess, to how much damage Keelan had available to him already. Absolutely huge there that Keelan manages to take that. I think in the middle, he already felt like he lost after he got that bad evolve. Do you think there was anything Zim could have done to be a bit more aggressive? I'm thinking back to holding onto the Mount Seller for that long.
I don't know. I thought I like it the way Zim played. I think I would play like him, but he doesn't draw the crystal powers, right? So it's or overflow. So he was too low in healthy, and they managed to get what the rogue needs on this matchup to be aggressive and be on the range of Kronks and the Cobalt Lucky.
Yeah. I have to say, I can't be too results oriented. I also like the way Zim played it. Holding onto the Mount Seller at the time seemed like it was totally fine because he was so far ahead on the board. But I think Keelan also did a very good job of recognizing when he had the bad evolve that the board play was not an option anymore. He didn't go for the Faceless Corruptor to take the trades. Instead, he just shipped that Deadly Poison to the face before the taunts could come online for Zim. And that ultimately gave him enough damage later on because Zim didn't have the time to draw in drawer. So that's going to be game one in favor of Keelan S. And that is already putting FC on the back foot because in Last Hero Standing, as soon as you take the first loss, it already feels like, oh, if it just goes back and forth, I'm just going to lose 2-3. In your experience, Nai, is there a way to kind of turn the momentum in your favor in Last Hero Standing?
Yes, I think so. Knowing which class your opponent will go, you can go with or try to go with a counter. But here for Zin, I don't know if he actually has one because he has the mirror and I don't know because the classes remaining aren't that good against Rogue.
Yeah,
against against Rogue.
That's right. If we recall, the bans that were taken away from FCB are Demon Hunter, Hunter, I just assumed it's Highlander immediately, Warlock, and Warrior. So in terms of what actually has a good chance against Rogue, I'm thinking about possibly even Priest at this point, because Paladin is not going to really win if they have a couple backstabs to start. Mage is a little bit too slow in my opinion. But maybe it's an okay option. So between Mage and Priest, which would you prefer?
I think Priest, because they can generate. Well, to be honest, on this weekend, I lost 2 Open Cups as Rogue playing against Mages. So I don't know.
But going off of stats,
Mage have some shenanigans that they can do. So, and yeah, Mage. As you can see, I don't like classes that can do that high roll with some RNGs.
Right.
But yes, but they can go with it for sure.
Yeah, well, this is a team name that's actually RNG, so we cannot knock that out. Of course, it stands for Royal Never Give Up, guys. Doesn't stand for anything different. But for FCB's choice of counter Q, I have to agree that I think Priest is a pretty good pick at this point. It was kind of a debate for a while between Rogue and Priest, what's actually favored. But I think towards the middle of Grandmasters, the casters kind of settled on Priest being the favorite in that matchup, and that was even before the nerfs to Galakron. So after the Rogue Galakron has now been weakened a little bit, I can only imagine Priest still performs well there. So looking at FCB's particular Priest list, I think that there's nothing too weird in there and they can still get it. But we can see Swids' career prize earnings so far. It looks like Swids will be the next player. What do you think about Kylan's play so far?
Yeah, so yeah, we can see Swedes now because he doesn't want to play Battlegrounds, right? With some of the interviews, he said, I will left to this with my teammates. So yeah, we will get to see Swedes here. And let's see which class he will go, right?
Mm-hmm. Keelan, so far, I think I've been pretty impressed with what we've seen of him on that Rogue, but I think if we are going to see a Priest versus Rogue matchup, it's really going to test your stamina, which, funnily enough, is not one of the attributes here, as we see our player breakdown of strengths. I love that we got this on the Chinese broadcast. Over in yellow, we see that Swids is looking like a very well-rounded player here. Do you think that his strength is particularly in decision-making?
Yes, I think Sweets is really good at decision making on this last Grandmaster season. He went so well, so I think so. I don't know which would be the graphic for his teammates, but yeah, for Sweets for sure.
Would be funny. I mean, we did get the word now that Highlander Mage is what Team FCB will be queuing up against Rogue, which I am surprised about because according to the stats, Mage is slightly unfavored. You did mention Mage chance of pulling out some shenanigans with puzzle boxes, but I still feel like Priest overall is more consistent against Rogue. What do you think, aside from puzzle, is the main advantage for playing Mage versus Rogue?
Yes, Mage can be that class that can build big boards and Rogue can't just deal with. So it's okay. It's not the right choice that I would make. Like you said, the Priest, I think it would be safer. But yeah, it's okay. And the Mage for Sweets is more aggro-teched. So maybe it's the strategy for them.
Yeah, it's a good point. What particular cards in this mage do you say makes it more tech towards aggro?
The Flame Ward, the Bone Wrath, the Rust Street Raider, like they are really good tech cards against aggro early game, right?
Yeah. It's a good point you bring up because a lot of Highlander mages these days are cutting Flame Ward and just opting for Ice Barrier, but it does make it so that there are two things to be pulled from the Ancient Mysteries if Team FCB are running that in the list. It appears to not actually be in their list, but they have Transfer Student in their mage, so that's also something we could see.
Yes. Well, not a really good start for killings. But not a surprise, right? They only use Alpha or a Cat and not that much on the 1 mana curve, so
Swids picks up Solarian on curve. Man, if he didn't draw that, I was gonna ask you a controversial question, Nayara. Do you ping face there as mage to play around Seal Fate?
I think so.
Your own face, you would ping it if you didn't have Solarian?
Probably.
Wow, okay.
As a rogue player, I know how this can be so disgusting. Now I will have to use the seal on my own face or on my minions, so it's
okay. I love it. A controversial answer because in APAC GM we actually saw Flurry do the same thing in that spot, but not all of us agreed with it. I think Daruk and I had a very vigorous argument about that. But that's a talk for another day because Swizz has arrived at a nice coin turn between Twilight Drake and Mana Saber. Which do you prefer here?
I think the Mana Saber is really fine because you can go back with your hump. So yeah, it's really good here.
Curves really nicely into the Rusty Raider for the next turn if he wants it. Has picked up Questing Adventurer, but because the Mana Saber is stealthed, he doesn't actually have a good way to build the questing to a health total where it can't actually be answered on board. So are you looking at Seal Fate instead here?
Yes, I think so. Or he can go with the 3 mana drop, but it would be really low of health unless he wants to go with the backstab, but I don't think it's a viable play here.
Yeah, questing dead to a trade on board if it gets played, but maybe it's necessary, as you mentioned, just to build it to around 3 health to damage the Mana Saber to a little bit more. He could bring it up all the way to 4 health if you like, as you said with the backstab, but at most that's just gonna take an additional ping from Swids to deal with.
Yeah.
Gonna go for the
and he is buffing the questioning.
And this turn from Swids is super clean. Can take a value trade, play the Rusty Raider, and still end with the full board control. But I guess the way that he trades is a bit interesting. So there's an option to keep more health on his Mana Saber. Would you prefer that?
Yes, I think I would trade the Mana Saber on the Pirate for sure. Because the Rust Street have more health, and you want to keep your Mana Saber with a lot of health. Unless your opponent use an Eviscerate there, but if your opponent has used a Eviscerate there, you are not in a bad place. It means 2 mana wasted on a minion, so it's really fine.
I would have to agree. And now Swids has built up a very problematic board for Keelan to deal with. Both of them damaged, so they can't get backstabbed, can't get seal fated, but at the very least Keelan can use his Eviscerate to deal with the Mana Saber. Among these dragons, I'm definitely looking at Waxadread for the next turn, and Keelan agrees. Did you like that over the evasive Draconid?
Yes, for sure. It's really strong against Mage, because Mage has some removals, but not too much removal. So if you are able to revive it, a lot of times it's really annoying.
Yeah. I think that's a good point you bring up, because Mage's removal, it seems like a lot at first, especially with the Tortolan Pilgrim to duplicate those effects and Amazing Reno. But when we look at this matchup, it actually goes a lot longer than it might seem on the first glance. As a rogue player, now, do you prefer to take this to the long game value with the rogue, or is it better to take an aggressive approach against mage?
Yes, I like the long-term playing, but the hand of killings is not helping him. Like, he doesn't have a card draw, he doesn't have super strong turns, and for sweet sides he actually has. Like, he now is going with the Imprisonate, but when we came to the 8 mana thing, he will go really strong there.
Right. Decides to just develop that dormant minion, even though it's not really gonna get much value from the AoE. It's still gonna pop out as a 4/5 later on. For Keelan, though, that's a huge draw.
Against Rogue, it's really nice because of the lackeys. So it's a really good card in general.
Cleanup duty. Well, Keelan had some very sorely needed card draw back to back there. Picks up both the Greyheart Sages, and now he has one of the power cards in hand, the Heist Baron Togwaggle. Gonna take a bit for it to get online because Keelan still needs to play either of his invokes to get a lackey, but he will be able to fight back because Swids is now starting to hit a relatively dead turn. Best thing he can do is play the Twilight Drake and stall for a bit.
Yes, he can play the Twilight Drake and make a ping to prepare the Imprisonate for the next turn, but of course Killing can trade on the Drake. So yeah, but as I was mentioned, the hand of Killings wasn't good, but now it's really good. The thing is, he has to use his Maniac or his Seals to make a lackey and then Togwaggle on next turns. But it's looking good.
Yeah, you mentioned that you want to go for Togwaggle immediately next turn, but it's not so straightforward in my opinion because the Devoted Maniac and the Seal of Faith don't give him additional board presence, right? The Maniac immediately to the Observer. So do you like that he ends up going for Waxodread instead here and delays the Tog plan?
Yes, it's really settle for Killings go to this kind of strategy. The thing is, on the next turn, to deal with the Imprisoned plus the Siamat will be a really rough for him to make all the plays and trades. But yeah, maybe we will see the Maniac entering now to make a trade.
Yeah,
let's see.
I see a full clear with the Seal of Fate, Maniac, and the Backstab, and his Hero Power and trade. It is going to be not really a huge tempo swing in favor of Keelan. You can at most develop a Lackey after that. So that's going to be worrisome going into the 8 mana turn from Swids, but he will at least have the Lackey online to pair with Togwaggle for next turn.
Yeah. Yes, but let's see if he will go with Togwaggle because it's a good turn for Swids go either with the any 8 mana and it's a really good spot for using Flick at.
Yeah. Power of Creation, best answered by Flick, and also the 2 elementals best answered by Flick. I'm glad you brought that up. It's a funny interaction there. But Keelan also has timed the Lackey at a great spot where if Swids wants to go for either of those 8 mana spells, he won't have the mana left to ping the Lackey, and so the Tog is available. So it's going to be a choice for Keelan to make here. Hoggers look like they can be very annoying for Rogue.
Yeah. Yes, but not that much, right?
Well, if you're worried about Flick, my argument is that at least this will leave 2 minions that you can't immediately flick.
Oh, but this top deck is really good as well.
Oh, yeah.
To deal with.
So a tough decision for Keelan if he wants to delay this wand for a little bit longer and get the nice flick value, or if he says that these Hoggers are not threatening enough, or I can rely on my top deck cards to deal with them.
Yes. And like I said, Gia, you don't have rush as a rogue player, right? Like you can control it, you know all the outs of mage, so yeah, you can prolong a little bit.
Yeah, Rogue is not in a rush at all, and if Keelan's draws off of the potential one that turn were lackluster, say if he didn't draw any removal, suddenly the Hoggers keep multiplying, right, and the problem gets bigger. So I don't mind that Keelan delays a little bit more. He's not under any pressure, and now Swids can go for yet another power turn. Oh wow.
Yes, but he knows that Flick's on his hand, so I think he will go with Alexstrasza.
Dragoncaster with the Deep Freeze later on could be very scary, but I also agree that Swids can get that nice dragon online, and then he can set up to put all of his strats on board at the same time. The 2 cheap dragons along with the 2 water elementals, and Rogue, if they don't have Galakron into Kronks available just yet, will have a very hard time dealing with that.
Yes, it wasn't like that good dragons that Swedes wanted to see, but it's really fine. And now we have Galakron for killing.
Fully invoked as well. That is an insane draw. And he picks up not the highest impact cards, but honestly any card draw from Galakron puts him in a great spot now.
Yeah. And do you accept that?
Yeah, that was what I was gonna ask as well. It gives him a lot of tempo, of course, but I feel like he would rather save the sap for a turn when he's also presenting counter lethal. So because Keelan has a lot of health and I don't mind that he leaves this on board another turn, and then he can save the sap to be paired with the Flick, for example, on the next turn, and then he can set up counter lethal, not giving Swids the time to redevelop the card that got sapped.
Yeah. Yes, and it's a board with little minions, but it's really annoying, right?
Yeah. Kind of makes you wish he had another observer. And on top of that, Swids has to worry about a random plague card that was generated by this transfer student. Plague of Murlocs is yet another removal option for Keelan, which Rogue shouldn't normally have to deal with. Swids is choosing to let her rip on the Solarian Prime, though. Oh, nice clear.
Yeah.
Oh, that's going. No, not face.
But the full clear and a priest.
That's a huge problem, actually. If the Fireball had gone face, then the Cone of Cold would definitely have to hit Keelan's minions. But because there are no more opposing minions, the Cone of Cold has to hit Swids' own board, which is an inconvenience, to say the least.
Yeah. Order.
Alright, so Swids has not developed any duplicate minions, so the Flick is still not Keelan's first instinct here, but I'm looking at this Plague of Murlocs and seeing if it could make this board a lot easier to deal with.
Yes, because it's a really big board and Keelan doesn't have Kronks in hand to deal with. So yeah, I think we may see the Plague of Murlocs join the game.
And if he gets any duplicate Murlocs, that's a Flick combo. Doesn't have to worry about any secrets. That was a quest that was played, not a secret, so not a problem for Keelan there. I guess he's just planning out what's he gonna do with the rest of his turn. It could be Plague of Murlocs into Witchy Lackey into the Togwaggle, but I think he has to react to how threatening are the Murlocs that get gen from this. It could be anywhere from a 2-1 to a 4-4, I think. Okay, War Leader has to go.
Oof. Yeah, but he can trade with the weapon. It's not like the play you want to do because of your weapon you want to go face. But maybe he has to. He doesn't get to attack.
That is a case of roping there. I think you can pretty clearly see from Keelan's expression that he wanted to attack, whether it be to the face or to the Murloc War Leader. But now Swids has a window to try and pull this back. Amazing Reno drawn. Don't think it's the play for this turn because he can just take nice trades on board and then develop with his deep freeze if he wants, but he still knows the flick is in hand. Do you see any options with the Conjure's Calling instead, maybe?
I don't know, because it's a good board, like it has the synergy, so I don't think the Conjure's Calling will enter, but he's trying to get the 5 damage on his face for sure, so maybe he will freeze the Togwaggle and go all face. But yeah, the Togwaggle can make some stuff here because of Kronks, right?
Yeah, I was actually looking at trading into the Togwaggle, but Swids goes for the Conj onto a 2-cost minion. Very aggressive use of it, but I think he recognizes since he doesn't have a dragon, he won't actually have a good target for the Conj in the near future.
Yeah.
Keelan picks up Edwin Van Cleef. Gonna let her rip with the wand after testing for the secret. And the Waxadread gets its first revival. This could be a big turning point for Keelan S now.
Yes.
The one Umbral Skulker.
Yes, the Exer going through, he can't get 3/0 mana cards. So it's kind of brutal here, but with the Faceless, he can control a lot more the board, and now with this Lucky, he will control everything.
If this were on ladder, you know that I'm playing this Umbral Skulker and getting my coins and getting my huge Edwin, but this is not ladder, and the card Reno exists, so if Keelan is playing this Umbral Skulker, I think he has to be careful about going all in with the Edwin.
Yes, but I think
he's doing it!
Oof.
Is he coining Shadow Step? Coin 1 mana Shadow Step? No, of course you don't.
No.
But that would be so funny if he did.
Yes, but I think you opened a really good window to Reno here. I think I would not go into that. Like this board with the Faceless and the Dragon, it was already threatening, right?
Right. I have to agree. I feel like Keelan maybe got a little too excited there, but that is a huge pickup. Alex Straza with coins? What nerf knife? There's no nerf.
There's no nerf, Gia.
And because the deck has so many one-offs to begin with, it's pretty much easy activation for a Highlander card. This rogue deck is crazy.
Yeah.
Okay. Swids has an opportunity to go for Dragoncaster here, but he's still hesitant to play Deep Freeze because of those flick in hand.
Yes, he has the Rolling Fireball though to control a little more the Alexstrasza, but he can go with the Frost Nova if he wants to freeze. He has to be careful about his life total right now.
Even at 25, if you leave up an 8/8 minion, rogue can sometimes go crazy. I was also looking at an option of Frost Nova plus Dragoncaster so that he could use the second half of Conjure's Calling on the Dragoncaster, but decides to use it on the Bone Wraith instead, and he gets Nightshade Matron. That is an incredible outcome here. Swids, however, knows that Keelan has a dragon in hand, so he's going to be a bit careful about how he trades into the Chrono Breaker.
Yeah, I think he will trade on Alexstrasza and freeze the 5/4, the 4/5. So.
He can actually, this might be greedy, but I was looking at an option to freeze the Alexstrasza and then trade the 1/1 actually, given that the Chrono Breaker, if there's a ton on board, can't immediately kill itself off. But Swids is going with the safer option, can't blame him for that, and Keelan gets the curve out with another Twin Tyrant.
Yes, he is putting a lot of pressure here. I don't know if Mage will be able to survive, Gia.
This is the late game strategy that we were talking about in the beginning, where if Rogue gets the Galakron on a timely notice, they can generate lackeys, the lackeys generate dragons or spells, and sometimes they can just outlast the removal from Mage here. So for Swids, are we already looking at a desperation play? The Solarian has been used, but the puzzle box is still in the deck. Tortolan Pilgrim is in hand. Do you think it's time, Nai?
Yes. It's time, Gia, because this board isn't looking good.
Well, there's also Nova Doomsayer, but he could be a puzzle box gamer if he believes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's gonna be Dragoncaster for now, so could still just be a little bit more delay. Swids can try to thin his deck out a little bit more. I'm not sure how many spells are left, but Puzzle Box has to be getting close to guaranteed.
Yes, he is trying to get some time here. And he's right, because if he has a lot of spells on his deck, it's the right choice, I think.
I didn't notice that Keelan had so few cards left in his deck. Oh my goodness. Already onto Fatigue. So Switch just needs to delay a little longer. That's why we saw him hold on to that Frost Nova, realizing that with 2 Ray of Frost, he actually removes most of the attacking damage already. But Keelan has now complete rush to remove this Doomsayer. He cannot give initiative back to Swids. He's going for board buff, I assume.
Yes, and he has to trade on Doomsayer, but now he has a full board and sweet. Okay.
1 mana Shadow Step.
Coin 1 mana Shadow Step seems good.
Yep. Yeah, I think Keelan has accomplished most of what he needed to do. Rain of Fire is the Reno spell. It's a little bit significant, removes an annoying taunt in the way, but I still think Swids, if he's not gonna Nova, he needs to box.
Yes, this is really rough for Swids. Let's see.
I mean, he has second Ray of Frost, and the Rolling Fireball could remove, I think, a fair amount of damage from the board, but there would still be at least 2 6 attack minions able to damage him. So Swids is not taking the risk there. Gonna clear out that taunt.
Yes, and here Killings doesn't have space on the board to work with like miscreants and lackeys and discover a lot of things. So yeah, I think will be a tie.
Yeah, going for complete defense mode for Keelan here, but the fatigue clock is ticking. Oh my gosh! What was that? Guy.
Yes.
This is just lethal, it has to be, right? Apexis
Yes.
Blast, trade, go face, and there's the fatigue. What is that flame strike?
Yes, Reno MVP of this matchup.
Okay, to be fair, I think there was still lethal even without that because of the 2 removal spells on the taunts, but that was a very flashy way to go about it. So Swids manages to pull off the supposed unfavorable and turns the series back in FCB's favor. For now, it's a 1-1 score.
It's a 1-1 score, Gia, and now let's see what RNG team will bring up, because they have some spicy classes to bring up. Like they have the Hunter open, and against Mage, we already know this matchup, right?
Yeah, you're right. Hunter has been left up by FC Barcelona, and that is shocking to me because we were talking about how Hunter is one of the most popular classes. They also have Demon Hunter available, and that just, I don't know how you can ban classes and one of them is not Demon Hunter, but clearly FC Barcelona has some strategy that we are not seeing on the surface. Maybe it can come to light later on, but between Demon Hunter and Hunt, which would you queue against Mage?
I think whatever. Both are really good against Mage. Like, since we have the Highlanders archetypes from Mage and Hunter, we know that Hunter is really favorable against Mage. But Demon Hunter is like a beast against Mage, because most of the times Mage can't stop the aggressivity from the Demon Hunter. But as we said, the Mage of Barcelona has a lot of removals and aggro tech cards, so I don't know. I think they will go with Hunter.
I have to agree with you there because that particular mage list is running Flame Ward and also Imprisoned Observer, which are very good at dealing with Demon Hunter's early threats, particularly the Satyr Overseer. I think that that would cue RNG to use Hunter first in this particular counter queue. And the Highlander Hunter, we keep saying it's very favored against mage. Can you tell me what particular cards are the best against mage, Nai?
Well, let me see we don't have the list complete here.
Oh yeah, it's
so
a little
I
cut
don't
off.
know if they are actually use Nagrand Slam or Alexstrasza, but I think Bran is a really good card, of course.
Yeah.
So we will have to wait to see. On my notes, I made the note. Well, this doesn't matter because we will not see Hunter playing here, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would not have expected to pay close attention to Highlander Hunter either because I thought it'd get banned. But I have to say, even with the deck list only available here, just the fact that Stormhammer is there for Hunter, that's the big one for me. That continuous damage to mage, their healing is so limited. We saw that there was just armor from Reno, and sometimes you can time your Zephyrs nice, but a lot of the times mage's defense relies on freezing, making sure that the minions can't attack. But if Hunter doesn't have minions, sometimes they still have burst spells, they have their hero power, they have Stormhammer, and that's why Hunter is overall such a favorite in this matchup. But if mage is going to take the win, I think there's still some chance there if they get an early escape mana saber. So from the perspective of mage, what do you think is their best strategy, Nai?
Yes, I think mage have to have a strong curve, like with Doomsayer on the beginning, even transfer student to make a board. The Ray of Frost is a really good card on the early game. The Flame Ward helps a lot, but as you said, like the Mana Saber is a really strong card, and Twilight Drake is a really good card. So it's not like Hunter has already lost here, and we don't know if they will go with Hunter yet, right?
Yep. It is still a mystery. Of course, our teams can discuss with each other what the queue is going to be and also who is the player that will be piloting these decks, at least from the side of RNG, because Swids will be continuing on. He got the win, and it looks like we're going to hear from Liz coming up next, which is another player that has been participating in the Masters Tours, so no slouch in himself. We can see that he actually ended up third in Masters Tour Seoul last year. No small feat at all. And that's actually the tournament where two of Swids' best friends in the French scene actually became grandmasters.
Yes. So we are seeing now the graphics. What do you think?
Yeah. Liz has apparently full marks for experience and decision making, and I have to agree from the experience front. He's been grinding away in the Chinese scene and in the international scene for a long time. Decision making, I want to see if he can live up to that here. As the international casters, we didn't actually put in our ballots for the Chinese players, but I can only assume this is how the Chinese casters evaluated them. And we now have Highlander Mage versus Highlander Hunter as we predicted, but am I reading this win rate graphic right, Snai?
Yes, I'm confused. Yeah.
I'm also shocked. There is no way that Hunter is this unfavored against Mage, unless we're supposed to read it the other way around.
Yes,
but the other thing is, this doesn't add to 100%.
Yes, even because Hunter didn't get nerfed and Mage did, so I don't know if these stats are...
Wait, I mean, they both got a little nerfed in terms of Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, but in terms of class cards, you're right. Of course, Dragon Caster nerf hurt Mage a little bit, so maybe we were reading those stats a little bit wrong a while ago, or maybe this is specific to GTC and GCWC only, and we've seen some variants. But either way, I still think the Hunter is still favored here, especially when they're opening with that Zephyrs for Liz.
Yes, they doesn't have a 1 mana curve yet, but it's a really good beginning.
Yeah. 2, 3, 4. But Swids also has two of those cards we were talking about that are so important for this matchup. Doomsayer early leading up into a Mana Saber that's uncontested. But Liz has, easy numbers to count up from.
Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4.
And because if Swids decides to go for Doomsayer here, the Zephrys could come in huge to just give silence or an immediate answer into the Doomsayer. But Swids is going to be patient with it because I think most likely because he has that Frost Nova that he can pair with the Doomsayer later on.
Yeah, or even the Ray of Frost that he top decked. So I don't know if you want to Zephyrs here because your curve is low, so I don't think you need to ramp. And you already have a 3 mana drop with Animal Companion.
Yeah, it's a good point because Zephyr essentially for immediate usage is just going to be a 3-2 and the value added is just that aggressive potential. The additional Animal Companion that Liz could pick up here optionally from Zephrys if you were to play it would not be impactful until after the 4 mana turn because that's when Liz would have the time to play it again. And that's why we see him going for the natural Animal Companion and holding on to Zephrys for more immediate value.
Yes, and here he has the Arcane Breath, but he doesn't have a dragon on hand.
This could be the Doomsayer turn for Swids though. Just with Ray of Frost, it's very difficult for 2 damage to get through the Doomsayer on 3 mana for Hunter, but Liz is gonna be so happy that he held onto his Zephrys here.
Yeah, and I think he has to use it, right? Because it's not like a super board, but it's a board that you want to hold on.
Yeah, tempo is so important in this matchup. If he gives Swiss initiative, even though he loses very unthreatening minions, it's kind of like saying, I'm allowing Swids to answer this board and the next board, because if he plays Mana Saber or Bone Wraith, and then there's a Conjurer's Calling that comes down, that's pretty much all downhill for the Hunter there. So we're going to see Liz expend some mana first and try to maneuver Zephrys into giving silence 100%.
Yes. Yes, and there's a while that Zephyr is reading well the Doomsayer, so no problem here.
Doomsayer is one of the few minions without a keyword that Zephrys does read. It's a special case.
Yes.
And now that kind of ruins Swids' plans because he was expecting, I can have a clear board, play my Mana Saber, and go pretty easily from there. But now there's a lot of damage staring him down. If he wants to just play Mana Saber, it's going to cost him so much HP. Looking at deviating, maybe he can set up the Observer, even though it's going to take a while to get on.
Yes, but even with the Observer is a lot of damage we are seeing on this board. Unless he wants to go with the Observer and the Breath, the Arcane Breath.
Yeah, Arcane Breath feels bad to use there because of no dragon, but I understand that Swids needs to save his HP a little bit there. And he just goes to set up preemptive board clear. And to be fair, he can stall for a couple turns until the Observer is active because he has so much freeze in hand.
Yeah.
So here for Liz, the Bone Wraith and the Bone Chewer Brawler actually put the same amount of attack on board. So do you favor fitting in the hero powers here or just staying on curve?
I think you stay on curve. It doesn't die for the Observer. Like the 2 mana you can ping and then set to the Observer anyway.
Right.
So I like this.
Yeah, it's a good point. Bone Chewer Brawler.
And I like the positioning because of the rolling fireball.
Yeah, good catch. Positioning it next to the Divine Shield makes it so that Swids can't just clear 3 minions at once. But that's a pretty good top deck now. Rustied Raider can clear the first half of the Bone Wraith, put a taunt in the way for RNG List, and also just buy him more time to clear with the Observer next turn.
Yes. But Swids is almost always answering, so I don't know if he can get through this board, right? Because even if he goes with the observer on the next turn, then Lise can go with the dragon that has 5 health, and then Varanus just set up a board to clear on the next turn. So yeah.
It does look like Swids is playing from behind, but I see that the game plan here is just trying to survive until Deep Freeze, right? So obviously he would want to play the Mana Saber to get that out a bit sooner, but if he plays Mana Saber this turn, it's still not available next turn. So that's why my line of thinking is it's Rusty this turn into Mana Saber Ray of Frost next turn, just survive, and then end with the Deep Freeze. But Swids is going for a different play altogether, which is just Frost Nova ping and try to get the most value out of the observer right now. I'm very surprised by this.
Yes, me too, because the Nova, you want to keep it as long as you can, but it was a lot of pressure and you are already with 19 of health. So let's see what's the line of play of Lise here. He can go with the dragon, but he is afraid of the next steps for Swedes for sure.
Yeah. But among the 3 minions he can play, the dragon is the most resilient against Observer, and I don't think he can afford to just pass, so I would also lean towards that. I guess looking at Swids' turn again, he held on to Rusty Raider because if he played it, RNG List can actually trade off his minions into the Raider, and so Swids would end up getting less value from his Imprisoned Observer, so that must be the reason why he held on to it.
Yes, for sure. And here he prays for Swedes doesn't have a rolling fireball.
Yep.
This would be insane. But he doesn't have.
Very clean here. So again, it's a crossroads for Swids. The Rusty Raider looks like it would be the best use of mana, but I think he really wants to get down the Mana Saber to prepare for Deep Freeze next turn.
Yes. And now you have Alexstrasza, so you have to build up a board here.
So between those two options, also another option if you go with the Mana Saber route, if you play 1 Ray of Frost or 2 Ray of Frost or even just ping. I don't think he can get away with just pinging. I think he has to freeze the 6-3. But do you think he'll also use the second half to freeze the 3-3?
Oh, yeah, it seems like he's going to ping.
Wow.
And Mana Saber.
Man, that seems like a lot of health that he'll use if he's not freezing anything here.
Yeah.
Wow. So RNG Liz has a chance to get rid of a great minion here, but the Doomsayer he silenced is actually coming back to bite him a little bit in terms of Rotnest Drake's snipe potential.
Yes, and do you trade first or you only go with another curve like the dragon you draw now and another drop 2? But he's going to, yeah.
Do you trade at all is my question. I don't know. I feel like 2 out of 3 times this hits a pretty good target. And if it doesn't kill the Mana Saver, so be it. You can still put Swids down to 12 HP. That's pretty good for Hunter. A few pings away and maybe some top deck spells. But he has to know that Mage is going to get something powerful online going into the next turn.
Yeah.
Ooh! Oh my gosh. This, you god.
This was huge.
Yep. Okay, that's a good job for Swids. But, I mean, a disastrous outcome.
Yeah.
I'm definitely looking at Flame Ward and freeze the 6-5 and ping something, probably the 6-5 also? Or the
yes,
5-3?
he has to make the taunt, trade, ping, and trade, and freeze. And try to hold another turn, and he can do that, right?
He can, but it's gonna be so painful. And the other option is just to play Rusty Raider, ping, and trade. That would leave him with a 1-6 against a 6-5 and 2-2. I think that the Flame Ward feels safer along with the freeze.
Yeah. Real worth turns for Swedes now.
Yeah. And for RNG List, we can go back to that turn and say he got super lucky, but I think he was prepared even if the outcome was killing the Doomsayer that he wanted to go face. Because if he decided to trade into the 4-5, then it's a 50-50 to actually get a bad outcome versus the best outcome. And if he trades into Doomsayer, that's kind of just like wasting the pressure he had to begin with. So I wouldn't say that even though he got lucky, it's not like he was playing bad or anything.
Yeah. I agree. Yes, now Liz has the tracking. Let's see if he can get Brun. Yeah.
Swids with the good trades there ends up getting rid of the Rotnest Drake instead. And I think that slightly justifies not using the freeze there instead. RNG List though, and it's a rough track, right? Because you never want to give up Bran, but he doesn't get any immediate strong impact.
Yes, but you can set up lethal here, so of course the Stormhammer is a really good drop as well, but you are not setting lethal with it, so I agree with Liz.
Actually, the Stormhammer would have set up lethal, right? If you just Stormhammer, hit face, ping, then another hero power the next turn sets up lethal. But I guess if he's worried about Zephyrus into healing, you would rather have the Bran for more pressure rather than relying on your hero power.
Yes, and here I think it's power of creation into Cartut.
Yep.
It's the only option.
Safeguard. That's
Is
very
that
annoying.
enough? Yes.
Yeah, for now.
Or
Unless... Okay, Liz, can you do it another time? You won the 1 in 3. Can you win the 1 in 5? You can make it a 1 in 4 with 2 trades, but that feels probably not as good as just playing a bigger minion. I'm not sure, actually. This turn is very tricky.
Yeah. Like, Veranos isn't going with anything on this board. So maybe...
I think it's still Dragonbane. I'm just not sure it's trade Dragonbane or Dragonbane first. Because if it hits either of the safeguards or face, that's a good outcome, right? The face is immediate win. So I look at this as 60% chance for good outcomes if you Dragonbane first, with 20% for winning outcome. But he's gonna go for 25% immediate win and 25% good. I guess even if it hits the Observer, that's a good outcome.
Yeah. Yeah.
Decent. Well, it's a bit tough to figure out the optimal line for Liz there, but now Swids has a little bit of breathing room. He's still hiding behind a 2-layered taunt, but the Bran is in hand, ready to go, so I think he has to freeze many minions.
Yes, he can go with Deep Freeze and then the other freeze, but you can't kill the Dragonbane, so...
Yeah. I mean, he will at least put 2 water elementals on board and make the Dragonbane have worse aim. I just don't know if there's time to go for anything else. He's hovering over the Flame Ward instead. Okay. So he's trying to set up a way to deal with the Dragonbane. He says, Deep Freeze is not enough. As long as I survive this turn, then I can puzzle box next turn. I think that's a valid way of thinking as well.
Yeah. And here Liz can't go with Bran because of Reno.
Yep. And so we're looking at the Primordial Explorer instead, maybe?
Explorer, yes, I think so.
Man, these safeguards have been very clutch for Swids. Liz also has the option to play Varanus instead to just put more guaranteed pressure onto the board. Also gets a little bit punished by Reno, but if Swids is playing Reno into that, then you can also just say, checkmate, I have Brand the next turn and I win. So
Yeah.
I'm actually looking at Varanus instead here for tempo.
Okay. Yes, it's a rough decision here.
I mean, you can play around Reno, but you can't play around Puzzle Box. So if I'm Liz, I'm playing around the Reno instead.
Oof.
Okay, though. Gonna go for the immediate clear on the taunt, and now Swids has a box and a dream.
Let's see what's in the box, Gia.
Okay, we're starting off with the Grand Slam. What a way to start, my goodness. Okay, King Crush survives. Shiv for cycle. Demon Council? Shadow Council? Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
I don't know the name of that card, I'm sorry. Holy Wrath. What's the self-kill? It hits Swids' face out of 7 targets. But of course, we have to see the end of the box before Swids dies. What was that?
If the Hex would go in the King Crush, I think Swids would be really mad.
Oh my gosh. Holy Wrath on your own face. Man, I miss Holy Wrath Paladin because you could actually target where the Holy Wrath goes.
Yes. I actually don't miss it.
Okay.
I didn't like the Chirvala Paladin time, but yeah, I play it a lot.
I love that deck. Nay, we can't be friends anymore. That is going to be, though, at the very least, the expected outcome for Hunter to indeed beat Mage there. We got word from production that the win rate graphic had some slight error, so they're going to look into that a bit later. And I'm really glad that my knowledge of the universe is not entirely wrong. It does mean, though, that FC Barcelona are now down another series. So counter-queuing into Hunter, what do you think is their best option, Nai?
Let me see, Gia. Let me open here my Discord. Just getting to the graphics. So Barcelona against Hunter. This is difficult, right?
Yeah.
They have, I think it's Galacron Shaman, Pala Murloc, the Galacron Priest.
And they've
the
already
Rogue?
lost. Yeah, with the Druid and the Mage, so you're right. It's Rogue. And among these, I have to say, I think Rogue is their
Rogue.
best shot. Yeah.
Yeah, Rogue's the best shot, but even though it's not that easy for Rogue, if the Hunter has a really good start, right?
Mm-hmm.
And for Hunter to curve is not not difficult.
I have
Let
to
me
say,
see the Rogue list of Barcelona here.
I do think that's a matchup that's a bit closer to 50-50, and depending on who you ask, they'll say Rogue is favored or Hunter is favored. So I think it's fair to queue Rogue there, absolutely, just as the strongest power level class remaining, aside from Priest, but Priest I think has a poor matchup against Hunter. Is there any room to pull out a Paladin cheese win here, Nai? I mean, Murlocs can sometimes snowball against Hunter if they don't hit the 1-drop.
Yeah, but what I was going to say, Gia, is actually the Barcelona has the secret Galacron Rogue. So I think the stealth one is better against Hunter, and I think the secret one is really bad on the beginning because it doesn't have like a real good start, and you can have the 3/1 stealth minions to protect and trade. So I don't really know if it's a good choice for them.
It's interesting you say that because I actually think the secret package Rogue, if you're still running Spy Mistress, is fine. They have a 1 copy of Spire Mistress, so it's a little bit worse, but there's the chance to get that Blackjack Stunner start, where if you're able to get that down online versus Hunter's first minion, whether it's a Blazing Battle Mage or a Fairy Dragon, that's snowball the rogue out of control. So it will be Blyze coming up next, the famous back-to-back Master Winner. You can see it there in his career achievements. That's just blows my mind. And most recently, even 9th place in Asia Pacific Masters Tour.
Yes, this is really crazy, Gia. Like, on the first day, he was 5-0, and I was, oh my god, this guy is going to the top 8 again. How is that possible? He's a monster.
Yeah. He is unstoppable, probably going to have all eyes on him when the next season of Grandmasters comes around. But for now, we get to see Blyze's strengths as we voted on them, which is mostly on his macro game plan and tech. But the experience is not actually as high as Chinese players rated least, because as far as how long Blyze has been playing, I believe it's just a couple years that he's been in professional Hearthstone, whereas his teammates maybe for 4 or 5 years.
Yes, and on experience thing, I hated the players like with 5 points, which was the most amount of points that we could give him. To players who went to the World Championship, to Championship on ACT back on times, and made some top 8s now on days on Master Tour. So yeah, we like Blyze was a name that we are looking for. Like, he has really good results, but he only showing up really strong now, right?
Yeah. And we can't say that a lack of experience is necessarily the end of the world. I mean, experience in Hearthstone, how long you've been playing does not necessarily mean that it correlates with how good you are. Look at me. I've been playing since 2014. Have I done well in a Masters Tour? No. So let's not take that too seriously there. Blyze is going to be queuing up that rogue first. The graphic did say it's a little bit unfavored versus Highlander Hunter, which I can believe. I don't think this is any error with the graphic.
Yeah. So let's see how it's going to do. Like, Blyze's already have a really good hand here.
Yeah.
It's what you are looking for on this matchup, to have a 1 turn, to be not the first, because as Hoagie you always want the coin, but it's fine.
Yeah, I think the more recent cards in Rogue have allowed it some flexibility to not feel so sad about going first. Pharaoh Cat is a big one, and even Seal Fate as a removal spell that's on odd cost mana really helps the curve for Rogue a little bit if they don't have the coin. But for Lise here, it's a pretty good mid-game option for him here. It's just awkward that after he plays Scavenger Ingenuity, there's so many 3-cost cards that he wants to play.
Yeah. Stormhammer going in.
I'm definitely looking at the Ingenuity. Even though he has option for coin 3 drop into weapon, I think that if he hits the Diving Griffin, that's the worst outcome, but if it lines up into an Evil Miscreant, that's still a win for the Hunter. And if he hits Zixar Prime, that's just one of the most difficult minions for Rogue to deal with, because it immediately trades, so it can't get Backstab or Seal Fated.
Yes, only with Eviscerate, but Blyze doesn't have it, and he doesn't use it if Eviscerate's on the hand, so...
Awkward turn.
On the hand? No, on the deck, he doesn't use it.
Yeah, so awkward turn for Blyze hard, because he knows that there is a rush minion that can guarantee deal with Questing Adventure if he plays it, but he realizes that with the hand he has, it's either gonna be a big Edwin or a big Questing. He can't spread his resources alongside both, or they'll both be too small. So he's saying, I'm gonna sacrifice this Questing to give me more time to build a bigger Edwin later on. And I completely respect that play.
Yeah. But here, from the side of Lise, he has some answers to a part of the big cliff that is the Zixar, who is not going anywhere soon.
Big draw for Blythe.
Yes.
Allows him a combo activator, whereas there wasn't previously for the Miscreant, and he gets Kobold Lackey, which is just stellar in this matchup. Gives him so much tempo.
Yeah. Now you can go with the Skyo Raider, but you know that if your opponent has the Seal of Fate, it's like super perfect to him.
Yeah, Seal of Fate plus 2 Lackeys is an on-curve play. But for Blythe, there's possibly an even better option of Lackey backstab Edwin. He will have to leave 1 minion up on Lisa's side, but I don't think it's a big deal whatsoever. However, he has to be very wary of the Rotnest Drake possibility from the other side. So if Blythe does leave a minion up, that means these can trade into a Lackey, for example, and take a 50-50 to deal with Edwin. But because there's 2 Lackeys, I guess it's not that big of a deal anyway.
Yeah. Ooh, Murgo.
That's very annoying for Hunter.
Yeah. Well, here Liz has some ways to deal with the Van Cleef. Like he can kill command and then corrosive breath.
Definitely what I'm looking at. There's also kill command and Stormhammer if he wants to coin, but I feel like he wants to save coin for Siamat.
Yes, and do you trade on the Lackey because of Togwoggle?
Yeah, I think I would here. At least if he's using both kill command and the corrosive breath to deal with Edwin, I don't think Lise can be on an aggro game plan anymore. It's more of like saying his hand curves into the late game with the Siamat and the Alex, so he's gonna try to win the board instead. So I like this trade.
Yeah. Let's see. Ooh, Twilight Drake is good here.
Yeah. Fills out the curve very nice for Blythe going into the Gallocron. Even though it won't be fully invoked, it just keeps the train going for Blythe.
Yeah. It's looking good so far.
And Lise here can coin out the Siamat to take Rush Divine Shield to deal with the Twilight Drake. It's pretty clean. Yes, he leaves up a Lackey, but I think the other options look like they're gonna get value traded by the Twilight Drake instead.
Yeah, but the Lackey here doesn't matter anymore because he knows that Blythe has another Lackey on the hand, and he would be able to do Lackey and Toggle Woggle, so...
Good point. Wouldn't matter anyway if he leaves something up. If he goes for tracking, for example, is there anything he's particularly searching for? I think Desert Spear might be useful, but again, that's more like something you want to do after you deal with the Twilight Drake.
Yes, seems like he's going with Primordial Explorer into the Hammer.
Yeah. The Hammer is not very clean here if he's just using it to deal with the McGurgle, but based on this play, we can see Lise really values the coin to maybe smooth out the curve going into Alexstrasza a bit more. Picks up Varanus. I was definitely looking at Evasive Burn because of this 5-5, but maybe Lise is just hoping that the poison can challenge it instead.
Yes, but the Seal of Faith and Falling Galakrone here.
Yeah. That is gonna be so difficult for Lise to deal with next turn.
Yes, it's a really big deal here, yeah.
5-7 taunted up as well. Being pressured from all different points.
Yes, and here Siamat doesn't fit anymore.
Yeah. I think it might be tracking to look for Zephyrus now.
And to Brawl.
Maybe not this turn, but at the very least he can play Varanus after the tracking and just hit the Twilight Drake. You leave up Hanar, but it's gonna be painful, I think, no matter which way he looks at it.
Let's see if he can get it, and he could get it, yeah.
Okay.
Not necessarily Brawl. I wonder if there's an option to go for an Earth Shock setup instead. He could play the Freeze, Zephyrus, Earth Shock, the Twilight Drake, but I'm still actually looking at saving the Zephyrus. I think that the Varanus is not so bad here. He will take a lot of damage, but it's not quite lethal range yet for Rogue.
And he's going with your plate, yeah. A lot of damage going in, and now with Galacron and Cobalt Lucky and Shadow Step, how many damage is that?
Looks like one off. Oh my gosh. Oh, sorry, it's not fully invoked.
Ooh, we both thought that.
Yeah, me too. Still gonna be very problematic for Lise though, because that flick was a huge drop for Blaze. Dealt with his Varanus very cleanly, and now Liz probably has to use Zephyrus for a clear option, but if he's using it for clear, he's not using it for healing. For Blaze, I don't think he Shadow Steps anything here. I'm definitely looking at Shadow Stepping Kobold Lackey if I'm Blaze here.
Yeah.
Oh wow. It's actually removing pressure from the board to deal with a possible Zixor Prime from Lise. I think that's Blaze's biggest fear right now.
Yeah. And he's actually in a good spot, but because he knows that Lise has to clean his board.
Yeah. And without Desert Spear, he can use the Unleash the Hounds, take some trades, and he can still develop actually Companion also alongside that. Don't mind it. I mean, I would be very tempted to coin 3/3 drops, but I think Lise has held onto the coin this long, so he can coin Alexstrasza plus Dragon.
Right.
Do you like Hounds plus Companion plus Hero Power?
Yes, I think so.
Any reason
I would
for
be
going Shadow
tempted
Weaver
to
instead?
the three mana drop as well, because you leave your opponent with some pressure, but you know he has Flick on the hand.
Oh, he's actually coining the Shadow Weaver as well. So he's giving up on the Turbo Alex plan, which I think is fine at this point, because he still has strong plays next turn before turn 10 Alexstrasza.
Yes, and he had to put some pressure on Blaze. Yeah, and this is another dead drop. Oh my god.
Oh, another Kobold Lackey. Blaze has time. I think it's fine for him to just flick and pass this turn. I don't know. I'm starting to get fancy here, Nayara. If he draws a secret, he can bounce his own Lackey.
Yeah. Yes, I thought that on the last turn.
Oh, wow.
Yes, he is building a little board, but it's some kind of pressure here.
Oh my goodness. I did not expect this from Blaze. So if he's going for a board-centric plan now, he must flick the 4/3, right?
Yeah. I think so. No,
Wow.
he's not going to.
Just playing a bunch of little guys, saving the flick still for the Zixor Prime, but this might give Lise the time to actually sweep the board and win through value now.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Siamat Rush Wind Fury. Everything's so expensive.
Yes, or he can... he knows the flick, right? Yes, I think the Windy Fury is the most correctly played here because of the flick, of course, and you have to trade or otherwise.
Yeah, if you're Lise, you have so much information, right? Blaze has bounced back the flick, so he knows that, and the card from Pharaoh Cat has not been played all game, so Lise knows it's most likely either Generous Mummy or Colossus of the Moon. And both of those, I mean, if it's Colossus, he probably wants to hold on to Zephyrus. And so I fully expect Siamat to be the turn here, because if it's Alex or Brand, then Flick can deal with that pretty easy.
Yeah.
Gonna hold his weapon charge as well.
And it's a secret.
Now
Oh
the
my
secrets.
gosh! Oh no! The regrets.
One turn later.
Yeah. I feel so much secondhand regret for Blythe right now.
Yeah. And he's not going with the Colossus right now, so...
Fishing for a better Lackey than that. Taunt is not what he needs. I think he wanted the Draconic Lackey or even Ethereal to give him some sort of value. But this is moment to turn the tides. Transfer Student on this board will give him a Lackey as well.
Yes, and he can run and then the student and then trade the...
Yeah, this is one of the few situations where trading King Crush feels very good because Blythe is out of value. How did this happen? The Galakron came early. Just didn't hit Togwaggle, I guess, but I also don't know if Blythe had to be so aggressive with his use of the Blackjack Stunners.
Yes, and the backstab on the flick, it wasn't that too slow. I don't know. It had the point that you pointed of the Zixor Prime. But I don't know.
Yeah. Well, if he wants to use Zephrys for healing right now, can get Radiance or even
or hold his
Ancestral
might
Healing
to take the 3 to 4
Yeah.
to 3.
I don't know. There's a lot of like interesting options there, but he's just taking Radiance because I think he realizes from here with Alexstrasza in hand, he's just worried about the Kronk's top deck, right? He's in such a good spot in terms of value.
Yeah, and I think this will be a wrap because
I mean, the Colossus though, because Lys used the Zephrys, he doesn't have an immediate answer for Colossus. So he can either say, Blythe, you don't have 1 damage, which is very risky because of course he can generate the damage from the Lackey and just play Alexstrasza. Or he can go Transfer Student, look for a Lackey of his own. So Titanic would be huge.
Yeah, but
everything else, not so much.
Yes, but Titanic is a really low chance and
1 in 13, right?
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay, he can kill it, but it's very awkward trades.
Yeah, but he can kill it.
Yeah, I mean it's fine, right? The King Crush trades a 1-1, which it never feels good, but as long as he stays alive, he just wins. It's like...
Yeah, and I think you never lose on that spot.
Yeah. So Blythe's looking for a Kronk's top deck now. One of the worst ones he can get. And a useless Lackey. Oh my goodness. Lys takes the win from what seemed like a very good position for Blythe there. Man, that was close.
Yes, and the Chinese players showing what they got.
Yeah, 3-1 victory there. I think it was very, very convincing. 3-1 is actually a score you don't see often in LHS. Usually it's 0-3 or 3-2.
Yeah.
But the counter queue there of the Rogue, or supposed counter queue, didn't actually work out. And there, I really want to rewind back to the turn where Blythe played both the Kobold Lackey and both the Blackjack Stunner. Do you think he was under enough pressure to do that?
Yes, I think so, but I feel like doesn't fit the 4-3 on that turn. I don't know if I can agree. Of course, Blythe has the minds up, but I don't know.
It's hard for us to criticize somebody who won 2 Masters Tour, but it's of course because we respect Blythe so much that we're gonna be even more critical of every one of his plays to see if he's keeping up all of the polish. But of course, that's just the first series that FC Barcelona have played. Congratulations to RNG. We didn't get to see their whole team, of course, because it was just 2 decks that they needed to take the win. But I think I very much liked what we saw from both Keelan and Lys. And we didn't see Leo get to play, but he's also very strong. So I expect great things from them throughout the rest of the week.
Yes, remember for you guys that this is a last hero standing, but we are on the phase group and it's a double elimination bracket, right?
Yeah.
I do believe so. And there's also a second group of players that will be playing tomorrow and then 2 days after. So every other day, you'll be seeing the same group of players for both Battlegrounds and Constructed.
Yes, and we have one more Constructed game today. So, yeah.
Yes, I think this is the last series that I'll be doing for the day. Thank you so much. I'm glad I got the opportunity to cast with you for the first time, Nai. I'm hoping you're having a good time over here on our international broadcasts, and I wish you luck a bit later. So far, what is your favorite deck that we've seen?
I don't know. Maybe I like the balls to bring mage at this time of the competition, but I don't know which is my favorite so far.
I have to say that Mage was not the most usual build that we saw from FC Barcelona, but the tech of Flame Ward, the tech of the Overseer, and the fact that they're not banning Demon Hunter first, I think really shows that their strategy is more leaning towards trying to target the popular decks. It's not worked out for them so far, but I think it's very brave, and those types of risks are something that there's really a chance to succeed with when you're in a very unfamiliar format. But we can see here the Group A other match for the day is going to be between Team Liquid and Team IG. So Liquid, a team that we as casters have some bias towards. We tag them as the best players in the tournament. But do you think that they'll hold up versus IG?
Yes, let's see, because we saw that the Chinese players has that kind of thing with the last hero standing. So let's see if it will repeat on the next.
That's right. And tomorrow we can see from T1, Lucky Future, G2, and from World Elite. So there's a lot of Hearthstone action going on throughout the entire week leading up to the finals on day 7. That's going to be it from me for today, guys. I will be throwing you guys into the very talented hands of our other casters throughout the day. So I'll see you guys later, and don't go anywhere during this break.
Yeah.
好的，让我们恭喜一下 RNG 战队成功的在第一场比赛当中取得了胜利。当然了，我们在第一场比赛当中是看到 RNG 出战了2个职业，分别是一个盗贼以及一个宇宙猎。在盗贼出战的时候呢，是由我们的中国 K 神 Kylins 来操刀。在第一局比赛呢，是迎战上了 Zim 的一个法术德，然后是获胜了。之后在第2场比赛当中是非常遗憾的败下了阵来。然后之后看到是平凡之路非常优秀的一个宇宙猎的发挥。我们在这一次的时候聊天也在聊到了，说平凡之路的这个宇宙猎就是他的可以说是看家的一个职业了，也帮助他获得过我们大师巡回赛首尔站的一个非常好的成绩。当然了，我们在回顾刚才这场比赛的时候呢，把一切推回到最初的时候，就是我们看到这个法术德对阵上这个盗贼的对局，有一局我们在休息室也聊了非常多，我们再来回看一下这个画面。然后呢，我们是看到这个法术德对阵的一个盗贼的对局当中，其中这个回合，其实我们看到法术德离斩杀只1步之遥，然后他也是抽到了一张过牌，选择了这个成长去过牌之后呢，依然是选择去打出了一个梦境吐息，继续去过牌，然后又抽到了一张过牌，就等于是这个回合其实他过了很多的牌，而且有很多的牌能够帮助他赢，但是没有抽到。包括我们刚刚在说，就是哪怕是抽到一张回舞血，其实对于他来说都是非常关键的。
是的，回血或者是咆哮早3张，因为他最后一张是抽3，
对，
运气确实是稍微欠缺了一些。
然后这边的话是唯一能打出去的一张牌呢，是这张就是树皮，铁木树皮贴出去也是选择去造自己更大的场面，然后去选择把自己的这个生存的概率去留到了最高。然后这边也是很稳健的去，哪怕你是一个小小的1攻的生物，我也选择去把你去处理掉，
就是让对方过墙的概率降到最低。但事实后来这个跟墙没啥关
系。对，就是我并不需要去过你的墙，哪怕你有再多的墙在我面前都形同虚设。然后我们接下来看到，其实对于这边的话， 这个地方是非常的关键的啊，我们也是能够看到的这张牌是一张暗影步。这个地方其实我们看到盗贼的手牌的话，它是有一个龙蹄，然后有一个打2的跟班，它的伤害就差那么一丁点儿。然后这边这张暗影步也是非常的关键，抽到了这张暗影步之后呢，是使用龙蹄加上一个打2跟班之后来完成了暗影步的一个斩杀。很可惜，其实就对于 Zim 来说，应该是真的是非常可惜的，就是他出阵，但是没有能够获得胜利。在这个对局当中，我们也是能够看到，其实，在比赛当中，有的时候胜负就在那么毫厘之间。
对，有的时候运气其实也蛮重要的。像最后其实是德鲁伊是输在了排序问题上。
是，
对，就是这排序稍微调整一下，可能这一局的胜负就完全颠倒。
他前面的血量丢的有些多，让这个容错的回合来到了前一回合。
对，
如果能够再到下一回合，说不定就可以把这张牌抽出来了。
对，
他太想这个追求场面的控制了啊。就有点像这个巴萨的足球风格，通过不停的这个传导啊，把对方锁在禁区里。但是呢，没想到突然一个反击，是吧？想要的牌没有来，等于说你的这个战术没有奏效，是吧？你已经做出了你的设计，但是呢，最后执行力出了一些问题，而这个不是你的问题，它是一种随机筛选出现的一些问题。当然，我觉得这些可能，和运动员在场上自己对未来的一种期望和一种判断。应该有很大的关系啊，他应该预测到有可能我要的牌他就是不来，这个时候怎么办啊？
是。那其实我们也是看到巴萨在今天的这个比赛当中，可以说是，不甚理想啊，只能说不甚理想，
确实不理想。
那当然了，也是给大家透露一个我们场外的一个有趣的事情啊，也可以跟我们采访席的这个 Alan 去做一下沟通。就是我们在赛前呢，李神曾经就是 RNG 的李曾经发过这样的一条微博：如果我们这一轮能够侥幸赢了巴萨的话，就让我们的领队在训练室表演滑跪。
待会儿应该可以通过采访通过那个摄像头可以看到。
是的。
我今天李神好像也没干什么事儿，弹幕大神完全可以发这样的弹幕：今天我就是 RNG 的李神，因为他没上，他们赢了，我不上，我们也能赢。
我约等于李神是吗？
约等于。
对，
中国皇马击败了这个西班牙的巴萨。
没错没错。那说起这个滑跪这个事情来，其实，在足球界有一些很出名的滑跪的。
我知道你想让我说什么，我偏偏不说，我提示你
不要上当啊。这个滑跪，其实我脑海里第一个蹦出来的是亨利。也是曾经在巴萨效力过的球员，
是，
对，
这个说的非常好，我们绝对不会说德罗巴的
啊。当然了，我们今天的第一场比赛已经结束了，还是一起来回顾一下目前为止的一个比赛情况。在第一场比赛结束之后，看到我们的 A 组成功晋级到胜者组的战队呢是 RNG 战队，然后他将会在后天来迎战上 TL 以及 IG 的胜者。然后 FCB 呢目前是已经掉到了败者组，但是还有机会，他们要连续击败2个对手之后，依然可以完成小组晋级。
其实今天这个咱们卢宗的第一大场比赛，我感觉两边选手都还是有一些失误的。比如说我们看到RNG这边虽然赢了，但是他们有那个就是思考的时间太久，最后那下关键的攻击没有打出去，对吧？包括像这个巴萨的选手，其实也有在打牌的时候会出现一些，感觉今天整体的风格他们偏稳。但是反而是就是没有达到他们想要的一个效果。
对，
我觉得随着比赛的深入，应该会选手的状态会越来越好。但是现在摆在巴萨的面前的问题是，其实只有一轮容错的机会了。
对
啊，下一场必须要赢了。
对，但是赛会制的比赛呢，其实是这样的，就是我们都知道，像这个足球的世界杯，其实也有这样的情况，就是我们有一种说法呢，是出状态不能太早。对，如果你状态出的太早呢，可能打到后面的比赛的时候，你的状态就完全消失掉了。这可能是他身边的2位。这个足球世界杯的冠军啊，给他带来的经验。
但咱们今天等于是一个锦标呀，2轮双败就没了，就状态得早点出来，先活着。
但是巴萨他在欧冠有过著名的逆转呀，打的就是大巴黎，对吧？首回合是大比分输球，但是呢，次回合6-1把这个比赛给逆转了。所以呢，巴萨的这个基因里，它是有这些逆转的这些血液在里头。那么不知道这些在足球层面的东西。有没有可能转化到电竞的层面？
能不能够
是值得我们拭目以待的，
延续他们的优良传统了啊！那我们今天第一场比赛呢已经结束了，也是再一次恭喜一下 RNG 战队。同时呢，我们也想知道 RNG 的3位小伙子有什么经验可以跟我们来分享一下，尤其是他们的领队准备好滑跪没有？把我们的画面交给我们的采访席 Alan。
大家好，这里又到了我们的采访环节，我是主持人 Alan。那现在的话，我们来连线一下刚刚为中国队旗开得胜的战队 RNG， 来看一下他们现在感受如何。哎，你们好。
Hello， 你好，你好。
Hello。那我第一个问题啊，比较简单啊，先给李我们的队长策略的决定者。你们看到对面办这个，可能战士和术士都比较常规，对不对？你们看到对面办这个德和牧师的时候，你们是怎么想的呢？啊，来，李来回答一下吧。
就觉得其实蛮出乎意料的吧，然后，就也得迅速做出调整，就这样。
不过也正好是，也可以看到他们没办你们的猎人，然后你们猎人最后是连下2城，然后最后这2个对局的话，尤其是法师也是显得比较轻松。那有一个问 Callins 的问题 ，Callins 你是首发，然后呢拿出了一个盗贼，当时的话是在打法师的时候，你当回合不是直接把这个飞刺打出去，然后呢直接当回合把他暗影步收回来吗？是你在这个练习的时候就觉得这个对局无论如何啊飞刺这样打都会很有收益，还是怎么样？当时是怎么考虑的呢？
我如果知道我下一张 JK 的话，我肯定不收飞刺。不太应该收，我觉得。我是当时对环境判断可能我要收，因为，我想腾一个给我有空间直接打国王那个抽3张的机会，然后我觉得对面可能当时手牌很多，可能有很多资源，我大概飞刺还能用上，所以就把飞刺打了。
觉得资源有差距，想要缓一缓，想要拖时间是吧？
对。因为我觉得我抽到，就是如果我能抽到0飞的 JK 的话，或者说我能在1-2回合内抽到 JK 的话，应该还不错，所以就把飞刺给收了。
那可以看到最后是我们自己至少解说台上我们会觉得说，当时是把这个飞刺至少留在场上，然后呢4-4占个场，然后给个压力也很不错，那也是非常棒。那我们来问到这个平凡之路其实尤其是在打法师那一把，最后是非常惊险啊！对面要不是匣子自爆了，指不准还会怎么样的。当时的话，我们都是觉得说，你在这个8费的时候，我没记错的话是这个追踪术不是有暴龙王和武器嘛，对不对？然后当时对方升了一个1-2的嘲讽，你过了嘲讽之后，我们当时都觉得你要是拿武器把对面打到两滴血的话，会比拿这个暴龙王来的更没有风险一些。你现在回头来看，你自己觉得呢？
我可能要再研究一下，再看一下吧。就最关键的还是那个魔免，我就撞错了，然后我点出去一瞬间，想要把它收回来，来不及了。
就没收住是吧？当时就是这个也是比较明显啊，就是当时没有保那个魔免去把自己的这个魔免送了，然后把5-3留在场上了。
对。
那在之后的话，其实在面对到盗贼的时候，你当时是想保留那个硬币，然后去打红龙的吗？当时是这么考虑的吗？
对的，因为当时我其实因为有一个2-3，它不是很好解，就是它场上不是很好解。然后我下回合突掉，我觉得伤害我觉得吃得起。然后我可以看到他手上有那个，因为他起手流的嘛，有那个叫什么0费3费打3那张牌
就是大背刺。
对，大背刺。然后但我没有想到他能用到那个墙嘛，就变成不好过了，所以吃了很多伤害，导致后面变得比较危险。
最后就非常惊险。说实话，要是不来一个有防御属性的龙的话，我们可以看到我们这个上帝视角可以看到对方摇出了一个突袭跟班，你最后是非常非常危险。那也是有惊无险拿下，因为主要是对方的话是把你们的猎人放出来了。那也是给你。
但是我那样打的就是如果跳了红龙之后会一下子就是反攻他嘛，就胜率会提高很多。
你是觉得如果把没事请说。
就是冒一点风险，然后会取得比较大的收益。
好，明白了。当时是我们都为你捏了把冷汗，因为吃了很多伤害嘛，那个目光龙提了。好，那也是感谢恭喜你们，再次恭喜你们为中国队拿下第1场胜利。那也是欢迎感谢你们再来到我们的采访环节祝你们之后好运。 好，那我们再一次恭喜这个 RNG 拿到这场胜利之后，也是希望我们的巴萨战队在这个奇宗和卢宗都出师不利的情况下，能够在之后的比赛里面挽回颓势。那么我们稍事休息，迎接接下来更精彩的 Team Liquid 对阵 IG 战队的比赛。
祝炉石传说黄金世俱杯顺利举办，巴塞罗那电竞俱乐部打出好成绩，希望他们不仅球路好，还运更出色。巴塞罗那不只是一家俱乐部 ，Barcelona more than a club.
Salut, c'est Antoine Griezmann, joueur du FC Barcelone, et j'encourage notre équipe française Hearthstone qui va faire la compétition Gold Cup World Cup le 27 juillet. Un petit coucou à tous nos amis chinois.
大家好，我是角色黄旭东。在这里祝黄金世俱杯的参赛战队巴塞罗那加油
！WE 加油！炉石传说黄金世俱杯加油 ！WE 走月路选手加油哦！
大家好，我是夏一可，炉石传说黄金世俱杯加油！举世而望，天下无双。
巴塞罗那不只是一家俱乐部，此言非虚语。这不，巴萨的电竞俱乐部炉石传说战队即将出征黄金世俱杯。7月27号18点，我在黄金世俱杯炉石传说等你，不见不散。
Hello， 大家好，我是娇娇，祝7月27日黄金世俱杯顺利举办。
祝7月27日炉石传说黄金世俱杯顺利举办。
黄金世俱杯巨世无双。
希望咱们中国的国服的俱乐部能够有好的发挥。
希望国服俱乐部能够发挥出色，夺得冠军。
希望炉石加油！
希望炉石加油！
黄金世俱杯巨世无双 ，WE 加油！
大家好，我是王师傅，这是我们IG要参加世俱杯的比赛了，希望我能够获得冠军。
大家好，我是 CBA 北京首钢队翟小川，北京老炮战队炉石传说黄金世俱杯加油
！RNG 战队炉石传说黄金世俱杯加油！
嗨，大家好，我是江苏苏宁足球俱乐部的谢鹏飞，苏宁战队世俱杯加油
！VK 战队世俱杯加油！
WE 战队炉石传说黄金世俱杯加油！
大家好，我是汪松，在这里祝 LF 战队炉石传说黄金世俱杯加油！
大家好，我是炉石战旗的主播诺斯塔利。炉石的黄金世俱杯马上就要开始了，我最看好的队伍应该是 WE 啊，因为我最开始就很早就已经在看 WE 的比赛了，就沃3那一会儿，所以我还是希望他们在战旗这一块啊能够有出色的发挥。炉石黄金世俱杯加油 ，WE 加油
！IG 俱乐部加油！炉石传说黄金世俱杯加油！
祝炉石传说黄金世俱杯圆满举行，中国战队加油！
大家好，我是段轩，很高兴得知巴塞罗那进军卡牌游戏电竞，祝巴萨在炉石传说黄金世俱杯中打出好成绩。巴塞罗那不只是一家俱乐部。
大家好，我是亚洲电子体育联合会总干事刘钊。
在这里，我们 AESF 恭祝炉石传说黄金世俱杯顺利举办。
这是一段巨石的执着，这是一段无双的传说，有句无人故，我自风声高歌，烈烈风声上上尖。
万众瞩目，巨石无双，欢迎大家来到 Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our coverage of Gold Club World Cup. I'm Language Hacker, and I'm here with Naya to bring to you the final constructed match of the day. Naya, how are you doing?
Yes, I'm doing great, Language Hacker. I want to see if the Chinese team will break through like the first one. They are more used to the last hero standing format, and we were talking on the backstage about the bans on the other matchup, and I feel like they are really more comfortable with this format, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've been using last year's standing for quite a long time, and even though we've had a little bit of experience with that, we haven't really had it in our Master Tours. We've been doing mostly Conquest, so I definitely feel our experience in last year's standing would give the Chinese teams a bit of an advantage in that sense. Just to recap, we had a match with FCB versus Team RNG, where Team RNG took the win 3-1, and the match that we're going to be casting up next is Team IG versus Team Liquid. We've been talking up Team Liquid a little bit on the cast, and I feel like we are a little bit biased, but as we just said, I do think Team IG may have a bit of an edge because of their experience with the format.
Yes, let's see what they are going to bring, right? Because we are talking about Dead Draw, Frozen, and Bunny Hopper.
Yeah, definitely. And if we look at the IG roster, we have Sword, the Ding, SYF, XC, and Xiaoyao. Quite a bit bigger of a roster, so I imagine they may have some deck specialties where they'll be hopping in depending on what matches are available based on bans and picks. And speaking of which matches are available, I want to talk a little bit about the decks that they have. I'm not sure how much time we'll have before we hop in the game, but there's a lot of deck lists, and I want to highlight a few main points and get your take on them as well. Across the board of the 10 classes, I believe 7 of the 10 classes, both teams have the same archetype, even though they may have different tech cards. But the 3 main differences are their shamans, their paladins, and their demon hunter. We see that Team Liquid brought Galakron Shaman, whereas Team IG brought Totem Shaman. Do you have much experience with either of these?
Yes, and the Team Liquid brought not only Galakron Shaman, it's like a Galakron evolve with some totem thing shaman. So it's a mix of everything. I don't know if it's a really good choice for this one, but since they didn't bring the totem shaman, I think they will look for maybe Banded Druid, right?
Yeah, it's possible. Another one of their differences is that Team Liquid brought Murloc Paladin, whereas Team IG decided to bring Libram Paladin with some interesting spicy text there as well, with something like an exotic Mount Seller, which can be used with the Libram of Wisdoms once it gets discounted enough. Do you think we're going to be seeing Paladin much at all, or do you think that's going to be one of the less picked classes?
I think it would be one of the last picked classes. We already saw like a related format on Grandmaster. You can speak up the experience of yourself when you had to bring the 10 classes, and on that week we almost didn't get to see Pala, and when we saw Paladin they lost. So I don't know if it's a good class right now, right?
It was a little underwhelming, that's right. Looking at a lot of the tech cards across Liquid's board and knowing that from what we've heard that the Chinese scene likes Druid a lot, do you think it's possible that they're going to leave Druid up, expecting the Chinese teams to go with Druid and then trying to target that?
Yeah, and now we are seeing the highlights of the teams.
Yep, Team Liquid's roster, as we can see here.
Amazing.
The 3 constructed players, as we mentioned, are going to be Dead Draw, Frozen, and Bunny Hopper. And now Team IG.
Yeah.
The Ding, Sword as well, XC, SYF, and Xiaoyao.
好的，让我们来看一下两支战队的出阵。
All right, and the final deck list I wanted to point out is that Liquid is bringing Control Demon Hunter, which tends to get more damage in with weapons and metamorphosis and maybe some discovered spells off of Vilpera Scoundrel, whereas we see IG bringing something that's a little more well known to us is Tempo Demon Hunter. Do you have a preference over the two?
Yes, and the Tempo Demon Hunter from the EG they doesn't have the Warglaves, right? I tried to experience some Control Demon Hunter last week for Master Tour because I really love the archetype. I got 3 top 8s on the Open Cup with the Control Demon Hunter, but the Warglaze nerf was really brutal, I think so.
Yeah, and it being changed to 6 mana means that the deck does have a lot more clunky turns because the 4 big cards that you want to be playing on 6 are now Skull, Skull, and Warglaves, and sometimes it can be a little too slow depending on what matchups you're up against. I'm curious what kind of ban strategy the two teams are going to employ based on the tech cards and the archetypes that they've chosen. I know G asked you earlier what you thought that the 4 bans were going to be for the first matchup. Do you think the bans from Liquid are going to be much different than what we saw in the first match?
Yes, I think so. I don't agree entirely with the bans of Barcelona on the first matchup. They left the Demon Hunter, the Temple Demon Hunter open, and the Highlander Hunter as well, being having Mage on your lineup and wanting to go with Mage on that game. I don't know, but I hope that Team Liquid will do better. And like they have Frozen. Frozen loves to know about deck lists and the tech cards, and I think they will do a good job.
Yeah, sounds good. Going off of what I said earlier about potentially leaving up Druid for the Chinese team and letting them try to win with that, the one specific tech card I wanted to point out between the two mage decks, between Liquid and IG, they're very, very similar, but one of the main differences I see, if not the only difference, is the fact that Team Liquid has a Waste Warden, where Team IG has a Rustied Raider. Generally, we see Waste Warden come up. It's come up a bit in Grandmasters as well when teams were trying to get an edge or find some tech cards against Druid. Do you think that the Waste Warden is going to come in handy too much if they're going to leave up Druid, or is it going to be useful against some of the other classes as well?
Yeah, it can see some use, like if your opponent has like Totem Shaman maybe, but
Totems, that's true.
Yeah, but I think most is for Druid, right? And sometimes it even with the Waste Warden is not enough. So I don't think it's like the greatest tech card to win against Druid.
Okay, fair enough. One other card I wanted to point out in Tempo Demon Hunter for IG, them going with Tempo Demon Hunter, more common option as we've seen from some of the other teams. I haven't really seen History Buff played a lot in this kind of deck. Have you seen much of it?
Yes, I saw some on the beginning of the nerfs, when the nerfs come out. I think Gabby, the player of he played a lot with the History Buff, but I didn't see any success like from Master Tour. And look at, we already have the bans.
Yes, we do. Team Liquid side, they are not allowed to play Demon Hunter, Hunter, Warlock, or Warrior. And Team IG is not allowed to play Hunter, Demon Hunter, Warrior, and Rogue. So almost mirrored here, but Team Liquid decided to ban Warlock versus... Team Liquid decided to ban IG's Rogue, whereas Team IG decided to ban Team Liquid's Warlock. Interesting. Druid left up on both sides, which is different from what we saw in the first match. Curious to see if they're going to try to jump on a more tempo game plan against Druid if the Chinese decide to play it, if the Chinese Team IG. Kind of interesting.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it... Oh, go ahead, sorry.
No, you can go.
Okay. Another thing I wanted to point out, and I keep coming on specific tech cards that Team Liquid has, but it kind of... I'm seeing a common theme in a lot of the decks where they're bringing some specific tech cards that seem to be a lot more tempo-oriented. Imprisoned Vilefiend, for example, is a card we see much more often in Q Priest, which I think you mentioned in the first match that you were surprised we didn't see much of that. This is just normal Galakron Priest that Team Liquid is bringing, but they do have tech cards like Imprisoned Vilefiend that may lead to a more tempo-oriented game plan.
Yes, I saw that as well, and it's curious because what is the point? Like, if they are going to ban the aggro matchup, so I don't know.
Okay. I mean, we'll see what they end up deciding. First up, it looks like we're going to have Frozen from Team Liquid versus XC from Team IG. We can see the strength showdown here, where XC has a 5 in experience, macro game plan, and micromanaging. And Frozen seems a bit more well-rounded across the 6 sections here. So interesting to see how the casters decided for both players there. In game 1, we're going to have Highlander Mage from Frozen versus XC's Galakron Priest.
And what do you think about this matchup, Language Hacker?
As you put it in the last game, Highlander Mage has some pretty good shenanigans. I think it's a little even. I've played both ends of it, and I've felt favored and unfavored on both ends. I feel like, and as you can see from the stats here, it tends to be pretty close. There's a lot of things that both decks can kind of just get away with. We see crazy Madame Lazul stuff or big generation from Priest that help swing back the board against Mage. Mage also has some very powerful generation from maybe the Amazing Reno or the Puzzle Box that can definitely swing the game. Do you think there's a big favorite either way, or do you also think it's kind of close?
No, it's kind of close. When you play as Mage, you feel unfavorable, and when you play as Priest, you feel unfavorable, right?
Yeah, it feels kind of weird. Okay. On the coin, I think Arcane Breath becomes kind of nice in terms of trying to control the board early, but with Priest not having too many early minions, I'm curious to see if Frozen is going to keep that or not. Looks like he decides to keep it. And there's the Waste Warden we were talking about. Probably not as useful against Priest, but 5 mana deal 3 might be playable later on.
Yeah.
We see Veil Weaver kept by XC. Do you like playing this card on curve, or do you like holding it to try and get some more value out of it in this matchup?
I think on this matchup in specific, you want to get some value, right?
Yeah. Interesting to note. I was just curious because I believe XC kept that in the mulligan, but he didn't play it on turn 2 here.
Yeah.
So I wonder if he's setting up for a much slower game plan, or if he wants to play a bit more aggressively. Looks like he decides to take it slow, which makes a bit of sense, like you said. I think you do need some value in this matchup. You can kind of run out of resources if the Priest doesn't pick up maybe a Galakron early on to try and generate some more minions and threats.
Yes, and Mage, it has the potential to create some wild boards, but most of the times Mage is putting like 1 minion per turn in the board, so it's not like a problem for Priest to resolve 1 minion at a time.
Yep. We see actually Frozen holding, I believe, oh no, he played Arcane Intellect last turn, never mind. I thought he might have been holding the Astromancer here. I believe XC has 1 copy of Shadow Madness, so if Frozen commits the Astromancer Solarian here, I believe he has to be careful with how he wants to play over the next turn in the next few turns in terms of playing more minions, because it can allow the Priest to steal a Solarian, which can be a very useful tool in this matchup if you steal it. You deny a threat and you generate a threat yourself, and he decides to ping it. Interesting.
Yes, for sure. One of the things which comes in the end of this matchup is how many Solarians the Priest got from the Mage.
Yeah, through Thought Steals, Madame Lazul, stuff like that. It's pretty crazy. Shadow Madness as well. It's kind of like a game of chicken where who wants to just leave it up long, because Frozen keeps trying to ping it off and XC keeps healing it back up to prevent the ping. It's interesting because Frozen can Arcane Breath it, and he does have a dragon in hand. Do you think it's better to just kill it off now, or do you want to maintain the Arcane Breath as a removal for later?
I think will depend the next turn, like this turn of IG, if he can trading or not. If he heals, I think he had to use the Arcane Breath there, yes.
XC playing Kronks just to draw the Galakron. This matchup can go to Fatigue. There's not too much card draw in either deck, so I think it's fine to just use the Kronks now, get the Galakron online. If the Galakron happens to be very deep and you hold the Kronks, you may lose out on a lot of generation. And Frozen looks like was rewarded for holding the Arcane Breath, finding a nice trade with Solarian spell damage.
Yes, and Frozen is curving, but XG, he has the Galacron, and this is one of the ways to win this matchup is to have the Galacron on the early game, right? To generate as much as value as you can.
Yeah, definitely. The mage can generate some value, but it's quite a bit harder. With Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, you can get some really cool dragons that add some more value to your deck, but it seems like a much more finite number of resources, whereas with Priest and the Galacron Hero Power, you can keep getting minions every single turn, so getting it early can definitely be very helpful in this matchup. And like you said, one threat a turn coming down from Frozen isn't too threatening for XC, so I believe he can take it slow and kind of decide how he wants to take apart this board or maybe leave it up for later. What kind of cards do you normally look for with Renew in this matchup?
Maybe more removals.
Sure.
Yes, and you as a mage has to be careful with Muro zones to not extend your board like too much, or you can get real punish on that.
Mm-hmm. I've seen Murzon played a lot to develop your own The Amazing Reno. Do you like using it for that, or is it a little too random and you prefer to use it just for something more concrete?
I think it depends in the stage of the game you are. Like if you don't have your Galacron, or if your Galacron didn't generate that much of threats. But it's a thing question.
Sure. Frozen using the coin early to develop a deep freeze. Since Priest lost Mass Hysteria a while ago, it's hard for it to kind of clear a board with a lot of health, even if the attack's not that large. You can use Soul Mirror, but with high health minions, it doesn't always kill them.
Yeah.
And it looks like Murzon.
Okay. Yes, it was the worst target. Or the face was the
face was bad too. But still, yeah. I'm curious if XC is going to try to hold on to this Galacron until it gets upgraded fully to maybe get the weapon value out of it and the big AoE removal, as I was talking about with Priest having more limited AoE outside of something big like Plague of Death or Soul Mirror.
He has the 2 time rips on the hand, but they are really expensive removals, and it does generate another card. So I don't know if he has that much of time because Mage is going through with his board. Frozen here can use the Warden on the Elementals if he wants to.
He can. It's kind of funny. It damages his own as well, but it lets him get clean trades. And yeah, Frozen's board is kind of hard to pick apart here for XC with what he has available. And interestingly, the deep freeze hitting... Oh, actually, the minion shouldn't be frozen at the end of the turn. I was saying if the minion stays frozen, you can't even Shadow Madness the Bone Wraith because it can't attack. But it looks like it can. Frozen freezing his board a little bit to get 2 trades onto a Water Elemental. Softening his board up a little bit, so something like a Soul Mirror now, which we can see XC doesn't have, might clean up the board a little easier. But it looks like it's a Veil Weaver turn. Knowing that Astromancer Solarian is gone, there's not a huge reason to save Shadow Madness. This is still a pretty good target. And XC gets, oh my goodness, gets to cycle a bunch of spells here with a Sethekk Veil Weaver to get some more value. He just picks up a Grave Rune. Interesting. Do you want to save that for a bigger target, or would you be happy just playing it on the Bone Wraith here?
Yeah, I'm having some issues with your voice. I'm trying to fix it. I can't hear, so go on.
Sure. Okay, so it looks like XC is going with the Gravener on the Bone Wraith. I believe this spawns fully fresh Bone Wraiths that still have the Reborn active, so this is a very big power play from XC. And he gets a Soul Mirror off of the Sethekk Veilweaver as well. Having another big legendary spell like that can come in real handy, especially in a matchup like this where most of Mage's minions late game can be very large, like with Dragon Queen Alex buffs or Siamat. Okay, Frozen's got a big board to deal with now and doesn't really have a lot of AoE that affects the board. He has Flame Ward, but it's not an immediate effect. He can freeze the board, but he probably wants to save Nova for something a little bigger than this. This isn't threatening too much damage just yet. It's not close to lethal or anything. He has Pilgrim available if he wants to try to dig for something in his deck. Waste Warden coming in. As I mentioned earlier, it ends up just being a 5-mana deal 3, but I feel Frozen wanted to get that off the board before the generation gets out of hand. Okay, Lazul drawn from XC. Get some information about Frozen's hand, which is one of the reasons why I really end up liking Lazul. Not only does it give you value, but it gives you a lot of useful information so you know how to play your future turns. Okay, Reno picked up for Frozen here. Doesn't quite clean up the board too nicely just yet. If he can soften up the board a little bit.
Let's see
There's
if
17 health and he
Hacker
has
can
6
game
damage
back.
available on board
Now
with
you
the
have
ping.
me, guys.
And the Reno clears the first half
I
of
lost
everything, but we'll still leave the
something
bone
on the
rates up.
matchup because
the
I
second
was
half
trying
of them.
to fix the problem. Let's see how Frozen is going with this Turtolon. Yes, Power of Creation. Whoa, it's a really good minion to get. He can also make the trades now. It was really great. Yeah, XC doesn't look like he liked it. This kind of stuff coming from Frozen. Let's see. Now he can clear it up with the Wild Pyromancer for sure. And is a really good clean here. Are you here, Hacker?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, now we are back.
Okay. Had a bit of audio issues there, but I think we've sorted it out. The timer coming up with an Aeon Reaver. One thing that's obviously useful in this matchup is removal to try and get rid of the big threats, but being able to develop a minion at the same time is really big. So some of these generations that XC is getting are very useful in this matchup.
Yes, and look at this dragon. It was really good for him.
So, oh my god, did I miss this? Hold on. The Mana Saber and Reno came from Thoughtsteal last turn? That's incredible. XC is getting some very, very high quality Thoughtsteals, generation.
Yes, even though Frozen, he left Turtolon with Power of Creation, and he got up with some really good minions, but XC was able to clear the board again, so...
I feel like this matchup does kind of tend towards whoever can control the board a bit longer. And it looks like XC's tools were very useful at dealing with what Frozen had. As we can see, Frozen's starting to run out of resources, and this is one of the places where Priest can excel. If it can keep up with the Mage's board turn and turn again, like you said, the one threat at a time, it can eventually just outvalue the Mage.
Yeah.
Envoy of Lazul coming down. Next, he had to kind of guess what was in Frozen's hand there, and he does guess correctly.
Yes, and this kind of situation, you pick the one who convenience most for you, right? Like, you don't have how to know which card is unless your opponent played something to give you a clue.
Yeah, definitely. If some of the cards aren't really useful for you, it sometimes is better to just pick the wrong one and kind of leave more hand space, for example, which is something that could come into effect once XC gets Galakrond online. Sometimes hand size issues can be a thing. If you want to click the button every turn and generate more value, it's kind of difficult if your hand's full.
Yeah.
Fatigue counter pretty even for the two players, 13 each.
Yes. And not like some fantastic spells for this board right now.
Yeah, I think Frozen's going to need some big value cards to get back in this. He still has Dragon Queen Alexstrasza available. He just played a Caligos, but he's running a little thin on resources. If XE has a couple more removal cards for what he has available in hand, Frozen's going to be running on air for a little bit.
Yeah.
He does pick Flame Strike as some more removal, but decides not to play it. I guess he doesn't find the board threatening enough, which, to be fair, it's just 3 damage, and he does have a Flame Ward set up.
Yeah, it's a fair Galacron, and if your opponent goes with Alexstrasza, you have some removals. You have 2 mirrors to use. So, and a freeze if you need it. And Reno.
I know, it's crazy. This is what it makes Priest very difficult to play around sometimes in these longer, slow matches. Because with all the thought steals and generations, it's hard to figure out what you need to kind of consider when playing. Obviously, you can think of, okay, I have 20 cards in my deck. I need to think of everything they could have thought stolen, but that's really, really hard to do in one turn.
Yeah.
I think XE
I
wants...
like Reno here because with Galacron you can have more value to take off more minions on the board if you need to. And yes, as you said, I rather Reno first than Galacron.
Yeah, I think it's more useful to have the Galacron hero power for longer later, just because you can generate more value. Reno is a little high variance. It can do a lot of crazy stuff, which can be useful, but you may not always need that crazy potential.
Yeah. Whoa.
This is pretty good. Yeah, the Renews now give mage spells because after playing the Amazing Reno, your hero becomes a mage.
Yeah. And when you turn to the Galacron Priest, let's see.
Okay, Arcane Explosions, soften up the board a little bit. Elemental Allies, a Secret.
Whoa.
Power of Creation to Hogger. Looks like the Secret's Counterspell. Not bad.
Yes, you will have to test it before you go with your Soul Mirror, right?
Mm-hmm. This board is a little weak to Soul Mirror, but there's not much Frozen can do about that. He didn't really get a choice in the Power of Creation. And I think he's a little bit behind, so he kind of has to take this chance anyways. He's considering if he wants to deal with these water elementals at all. Does choose to freeze them. Now the order in which Soul Mirror... Oh my goodness, that was a good one.
Oof.
Soul Mirror will go left to right. So the rightmost Null taunt will not be killed. But everything else I think will end up trading in.
Yes, and the taunt is the least of his problems.
Yeah, that's true. I think he's very happy just dealing with a 2/2 taunt. Another one portal from earlier. Bit of a responsive turn from XC, but I think he's fine with that. He still has a pretty large board, and he knows that Frozen doesn't really have too much going on, so just keeping the board small, preventing Frozen from being able to do a big swing turn is kind of important.
Yes, and this kind of board already forces Reno from Frozen if he has to, so...
Yep. Doesn't need to commit too much more. Getting close to the end of our decks. Frozen still doesn't quite have the Amazing Reno. He has Zephyrus available as an emergency if he needs it, but I think he wants to save that for potentially lethal. Do you find that Zephyrus is used a lot more as removal or stabilization here, or in this matchup, not necessarily in this game, or is it more of a finisher?
Yeah, since Frozen have a Fireball, he has to think a lot about Zephyrus' use here. But in a time that he has an empty board, like for example, the 8 mana minion wasn't enough to build a board against Mage, so yes, I think he has to go with a finalization with the Zephyrs.
That makes sense, yeah. Sunwalker is a pretty good pickup from the Power of Creation. It's not weak to a Soul Mirror. And I want to point out that XC used the generated Soul Mirror, so Frozen knows that there is still one left, maybe not in his hand, but in the deck somewhere.
Okay.
Oh, this Disciple fully invokes Galakrond, which is probably the only way to cleanly deal with this entire board that Frozen had.
Yeah.
This is so much damage.
And 10 damage going in. 15.
Frozen down to 5 life. Needs to find some way to turn this around, but he's behind on board, behind on resources and health.
XC has the weapon, see? Yes.
He has to freeze the board to prevent damage coming in, and he has to find a way to get rid of the weapon or heal. So Zephyrs has to come down here, which limits how much burst potential he can have later. Goes for Harrison, wants to find Reno, makes sense. This over the healing touch. It heals less, but it develops a minion, which is pretty important. Oh.
And now he has the box. It's the panic button.
Yeah. Break open in case of emergency.
And I think he will have to open.
Yeah, this does look like an emergency. And that's why this card is in the deck. I really, really didn't like this card for so long, and I just refused to put it in, but in this expansion, a lot of the cards got better, very beneficial, and there's a lot of bad cards that kind of rotated out. One of them being Myra's Unstable Element, where you just draw your whole deck.
Yes. This
See if enough comes out here.
Yeah. I don't know it.
Nope, it's not going to be enough.
Not
Frozen's
enough.
last stand didn't quite make it there, so XC takes the win over Frozen, which means XC in the last year standing format will be moving on to the next match, and then we'll see what Team Liquid chooses to respond with. Now, Priest being the winner there and gets to move on, is there a specific deck you'd like to see Team Liquid counter with, based on the decks they brought?
Yeah, they have the druid, the priest, rogue, shaman, and paladin available. So I don't know, because as druid it's really fine for you, as rogue as well. They will have like a lot of trouble through this priest. What do you think?
I think they have a few options. Like you said, I think Rogue and Priest and Druid are all kind of possibilities for them to go with. Hopefully we don't have to sit through a 2-hour Priest mirror, but hey, that's what we're here for.
Please, no.
It could be fun. We might go over time.
I was saying to Dia that I hate Priest really much, so I don't expect that.
You already don't have a good time with one Priest, let alone 2 popping in.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see if they'll counter with Druid or Rogue. I personally thought that Rogue was favored in the Rogue versus Priest, but after some time I've had people convince me kind of both ways. It kind of depends on how both players played, and it's actually a really delicate sort of matchup. I'm curious to see how Team Liquid decides to go through.
The Team Liquid Rogue is a secret one, so I think it's better than the stealth one against Priest. So I think they will go with Rogue, yeah.
It'll be interesting. I think for the most part, Shaman and Paladin probably won't be used against Priest. If anything, they might try to bring it in against Druid. So it kind of comes down to how they feel about the remaining 3 decks they have available outside of the 4 band.
Yeah.
I'm curious if the avoidance of a Priest mirror kind of factors into that as well. Maybe they don't want to play a 2-hour Priest mirror as well, so maybe they'll just lean towards Druid or Rogue. I mean, Druid with some explosive starts can actually be pretty good too as well. Do you remember when, right now we have Galakrond Priest, but Resurrect Priest used to be much more common instead? That deck used to have a lot more AoEs. It used to run both Breath of the Infinite and Holy Nova to help deal with some of the boards that they generate. But with less AoE, maybe now Druid's a bit of a better option against Priest?
Yes. Yes, now that priest doesn't have that much of removal, I think yes, druid for sure has some quality here to go. I don't know if the nerfs affected this matchup so much for the druid side. What do you think about it?
One of the main, the only thing that really got nerfed for Druid was Fungal Fortunes being changed to 3 mana. Generally, you want to be Fungal Fortunesing early, maybe on turn 2 if you want, or even turn 3 now, I guess. But it's much more important, I think, in faster matchups where you're under a lot of pressure. And I feel like for the most part, Priest won't have that much pressure unless they have a very specific curve, maybe Sethic Veilweaver into Apotheosis. And even with that start, you still have a chance to use Wrath or, Wrath or Claw plus Hero Power to start cleaning that up. So I don't think that the Priest can kind of pressure enough for the Druid, which means that the Fungal Fortunes changed to 3 mana won't be that important. Team Liquid does only have 1 Soul of the Forest, though, and I think that's one of the matchups where you actually do want to. Maybe that'll factor into whether or not they want to try to use Druid to get through this Priest.
Yeah. Yes, I agree with you. So let's see. We are hoping here to see what they are going to pick. They have a few minutes to talk about it with the team, which is who is going to play. And now we can see it's Bunny Hopper going from Team Liquid.
Yep. Bunny Hopper been around for a very long time in the scene. And has been very strong performances in Master Tours, Championships, the World Championship.
Yeah.
And as we can see from the caster averages, oh goodness.
Yes, I think I don't remember, but I think Bunny Hopper was one of the most hated on the board thing about us when he hated in the to make the chart. But yeah, Bunny Hopper is a fantastic player, and he has like magnificent results on the past years.
Yeah, and it looks like they're choosing to go with
Galakron Shaman.
Interesting. The win rates does show it's pretty close. I haven't had too much experience with this. I played around with Totem Shaman a little bit for the most recent Master Tour, so I'm not quite sure how this lines up against Galakron Priest. Gonna be kind of interesting. It does seem kind of close, and perhaps with a big mutate on a Mogu Flesh Shaper early, or perhaps Desert Hare into the Bogstraw Clacker. That's a fun name to say. Maybe an aggressive early board evolve can help get through the Priest's early AoE.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see this matchup. I like it, the boss to bring it up.
It'll be very interesting to see, yeah.
Yes, I wasn't expecting to see the Shaman here today, so I'm really happy to see it.
I wouldn't have been surprised if they tried to queue it into the Druid, but against Priest, it's very interesting. So that means that they think the Shaman has a better chance of beating the Priest than their Druid, their own Priest, and the Rogue. And I'm curious if that's actually the case.
Yeah.
Maybe they have done some testing.
Yes, we talk about a lot of classes, but we didn't mention the Shaman, so let's see how it goes.
Yeah. Perhaps getting some big evolves with the Bogspine Knuckles on a big board will help them get ahead. Let me take a quick look and see if IG has weapon removal in their Priest. They do not, so maybe they're trying to take advantage of that fact by getting a big mid-game evolve with Bogspine Knuckles before something like a Soul Mare can come out and trying to get ahead that way. And even with all the evolves, if they don't have minions with higher attack than health, or equal to defensively statted minions, for example, like the Water Elemental we talked about in last game, then how can Priest actually deal with that if they have more health than something like Breath of the Infinite can clear with?
Yes, only Time Rip's not enough to clear like the rabbits or them. Oh, and Maintenance, they there.
Yeah, we see Timer picked up and a death. So one of the answers to an early Mogu Flesh Shaper mutate can be death. But generally, if you can play Mogu early, it means that you already have a big enough board. So even if it's getting deathed maybe the rest of the board starts pushing enough damage to where you can start threatening lethal.
Yes, and from the priest side, they doesn't have a swap of ooze on the deck, so it's fine from them.
Yep. And XC recognizing that this is going to be a very tempo-heavy matchup, he wants to contest the board, make sure that no shenanigans can happen from Bunny Hopper's side.
Yeah.
Now, Bunny Hopper is an interesting option here. He can try to throw down a Mana Tide because it doesn't immediately die on board. He can try to throw down Desert Hare to threaten an Evolve even though he doesn't have it, or he has Farsight. Do you like one of these more than the others?
Yeah, I think Mana Tide's safe here. Like, the only thing that would bother is Apotheosis, right?
Mm-hmm. Apotheosis would be a disaster.
Yeah, but I don't think they can play around it. Like, they don't have to play here.
Yeah, one of the weaknesses of Shaman's sort of arsenal is that once they fall behind on board, one of their only ways to come back is by doing a big Mogu Flesh Shaper swing turn, where you try to get a couple of value trades in and then evolve some of your board. But with the hand that Bunny Hopper has right now, it's kind of hard to do that. So if he does fall behind, which it looks like he is doing at least for the start here, Priest might be able to stop Shaman from getting a foothold in the game.
Yes. Let's see what Farsight brings up to Bunny Hopper. Another Farsight.
Alright, decides to hold it. Save it for next turn.
The top deck.
Oof. That's going to be tough. Another 0 mana spell. Oh, I wonder if XC coins that out and tries to be a bit more aggressive. I guess he holds it.
Yes, so you have the time rip if you need to part the next turn with the coin.
Mm-hmm. Maybe the Faceless Lackey starts...
they will need it.
Yeah, they probably... I mean, it'll be a while before Mogu can come down, which is maybe why he's holding the Faceless Lackey, and the coin for that matter, to try and make it more difficult for Bunny Hopper to be able to find that foothold when he already has a good threat on the board.
Yeah.
Second Farsight used. Shield of Galakron picked up.
Yeah, Shield of Galakron is pretty okay. It puts a 2/1 elemental on the board as well. And
do you want to play it now, or do you want to save it for one of the weapon swings later? Do you think that's too slow? If you were to save it?
Yes, I think so.
Fair enough.
And you already have the weapon on next turn, and if the totem and the elemental gets alive, maybe you can already turn it in.
Mm-hmm. Now with XQC saving the coin, he has a few options here. He can coin time, which he immediately does, okay. I mean, it's a clean removal, cleans up the board very nicely, still doesn't allow Mogu Flesh Shaper to come down. And he gets another spell from Veil Weaver, which happens to be Grave Rune.
I think it's a cube priest right now. At
It
this
does seem
point.
like that. So Bunny Hopper can clear this with a weapon. You
Yeah.
get Box by Knuckles. He wants to probably think if he wants to play the Dread Corsair as well this turn. With the attack of the weapon being 4, the Dread Corsair does cost 0, so you can play that this turn and get the evolve with the swing. But I'm curious
Yes,
if he
I
wants
think
to save
he
it.
has to, right?
He probably has to, yeah. Because if he just trades swings, there's just not he doesn't have anything on the board, and it sets up nicely for his 6 mana card next turn. I totally know what this name is. Hold on. Corrupt Elementalist. There we go.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Bully. It's a nice 5-drop. It's a 5/5.
Yeah. Pretty thick stats. The one downside to this is that it could be death, but XC decides to try and play something here to contest it. I'm curious if I actually like this or not.
Yeah.
Because with the Box by Knuckles equipped, Bunny Hopper can value trade and then evolve it again.
Yes, and it's one turn away from the Soul Mirror, right?
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
So it's a
I guess
really
without
risky
Bloodlust, maybe he's fine taking a bit of damage and trying to set up for that Soul Mirror and saving the death for later. I'm not sure. It feels kind of weird.
Yeah.
And Bunny Hopper knows that with coin gone, he can extend into a bigger board here because Soul Mirror is not available yet, like you said.
Yeah.
He's mousing over Desert Hare. Without Bogstraw Clacker, it is kind of harder to get the evolves off on the hares. And perhaps this way he can get a board that doesn't... Oh my goodness, that doesn't die to Soul Mirror in 2 turns anyways. This is... That evolve into Nosdorm with the Timeless. This was an incredible evolve. The Blatant Decoy is kind of interesting as well.
The 3-2 was the low roll, but the other ones... Oh my god.
Yeah, I think that's a good trade. 3-2 for an 8-8. With Galakrond invoked, Fate Weaver can discount the hand a little bit. Now, like we said, there's no Bloodlust, so XQC can be a bit less concerned because even though there's 12 damage showing, it's not 26, so he can be happy about that. But it's still kind of scary, especially if this gets evolved again into a board that can't be dealt with Soul Mirror.
Yes, and the 5-5 can bring Kronks to the board.
If it dies, yeah.
Yeah. But
So
he
Bunny
can't
Hopper-
die here.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe some crazy evolves, but that we're not thinking of. But for the most part, I don't think so, yes. He's going for a Mogu turn, and I'm assuming he's going to go with the Bog Spine Knuckles as well and create a massive board. We are at the point where Soul Mirror can come down, so I think Bunny Hopper is going to be at the mercy of whatever these evolves end up being.
Yes, he's going all-in here, but seems like.
Do you ever consider not evolving? You have Healing Totem, but it feels kind of... It feels...
No, I think you have
probably
to.
not. Yeah, with Priest having Breath of the Infinite, dealing 2 damage AoE, it's probably a little too dangerous leaving this board up. You might as well force your opponent to have the one of Soul Mirror.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I was going to say, because Soul Mirror is only 1 card, and the Breath of Infinite are 2 cards, so...
Okay. Very durable board here.
But it isn't a board that dies for Soul Mirror.
Yeah, and Shuma's scary because that keeps generating more and more minions.
Oh,
we'll save that for later. Eventually, the Shaman can run out of resources. As we can see, Bunny Hopper's hand is already getting kind of low. They tend to build up to a big sort of swing turn like this that he just had, but if their swing turns are dealt with a couple turns in a row, the Shaman can fizzle out. So XC taking up the Plague of Death for a couple turns from now, hoping to deal with it later wave.
Yes.
Chooses not to Soul Mirror this. It wouldn't clean up too much, and again, playing with the fact that we know there's no Bloodlust means that XC can take it a bit slower here and save the Soul Mirror for next turn, or perhaps even later.
Yeah. Now with this draw, he can pick some some minion to copy.
I'm curious if he holds the weapon here, because he knows that his board's pretty safe against the Soul Mirror. Like, the discount from Caligos isn't super useful, but it's hard to kill, which I think is the main thing, especially since he's already seen Time Rip come out. And Shuma just gets more 1/1s. He can actually try to outvalue here if he wants to go that way.
Yeah.
Very interesting, because I wonder if he wants to commit anything else to the board either. Do you like playing more stuff, or do you want to let Shuma just develop some more 1/1s?
I think I like to play, I think Bunny Hopper is thinking that XC doesn't have the Soul Mirror. Let's see if he gets rewarded. Oh my god.
Octa, sorry. You remember how I said that Shaman can run out of steam?
Yeah.
And the Auctioneer lets him draw 2 cards off of this too. And he has a Disguised Wanderer. When that dies, it spawns a 9/1. This is incredible. Even with Soul Mirror here, Bunny Hopper will just have so many cards left in hand still. He'll have a few more waves.
Whoa!
Oh, but Xe can trade off his the 3/3.
Yeah, it was a really good play by XT.
I completely missed that. Xe saw it immediately. That's incredible. And just like that, the Octosari gone. So Bunny Hopper has to deal with only what he has available in hand.
He has all the plan in mind when he picked the play, for sure.
So the game got a lot harder for Bunny Hopper now. Xe is low on life, but this Shaman does not have a lot of burst damage. The most damage they can generally do from hand is just a Galakron with a weapon, but Bunny Hopper doesn't even have Galakron, and it's not even fully invoked at that point, so the weapon's not going to be there either. He has to figure out how to kind of sneak in some extra value and get to the potential win.
Yes, I think Bunny Hopper has to hope to draw Galakron the next card for sure, because if not, he will be behind on the board.
The scary thing is he can't even kill the Skeletal Dragon. He does not have 9 damage. He can do 8 if he plays both the Votive Maniacs, but I think he's going to want to start drawing to some other stuff in his deck. Like you said, the Galakron would help a lot. Even Kronks, to at least get a minion on the board, it's a bit bigger. Evil Totem maybe can bail him out, find a Draconic Lackey maybe, or a big spell. A Plague of Murlocs could be useful.
Yeah. This is not the kind of Lackey he wanted to see.
Tempo is good, but I think he's a little too far behind for the Faceless Lackey to be impactful.
Yeah, so this Breath of Infinite will be really good for him.
Xe has a pair here. Pair of Foxtrot Clackers.
Yes, Hacker, I think this is over for Team Liquid.
This is going to be very rough to come back with. Oh my goodness. So now not only does Bunny Hopper need to find a power card, he also needs to be able to deal with a Skeletal Dragon, 2 more Skeletal Dragons, the Soul Mirror that's just waiting in Xe's hand.
Yes, and even the Galakron 8/8 will not be possible to deal with a 4/9 because of 1 of plus health.
Xe's slowly trying to build up his board now, knowing that it's going to be very difficult for Bunny Hopper to come back. Takes the Evolve after he gets the good Battle Cry. And the Nerf Dragoncaster pops up. It's funny.
Yeah.
I don't think he can complain. He's in a pretty good spot here.
Yeah.
There's a Mogu, but most of the Evolves are gone. Both weapons, and I've seen at least 1 mutate. Maybe the second mutate was gone as well. So this Mogu is not going to be able to do much more than be a 3/4 rush. Galakron's not even fully invoked, so that's not an amazing option here.
Yes, and if he trades, there is another one. So, yeah, Bunny Hopper is not in a good place.
I think for the most part, Xe has this locked up, unless Bunny Hopper is able to find some sort of Lackey generation. I think he still has an Evil Totem left in the deck, which might be his only chance at coming back in here, based on what we can see in Xe's hand and how much of a grip he has on the board.
Yeah. And here Xe can go with the ring, make the trades, and then value trade some minions, then evolve it again.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy some of the stuff the Priest can do once they stabilize enough. They just can get more value from your deck as well, and all these utility cards that are kind of difficult to use, but end up working out sometimes if they don't get run over.
Yeah.
Like you said, the Evasive Worm coming down to clean up the board quite a bit. He wants to keep the Evasive Worm around. Katrina Muerte and a Hecklebot. These Evolves are incredible. It's just rubbing salt into the wound, and it gets Caligos! I don't even know if Bunny Hopper has enough time now to find an Evil Totem, because he still needs to survive another turn and then find a Lackey, and then he's still going to be behind.
Yes.
The 8/8s will help him clean up some of the stuff, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Yes, he has the mutate now, but... Yeah.
I'm trying to think of
How
what
is
minion he
going
could
to
get.
trade?
Colossus of the Moon, maybe? From the Mogu Flesh Shaper, but even though it's annoying, I think XC can still deal with it.
Yeah, he has a lot of ways to deal with that. Actually, he has Galacron, Shadow Earth F.
Are there any 9-mana minions instead that maybe Bunny Hopper's looking for? I don't think Ysera is going to be enough. Okay.
This is a really good taunt.
Yeah, it spawns another 7/7 when it dies. Bunny Hopper not giving up just yet. He's continuing to generate big boards, and I mean, like we said, the priest was low on health, and even though that wasn't a factor before, maybe it becomes a factor now. But
yeah.
probably not with a Soul Mirror.
Yeah, he can trade some, and then Soul Mirror.
Is there a way
I think he is the 7/7 summons another 7/7, right?
Yeah.
With taunt, so.
And then the 4 left minions, like we said from before, will get cleaned up with the Soul Mirror. And again, with a Caligos Resurrection from Quintrina Muerte, this is just 0 mana. And XC can develop behind this as well. And I think this was Bunny's last kind of chance. Even if he draws something good for refill next turn, I think he might just be dead on board. And XC managed to take another win in a row. Are we going to see a full sweep from Team IG?
Yeah, it seems like Language Hacker. Like Gia said, usually on Last Hero Standing R, you do 3-0 or you do 3-2.
Yeah.
So let's see if maybe Bunny Hopper goes with the mirror now.
Yeah, we were a little surprised with, I think, seeing Shaman go up against Priest, so maybe they try to take a different avenue now. They do only have 1 loss left available. It is a best of 5, even though they have access to 6 of the banned decks, 6 of the non-banned decks. Now they have access to fewer because they've lost with Mage and they've lost with Shaman. So they have Druid, Priest, Rogue, and Paladin left. I would still be pretty surprised to see Paladin, but we were surprised to see Shaman, so I'm not sure.
But I don't think so. They will go with that, right? And now they have to think that they have to manage to win against the Priest and then against another 2 classes with the class they will pick now. So
it's true. So they have to plan ahead now. It's not enough just to win this one. They have to try to win 2 more. So perhaps they try to switch to something like a sweeper deck, something that just can win against anything, even if it's not strong against Priest specifically, if it just has a chance to get through.
But I think like Rogue has this possibility.
Yep, I agree as well. I think I honestly was kind of surprised not to see a Rogue last time. I still would have went okay with Druid. Druid can be Feast or Famine, but either of these 2 I think were a little safer than Shaman. But maybe they were trying to get Shaman in and be able to maybe beat some of their other decks after that was Shaman, because Shaman, I think, as a tempo-centric deck would be a bit better against some of the other decks that IG has left. But it did look like that kind of backfired. So you prefer Rogue over Druid?
Yes, I think so. I think Rogue is a class that you make more shenanigans against the other classes. Like Druid, you can draw poorly and then you lose. Like Rogue, you are more available to do another stuff, right?
Yeah, definitely. With the Galacron, the Nightmare, and Rogue being able to generate a bunch of lackeys and maybe some extra Draconics can help a lot against Priest, where it is sort of an answer check, and if the Priest runs out of removal...
Plus the secrets, right?
Yeah, and the secrets make it kind of tricky as well. Okay, just to recap, XC against Frozen Game 1 won with a Priest against Frozen's Mage, and has won Game 2 against Bunny Hopper's Shaman. Looks like they're sending in Dead Draw. Very consistent player on the Master Tour circuit. I'm curious what deck he's going to be playing.
And his earnings only on Master Tour are amazing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, getting so many consistent top 8s across so many different tournaments is insane. We were talking about X-Blaze's consistency in these tournaments as well, getting 2 First places back-to-back, and then right after getting a 5th place as well was incredible. But Deadraw's right up there with him, getting a lot of very good finishes as well.
Yes, and looks like we voted from that draw, and he have a really good macro game playing, right?
He gets to play I've seen him play a lot of different decks very, very well, whether it's combo decks, control decks, more aggressive decks. A little less experienced, I think, than some other players who have been around for a lot longer, but I don't even think you can really say that he's not experienced with all the placements he's had in some of these tournaments. Okay, looks like Deadraw agrees with you. Galakron's Secret Rogue is going to be Team Liquid's 3rd choice against IG's Galakron Priest.
Okay.
Curious what the stats say about this. Okay. This is about what I've heard as well. Do you find it's kind of the same? Or do you think it's more heavily favored one way or another? From your experience?
I think Galakron Secret Rogue, I think, is really favored against Priest. Like I said, the stealth one, I don't think so, because it's small minions and doesn't get the pressure you want to put on the Priest most of the times. And with the secrets, you can generate some awkward turns for Priest for sure.
Definitely. And occasionally when Priest does run out of hard removal, whether it be Shadow or Death or Time Rip, what they can do to try and stop a board coming in is they can play a Taunt and maybe play Apotheosis with it, maybe Shield of Galakron, for example. And one of the Secret Rogue's tools that's, like you said, Stealth Rogue lacks is the Blackjack stun with secrets. So having a sap like that can be very useful when the Priest is kind of struggling and getting behind. That being said, I've seen some pretty crazy games where rogues end up picking Wand off of Togwaggle, and a Murozond from the Priest can really swing things back.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yesterday I was playing an Open Cup, and it was this specific matchup, and I got swept by the Murozond with the Togwaggle.
It's pretty crazy, you have to be careful. I've seen some people go out of the way and pick everything but Wand just to try and make that a bit less likely. I've seen people pick Crown. I've seen people pick, very infrequently, but I've seen people take Goblet as well. The draw 1 card and then get a bunch of copies of it in your hand. So we'll see if Deadraw with Togwaggle ends up going one way or another. Priest has an interesting start here. Do you keep Thoughtsteal against Rogue? I mean, I know you hate Priest, but what do you think you would do?
No, I think you keep it.
Okay. There's not too many proactive plays, so I do kind of like that. Another cute thing you can do is Thoughtsteal. Both of these decks have Galakron in them, but what Priest can do is take another deck's Galakron and invoke that as well on top of their own.
Yeah.
So we'll see what, with Deadraw having Galakron in hand, Thoughtsteal won't be able to do that, but Madame Lazul can, and what's cute about that is even if your Galakron isn't invoked, you can Madame Lazul your opponent's invoked Galakron and then use it against them, which is kind of funny but frustrating.
Annoying.
Yes. I've been on both ends of that, and I can tell you it's fun one way, but not so fun the other way.
Yes, and we are seeing a token Priest right now.
Yeah, normally you see Rogue starting with a Pharaoh Cat into a Reborn minion, but it looks like Xyz's Disciple getting there, yeah. A little bit of poking
like
damage.
You said, he already have the minion to swipe back when he wants to, a minion to your hand.
Yep, that's the minion sap. I think it's a stunner.
Yeah.
Deadraw has an option here to go for Edwin. It's a bit early, and he hasn't seen too many cards from XC. There's only 4 cards in hand. It's a little risky if Death is there, but he doesn't have much else to do.
Yes, and Death is there.
Yeah. He could develop a secret, but with 2 stunners in hand, maybe he values holding it so he can actually bounce something back. Okay. Does develop Ambush here. The only 2 secrets that the Rogue is playing are Ambush and Dirty Tricks. So with XC playing Thoughtsteal, he knows
and
which of the secrets
it is. He already stole an Invoke from the Rogue. Oh, Murozone. A random Murozone.
Really good
it's
in this
my
matchup.
nightmare language hacker.
That's the thing, you can't play around it. Like there's so many flexibility. There's so much flexibility in the priest minions. There's Aeon Reaver that's hard removal. There's Murazon for a big swing turn. You can get Cabal Shadow Priest, which just takes a minion. It's all over the place.
Yeah.
That draw, not
and now
hesitating.
he is going from to the big cliff.
Yep.
But yeah.
I mean, you have to play to the rogue hand. Even in old school Miracle Rogue, you kind of have to go with what your hand is telling you to do. And with this hand, Dead Draw saying, this is telling me to go for an Edwin.
Yes. And Veil Weaver is going to see play, but the poison one is really annoying for it.
Okay. Nedra did find something to do this turn. The poison trades cleanly into the Veil Weaver, but he could consider saving the poison if he wants to. He could invoke Galakrond, praise Galakrond and Dagger, and this way he could contest a Shield of Galakrond if it comes down next turn from XC. Alternatively, he could keep this board alive and try to push more damage this way and kind of make better use of his poisonous resource and hope to get 2 minions with it, which I think might be a bit better since he's kind of low on cards and maybe needs to find some way to squeeze out some value.
Yeah. But yeah, XC has the Breath of Infinite here. And I don't know if he wants to Shield of Galakrond with this minion on board.
Breath can be difficult to use in this matchup, I feel. The rogue does spawn a bunch of lackeys eventually, but with XC seeing Dedra's hand being kind of small, it's probably better to just remove stuff and keep the board clean until XC can start generating some threats himself.
Yes, if you see some miscreants plays, it's okay to hold it. Because you will probably see a turn of lackeys. But since Dedraw doesn't have it, yeah.
Okay, XC is already invoked twice. With, I think, was it 2 Disciples he played?
Yes, and the Praise Galakrond. He's Shadow Step to get more value from the
Dedraw
cat.
doesn't value. That's a good card from the cat, but it's too slow. I think Dedraw was looking for something to play now. A Bone Wraith, even a Restless Mummy might have been okay. XC's about to get a huge discount on mana with this Fate Weaver. Active already on turn 6. It was active last turn too, but he wanted to clean up the board so the Poisonous Minion doesn't get a free trade.
Yeah.
Gets to replay the Mummy as well. These are the kind of games where Priest can kind of just shut you out when there's an answer for everything.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Yes. And the Fate Weaver actually is really annoying to rogue to clean up. Like 6 health is a lot.
It's a lot, yeah. Sometimes Eviscerates can help deal with this, but I don't believe that Team Liquid is running Eviscerates in their deck.
No, they are not.
No. You could bounce it with the Stunner, but it just makes another round of hand discounts, which probably isn't what you want.
And you don't do anything on the board, so yeah, I think Cartoon Defender, it's not like a really good play, but I think it's what he has from now.
Dedraw has to kind of figure out what kind of cards XC could have in hand that he could beat and try to find ways to beat those kinds of hands. Because at this point, I don't think, even if Rogue is favored in this matchup, you can't win 100% of games. So given that the game is going a little poorly, I think they have to try to find out how to win the game given that they're a little bit behind. Mind Games coming in from XC.
Okay, not a big deal.
Not a big deal at all. Could have been a Kronks, that would have been scary. Could have been a Shield of Galakrond. So I think Dedraw will be happy to see just a 1/4 there.
A Togwaggle.
Yeah. So the Winged Guardian could come down here. It's not targetable by spells and hero abilities. So Death can't really get there. Time Rip can't get there.
Only Galakron.
Yep.
And Mihor. So Mihor would deal with that because of the minions on the board.
Dedra decides not to go with the Wind Guardian.
Yes, Galakron here would be brutal.
Definitely. I think he will have to take some risks at some point, though. Being so far behind, I don't know if you can actually try to play around that much. Obviously, we can see that there's no Galakron, but I'm curious what his game plan is. He might be trying to hold out for another Invoke, maybe? Do you like invoking at least up to 2 here, or are you okay playing Galakron just for 1 draw?
I think the hand of him doesn't let him to wait that long, right?
Yeah, I feel if you wait too long, you'll be way too far behind, and then at that point, it doesn't matter what you get. You're just going to start taking damage too much.
Yeah. And now he has a lot of options here. And with Soul Mirror in hand, he can chill out and be more relaxed about what he had to do here.
Yep, he has some good checks here. He can even use Murazond to become Galakron as well. If Dedra plays Galakron, the Murazond will also change XC, his priest, to become the Galakron as well. So if he wants more value that way, that's a possibility as well. Because this isn't his natural Murazond. He has another one in the deck that he could save for later as well.
Yeah.
Playing the minion XC knows that that's dirty tricks, so it probably doesn't want to play any spells to deny Dedra from getting too many cards in hand.
Yes, and this preparation wasn't what Dedra was hoping to see here.
No, not quite. I mean, he can clean up the Shield of Galakron at least. And that only leaves a 2-5 left, but he does need to start getting things rolling. I really think he needs to play either the Wind Guardian or Galakron this turn.
Yeah.
Senjin, okay. By saving the Wind Guardian, this does play around what you were saying. You wanted to play around Galakron a little bit, and this does help that. A little bit. Galakron is upgraded once, so it would destroy 2 minions here if XC had it.
Yes, but here... Do you Murazond?
So you get a 1/1 Lackey and a 6/8. It's not bad. You've already, from XC's perspective, you've already seen 2 Blackjack Stunners, so it's very difficult for Dedra to deal with this Wind Guardian.
And you have a Murazond on your deck.
Yeah. Murazond is an incredible card. If you're not under enough pressure to stop you from playing it, it can do so much. Okay. Kronx is picked up now. It's not discounted, but it might be what Dedra needs to come back into this. Gets another Dirty Tricks. That's not playable, and he already has one in play.
Yes, I think even though Dedra may need a Shadow Step for this Kronx to be able to clear the board and maybe develop some 8/8.
Next, he's able to clean up this Wind Guardian pretty easily. Gets to fully invoke his Galakron now. Whoa, is it fully invoked? It's either 3 or 4 now. And gets to play another Fate Weaver to discount his hand.
Yeah.
Next, he does have a Draconic Lackey, which can help when you need value, but now Dedra's behind on tempo as well, and he needs to find some way to be able to come back. He does have Kronx, but it's not quite enough.
No, you can't clear, like, you can clear 1 minion, or you can develop the
8/8.
Count 8/8, but will probably die, because Priest has a lot of removals.
Does go for the AoE here. Maybe this is a Deathwing game? Not quite. Oh, Cobalt Spellkin. The rogue 1-mana spell, something loot. Loot, it lets you discover a legendary minion from another class.
Ah, okay.
That might be the way to come back, but he goes for Alex. Maybe defensive Alex, aggressive Alex.
Time Rip getting.
Yeah.
You can put some taunt there.
Dirty tricks.
Yeah, to be honest.
I'm actually curious about
we
this.
have Toggle Woggle.
Do you think it would have been better to stop the secret from being activated?
Yes, probably. If you can. But how do you do that, right?
You'd have to trade off some of your board, which maybe Xe doesn't want to do. Maybe he wants to keep up the pressure.
Yes.
Xe knows Dirty Tricks is in hand now from the Envoy of Azul. Cleans up the board. Actually, the more I think about it, the more the spell was just better. You get to push so much damage. The Kronks is already gone. You're not even really sad to see Deathwing.
Yes, how that rock could get back from this game.
Kronks,
like,
maybe?
Even if he has the Tog Woggle and the preparation to do the spell, I don't think that is enough.
I mean, with Kronks gone, I don't know what you can hit. I think it's the only play that Draw can really make here. If he doesn't hit something, he's dead on board. He can Shadow Step the Titanic Lackey, maybe? And taunt up a bit? Backstab does remove some damage. Not that much, though. The Kobold Lackey with Shadow Step maybe removes enough damage, too. You can go for a big evolve here. 7 mana minions. I'm not sure if there are any rushers, but there can be some big taunts.
This is a big minion.
And it is.
And he's going to Shadow Step it.
Yes, which removes enough so that he's not dead on board. Is he dead in hand, though?
He's one of lethal. Oh no, Apotheosis.
I think it might have been lethal with Pyromancer, Apotheosis, Soul Mirror, but this also gets the job done. Xe taking a 3-0 sweep against Team Liquid with a Priest. This Priest has been crazy. It's been unchecked every single game. It's been able to answer everything, and Team Liquid just couldn't get past it.
Yeah, this is crazy, right? Because I think what surprised me on the last series was the Priest being banned. But now I'm seeing Priest going to a 3-0. Yes.
Maybe that's why. I mean, there's a few potential sweeper decks that you can see. Like you said, Rogue can be one of them. Priest is another one. Druid as well, even though it's a little bit riskier in terms of your draws. And it looks like IG thought Priest was the one to get it done, which is why they queued it up first, and it looks like it got all the way through. That's incredible.
Yes.
I didn't expect Priest to be there, yeah.
Yes, me too. And now the Chinese are 2-0 against the world.
Yeah, international not looking so hot after day one, at least in Constructed. They're still holding a little bit of their own in Battlegrounds, but in Constructed, Team IG and Team RNG taking the wins today are definitely showcasing how strong the region is in this format. That's crazy.
Yes, but just to remember, this is the group stage, so it's a double bracket. You can lose one time yet.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And tomorrow we have more constructed games. Team 1 against LF, and then G2 against WE.
Yeah, we'll be seeing tomorrow if the international scene can try to fight back and get some wins on the table, or if the Chinese scene is going to completely wipe out the international teams from Constructed. And we'll have more at Battlegrounds tomorrow as well. And like you said, it is going to be a double elimination section for Constructed. So tomorrow we'll be seeing, or later on we'll be seeing Team Liquid against FCB in the elimination rounds. And we will be seeing Team IG against RNG in the winners match later this week as well. So in terms of Constructed, I was hoping we wouldn't see a clean sweep. It'd be nice to see a lot of games of Hearthstone, especially in this interesting format where we actually have the potential to see some different classes instead of the normal Demon Hunter, Warrior, Hunter decks we've been kind of seeing, at least in the Open Cups and Master Tours.
I kind of like Last Hero format because I'm caster from Grandmaster in Brazil, so we always see the conquest, and then I play Open Cups and it's conquest. So it's really nice to see how the strategy behind it and see how we can know the Chinese better since they are like getting so well on the last 2 years from now, right?
Yeah, definitely having a fresh perspective, a new format can make things a lot more interesting to watch. Any other closing remarks you want to go before we sign out?
No, it's just that I can thank you everyone who is following us. We have another 6 more days of this tournament, so you will stick with us with a lot of more days to go.
Yeah, we'll be live tomorrow as well with some more Battlegrounds constructed, and we'll be having that every single day until and including Sunday, where we have the finals for both Battlegrounds and constructed. So thank you everyone for tuning in to Gold Club World Cup Day 1, and we'll be excited to see you tomorrow and beyond.
其实是面对着牧师，相对来说还是不是特别复杂的场面。然后萨满这边手里面包括他有一个突袭，然后他手里也是有这个净化刀的，然后还是选择去打出了自己的一个场面了。当然呢，就是 Funny Hooper 嘛，他可能自己的个人风格，他可能要多想一会儿啊。这边是选择摇了一个图腾之后，是一个零碎的突袭，然后也是非常精细的在进行场面上面的一个处理。这个地方的进化就是我们后面说可能会影响到整个战局的一个进化。接下来看一下这边也是拿4去多去换一换啊，自己的随从掉血是无所谓的，因为这边的话已经是打定主意要去打这一个进化了。净化刀提起来之后，看到顺便把场面处理掉，这一波的场面是非常的厉害的，不仅是出了我们的这个舒马，而且还是有一个这个卡雷在场上。那我们在看到这个地方的时候，其实就觉得这个场面对于牧师来说，虽然说他手里面的解牌还是比较的多的。那看一下之后牧师是怎么进行处理的呢？他是选择用这个夺心者去复制了卡雷，然后稍微的吃了一下伤害。